Have you ever looked at the standard timeline of human history and felt a deep, lingering sense that a massive chapter is missing? You aren't alone. We are constantly told that our ancestors were just primitive, struggling farmers slowly stumbling towards civilization. But when you actually step into the freezing, primeval forests of Belgium, that comforting story completely shatters. How did supposed Stone Age societies manipulate 30-ton blocks of unyielding prehistoric concrete to build mathematically flawless astronomical grids? Why were they braving pitch-black, subterranean rivers to surrender pristine bronze fortunes to the abyss? And what kind of parallel humanity was actively domesticating Ice Age wolves tens of thousands of years before the dawn of agriculture? The physical evidence is right beneath our feet, pointing to a highly sophisticated epoch that was wiped out by a forgotten cataclysm. Today, we are going off the accepted map to look at the anomalies they left behind. Let's dig in. Dolmen de Werris. Hidden deep within the forests of Belgium lies an 8-kilometre stretch of prehistoric architecture that defies logic. Welcome to the Dolmen de Werris. Here, 5,000 years ago, unknown engineers manipulated 30-ton slabs of pudding stone, a sedimentary rock so dense and abrasive it can shatter modern steel blades. Long before the wheel or written mathematics, they dragged these colossal megaliths across treacherous ravines and aligned them perfectly with the cosmos. This is not just a collection of ancient graves. It is a masterpiece of impossible engineering that rewrites what we know about primitive humanity. We are taught that human progress is a predictable straight line. We are told that early hunter-gatherers slowly figured out basic farming, then simple tools, and eventually, over thousands of years, the complex geometry required to build enduring monuments. But Werris breaks that timeline. Standing before these massive, rough-hewn capstones, you are forced to confront a disturbing reality. The people who built this site possessed a mastery of geology, physics, and astronomy that they simply should not have had. Mainstream history attributes this sprawling megalithic complex to the Senoise-Marne culture. They were a late Neolithic society, agrarian people transitioning from a nomadic existence into permanent farming settlements around 3000 BC. They lived in the rolling, densely forested hills of the Ardennes. Officially, the Dolmen de Werris is classified as a series of collective passage graves and ceremonial markers. The site itself is not just one isolated tomb hidden in the woods. It is a massive, carefully planned grid. The primary structures, known as Werris I and Werris II, are colossal, chambered dolmens consisting of massive upright support stones crowned by gigantic horizontal capstones. Surrounding these tombs, scattered across the Belgian countryside, are dozens of standing stones known as menhirs. According to the conventional archaeological timeline, these builders were simple farmers. They lived in timber and mud brick longhouses. Their tools were primitive, made of bone, antler, wood, and chipped flint. They spent their days tending to early crops and livestock, merely trying to survive the harsh European winters. Yet, somehow, this modest agrarian society decided to undertake an infrastructure project so massive, so incredibly difficult, that it required a level of societal organization and surplus energy rarely seen in the Neolithic world. They shifted their focus from mere daily survival to eternity, laying down monuments meant to outlast the mountains themselves. The mystery begins with the material itself. The builders did not choose limestone, which is relatively soft, abundant, and easy to cut. They did not choose standard granite. They actively sought out and chose something called pudding stone. Pudding stone is a sedimentary conglomerate rock. Imagine a natural concrete formed over millions of years, where smooth, incredibly hard quartzite pebbles are cemented together by a tough silica matrix. It is an absolute nightmare to work with. If you strike pudding stone with a primitive tool, it does not fracture cleanly or predictably along a seam. It shatters. It violently resists shaping. It grinds away and destroys almost everything that touches it. Even today, attempting to cut pudding stone efficiently requires specialized diamond-tipped industrial equipment. Yet, the Neolithic builders of Werris managed to isolate, detach, and maneuver massive blocks of this abrasive, stubborn material with astonishing precision. And then there is the weight. The primary capstones covering the burial dolmens weigh upwards of 30 tons. Think about that number. 30 tons is the equivalent of roughly 20 modern cars compressed into a single jagged slab of stone. These stones were not conveniently quarried on site. The nearest geological source for this specific type of pudding stone is located miles away, high up on the surrounding ridges. To get the stones to their current location in the valley, these 30-ton behemoths had to be moved across an unforgiving landscape. They had to be transported over steep ravines, navigated through dense primeval forests, and dragged across uneven, treacherous terrain. But the sheer physical labour is only a fraction of the anomaly. The true impossibility of Werris reveals itself when you zoom out from the individual stones. The dolmens and the scattered menhirs are not randomly placed. They form a vast, interconnected, 8-kilometre-long prehistoric complex. These megaliths are mathematically aligned with one another over miles of rugged terrain. More astonishingly, they correspond flawlessly with the cosmos. The layout acts as a massive terrestrial calendar, mirroring the rising and setting of the sun during the equinoxes and solstices. Mainstream archaeology has a ready explanation for all of this, and it does not involve lost technologies or advanced mathematics. The conventional answer is brute force, vast amounts of time, and human sweat. Skeptics argue that modern humans consistently underestimate the ingenuity, patience, and determination of our ancient ancestors. According to this view, no advanced tools were required at any stage of the process. The quarrying technique was simple, relying entirely on the natural vulnerabilities of the earth. Instead of trying to cut through the impossibly hard pudding stone, these early engineers likely searched the high ridges for natural fissures in the rock outcroppings. Once a deep crack was found, labourers would drive dry wooden wedges deep into the stone. They would then soak the wood with water. As the wood absorbed the moisture, it expanded with incredible hydraulic force, eventually cracking the 30-ton slabs free from the bedrock. As for the transport, archaeologists point to the classic mechanics of the ancient world: sledges, thick braided ropes made from plant fibres, and rolling logs. The theory suggests that large groups of coordinated labourers, perhaps hundreds of people working in perfect unison, pulled the stones over cleared dirt paths. Once at the site, massive earth ramps were constructed. The upright stones were tipped into pre-dug pits to form the walls, and the massive 30-ton capstones were dragged up the dirt ramps and positioned on top. Finally, the earth was cleared away, leaving the freestanding dolmens. Under this lens, Werris was simply a triumph of basic physics and immense communal effort. It is a neat, rational explanation. But when you look closer at the physical reality of the Ardennes, the mainstream theory begins to unravel, exposing massive logistical holes. Consider the absolute nightmare of the wooden roller theory. The terrain surrounding Werris is not the hard-packed, dry sand of ancient Egypt. It is soft, damp, European forest soil. If you place a 30-ton slab of rock onto wooden logs resting on wet earth, the logs do not roll. They are instantly driven deep into the mud under the immense crushing weight. The sledge does not glide. It becomes permanently anchored to the ground. Furthermore, the journey from the ridge quarry to the valley floor was not a flat drag. It involved incredibly steep descents. Moving massive weights downhill is often far more dangerous and mechanically complex than dragging them uphill. Without heavy-duty braking mechanisms, sophisticated winch systems, or advanced pulleys, a 30-ton stone sliding down a mud-slicked ravine is a lethal, unstoppable force. A rope made of braided grass and a few wooden stakes driven into the dirt simply cannot hold back that kind of violent kinetic energy. The stone would crush anything and anyone in its path. Then there is the surveying enigma. The brute force theory might loosely explain moving a single stone, but it completely fails to explain the 8-kilometer macro alignment. Remember, this is a society without the wheel, without a written numerical system, and without any way to achieve an aerial perspective. How do you survey and lay out a flawless, miles-long astronomical grid across a valley choked with towering ancient trees? Line of sight would have been entirely blocked by the dense forest canopy. To perfectly align dozens of stones across miles of uneven ground to track the equinox requires sophisticated surveying equipment and an advanced understanding of geometry that the Seine-Oise-Marne culture simply did not possess. The absolutely baffling nature of this site is perfectly captured in the local folklore. For centuries, the people who lived in the shadow of these stones couldn't fathom that human beings had built them. Legends arose, naming the surrounding stones things like the Devil's Bed. Even generations later, equipped with iron tools, draft animals and carts, later societies looked at the 30-ton pudding stone slabs and concluded that only supernatural forces could have manipulated them. The Dolmen de Werris stands today as a silent monument that aggressively challenges our timeline of human intelligence. It is a prehistoric masterclass in logistics, geology and astronomy, executed by a people who theoretically had no business possessing such profound knowledge. The stones remain heavy and defiant, refusing to fit neatly into our modern textbooks. Did these ancient builders simply possess a surplus of time and an unbelievable tolerance for backbreaking labour? Or does Werris point to something entirely different? We are left to wonder if the architects of this valley possessed a lost understanding of physics, a forgotten method of moving immense weights, or advanced surveying techniques that vanished with them into the mists of prehistory. As the sun sets exactly over the central menhir on the autumn equinox, perfectly on schedule 5,000 years later, the Belgian forest offers no answers. There is only the profound, lingering silence of a mystery waiting to be solved. 2. Caves of Han. Imagine plunging into a freezing, pitch-black underground river. You have no modern gear, just a flickering animal fat torch. One slip means you drown in absolute darkness. You wouldn't do it, but 3,000 years ago, people did. Over and over again. Deep inside Belgium's caves of Han, divers are pulling thousands of pristine Bronze Age swords, axes, and solid gold from a subterranean abyss. Why did ancient people brave pure psychological terror to hurl their greatest fortunes into the dark? What were they feeding? To grasp the sheer insanity of this mystery, you have to look at the site itself and put yourself in the shoes of those who walked it. The Caves of Han are a natural megastructure. This isn't a human-made pyramid built with carefully cut blocks, or a stone circle perfectly aligned to the stars. It is a terrifying, sprawling labyrinth, carved entirely by a violent river, tearing its way through a solid limestone mountain. It features over 14 kilometers of twisting, flooded galleries and colossal underground halls. Some of these subterranean chambers are so massive they could easily swallow modern skyscrapers, with stone ceilings disappearing upward into a heavy, suffocating blackness. Mainstream history tells us human activity inside this subterranean nightmare peaked during the late Bronze Age, roughly between 1100 and 800 BC. This was a time of rapid, sweeping technological explosion across the European continent. Metalworking was fundamentally changing warfare and agriculture. Vast trade routes were booming, connecting distant tribes and cultures. Bronze was the ultimate currency, a metal that required immense labor, mining, and intense heat to forge. Yet, right in the middle of this societal leap forward, countless people were drawn to this primitive, lightless void in the Belgian Ardennes. It started out practically enough, serving as a desperate place to hide during violent tribal raids when the valleys above were burning. But as the decades passed, it quickly transformed into something far stranger. It became a massive continental focal point for ritual sacrifice. Pilgrims, chieftains, and warriors travelled hundreds of miles just to stand at its gaping entrance. They didn't come to seek shelter. They came to surrender their hard-won wealth. The core anomaly of the Caves of Han is the staggering logistics and the profound psychological horror of what these rituals actually demanded. We all possess a primal fear of the dark. We all understand the instinctive panic of deep, rushing water. Now combine them. Entering the deep cave 3,000 years ago was a literal descent into the underworld. It is a hostile, alien environment. There are deafening, disorienting echoes. The violent roar of a rushing river amplifying off the stone walls, freezing ambient temperatures and deadly, unseen drop-offs that vanish into the abyss. Every human survival instinct screams at you to run away, to get back to the sunlight. Every step taken deeper into that cavern was a battle against total, overwhelming panic. Yet, look at what archaeologists are finding at the Trou de la Han, the dramatic exit where the river bursts back out of the mountain, and deep within the submerged galleries of the cave itself. We are not finding a few lost coins, dropped tools, or accidental refuse. Highly trained modern cave divers are recovering a prehistoric king's ransom from the silt. Perfect, unused bronze swords, with their edges still razor sharp. Intricately cast axe heads, shimmering gold jewellery. The sheer volume and quality of these artifacts rival the heavily guarded treasuries of the greatest above-ground temples of the ancient world. This completely defies human logic. Navigating this treacherous, rushing watercourse with nothing but a smoking pine-pitch torch that could blow out in a second from a sudden draft is practically suicidal. Imagine carrying heavy bronze weapons and precious gold into a slippery abyss where one wrong step guarantees you plunge into a violent underground river, sinking to the bottom, never to be seen again. This behavior elevates a natural cave into a heavily engineered psychological megastructure. They used the earth itself as their temple. The physical endurance and mental fortitude required to drag these fortunes into the deep dark proves this wasn't just casual worship or a fleeting superstition. It was an extreme, highly organized obsession. But as with every great historical anomaly, there is a loud conventional pushback. Mainstream archaeologists argue there is no grand mystery here, and certainly no organized subterranean deep-diving cult. To a skeptic, this entire narrative of terrifying descents is just modern romanticism, overlaying a very practical, very mundane reality. They believe the evocative image of Bronze Age warriors braving the lightless depths is a total illusion, created entirely by the forces of nature. Their argument relies heavily on what historians call water cults. Across Bronze Age Europe, ancient people routinely threw their most valuable items into lakes, bogs, and fast-moving rivers as offerings to the gods or spirits of the water. We see this in the River Thames in London and the bogs of Denmark. Skeptics propose the rituals at the Caves of Han were absolutely no different. They argue that ancient people were completely terrified of the cave, just like we would be. They didn't risk their lives inching along slippery rock faces in the pitch black. Instead, they simply stood safely in the sunlight at the cave's massive entrance, or at the exit. From the total safety of the dry shore, under a bright open sky, they tossed their swords and gold into the roaring current and walked away. Hydrology and gravity did the rest. Over centuries, the river's powerful, relentless flow naturally swept these heavy items deep into the inaccessible belly of the cave. A sword thrown in at the entrance gets tumbled miles underground by thousands of years of seasonal flooding. In this highly practical view, the cave is just a giant prehistoric wishing well. The massive hoard of treasure inside is nothing more than natural water drift, fooling modern humans into thinking ancient people went deep underground. It sounds incredibly logical. It is comforting. It makes perfect sense. Until you actually look at the physical evidence deep inside the cave. The natural water drift theory shatters into pieces the moment you see exactly where these artifacts are being found. If the river washed everything inside over thousands of years, every single artifact should be clustered at the absolute lowest points of the riverbed. Logically, they should be heavily worn down, scratched, and brutally damaged by centuries of smashing against jagged rocks in the churning water. But they aren't. Some of the most spectacular, pristine hoards are found deliberately wedged into high, dry crevices deep within the cave system. We are talking about hidden alcoves and elevated limestone ledges situated far, far above the highest possible flood lines. The river's current could never reach these spots, not even during the most violent prehistoric storms. Furthermore, the delicate gold pins and massive bronze swords pulled from these high ledges show absolutely zero signs of water damage, scratching or tumbling. They are perfect. They were placed there gently and intentionally by human hands in the absolute dark. And then there is the permanent physical evidence etched into the walls themselves. Deep inside the cave, miles beyond the furthest reach of penetrating daylight, researchers have found ancient torch marks deliberately scraped against the limestone. Carbon dating matches these scorch marks directly to the exact same period as the bronze weapons. Furthermore, there are deep cave footpaths where the hard stone has been subtly polished smooth by repeated human foot traffic over generations. This proves undeniably that highly organized, incredibly dangerous expeditions deep into the void were happening. The skeptics are wrong. They didn't stay in the sunlight. They went in. So why? Why bypass 1,000 safe, calm lakes across the Ardennes to choose this terrifying, roaring black cavern? Alternative researchers and archaeoacoustics experts point to the cave's intense sensory manipulation. The acoustics inside the caves of Han are incredibly complex. Low frequencies bounce off the vaulted limestone, creating deeply disorienting, booming echoes. When you combine that overwhelming physical roar with the absolute sensory deprivation of total darkness, the human brain quickly begins to panic. And then it adapts. It enters an altered state of consciousness. Hallucinations can begin. The lines between physical reality and the spirit world blur entirely. It is entirely possible that this hostile environment was the whole point of the journey. The physical sensory overload and the palpable terror of the deep cave were exactly what they were looking for. They were engineering a profound psychological experience using the natural megastructure to forcefully bridge the gap between the living and the divine. They weren't just throwing their hard-earned wealth into a river. They were hand-delivering it to the lords of the underworld, intentionally stepping into their terrifying domain to pay the ultimate toll. The mysteries still lying at the bottom of the freezing waters of the caves of Han force us to fundamentally reconsider what ancient people were capable of and what they truly feared. We are conditioned by textbooks to look for megalithic stones and towering built pyramids to find ancient genius. But here, the earth itself provided the most terrifying, effective temple imaginable. If our ancestors were willing to overcome the deepest, most primal human fears, braving the lightless, freezing depths of the earth to surrender their most valuable possessions, what exactly did they believe was waiting for them in the dark? Did they actually find something down there, or did the crushing sensory deprivation just make them think they did? It leaves us looking at the solid ground beneath our feet a little differently. If this single rushing river was just one known gateway to the prehistoric underworld, how many more massive subterranean vaults are lying quietly beneath the surface, hidden in absolute darkness, still holding on to their golden secrets? 3. Dolmen of Opania. Imagine trying to cut through a rock so hard it shatters modern steel blades. Now imagine doing it 5,000 years ago without a single metal tool. Then drag 30 tons of this prehistoric concrete across miles of steep, muddy ravines to build an exact astronomical calendar. This is the Dolmen of Opania in Belgium. Mainstream history tells us primitive farmers built it, but the sheer physics of this megalithic megastructure suggest we are missing a massive piece of the human story. Let us look at the impossible math of Opania. You have probably been taught that human history is a straight, predictable line. We go from simple hunter-gatherers to basic farmers, and eventually to modern engineers. That is the comforting story mainstream history gives us for the architects of this site. Around 3000 BC, during the late Neolithic period, the Senoise-Marne culture lived in this damp, heavily forested region of northern Europe. They were early agrarian communities, just starting to clear land and plant crops. According to the standard textbook timeline, these survival-focused farmers are the undisputed builders of the Dolmen of Opania. For thousands of years, this structure lay hidden, swallowed entirely by the dark soil and creeping vegetation of the Ardennes. When 19th century excavators finally pulled back the earth, they officially catalogued it as a collective gallery grave. They found fragmented human remains and scattered flint, safely categorizing it as standard Neolithic burial practice. But labeling Opania as just an isolated primitive tomb completely misses the bigger picture. This dolmen is actually the extreme southern anchor of the Werris alignments, a sprawling, landscape-spanning megalithic machine often called the Stonehenge of continental Europe. And the closer you look at the physical reality of this site, the more the conventional narrative begins to violently fracture. The true mystery of Opania begins with the stone itself. If you were tasked with building a massive monument today, you would naturally choose materials that make sense. Limestone is manageable. Sandstone is workable. Granite can be predictably split. The builders of Opania bypassed all of these conventional options. Instead, they selected a geological nightmare known as pudding stone. Do not let the whimsical name fool you. Pudding stone is a heavily compressed sedimentary conglomerate. It is composed of incredibly hard quartz and flint pebbles violently fused together by an iron-rich silica matrix. It is, for all intents and purposes, a prehistoric natural concrete. And it is brutally unyielding. It does not fracture along any predictable geometric lines. Strike it with a heavy steel hammer today, and the kinetic energy either dissipates uselessly around the embedded pebbles, or the tool itself shatters from the violent rebound. Even with modern industrial machinery equipped with diamond-tipped circular blades, cutting geometric slabs of pudding stone is a punishing, expensive task. Yet, these ancient builders successfully quarried and shaped massive, flat slabs of it, with the heaviest roof stones weighing up to a staggering 30 tons. Then comes the sheer logistical terror of transportation. The stones at Opania were not found on site. The nearest geological deposits capable of yielding slabs this massive are located miles away. Moving a single 30-ton payload today requires heavy diesel machinery, reinforced multi-axle flatbed trucks, and paved leveled roads. 5,000 years ago, the Ardennes was an undulating, chaotic landscape of steep ravines, muddy slopes, and dense, unyielding primordial forest. Dragging monolithic blocks of natural concrete across this specific terrain defies all conventional logic. Furthermore, these stones were not just dropped in a random clearing. The dolmen of Opagna is a highly precise gear in a much larger machine. Draw a perfectly straight line from Opagna northward, and it connects flawlessly with the northern dolmen of Weris and a sequence of standing menhirs across an 8-kilometre stretch. This is not a rough approximation. It is a highly deliberate alignment, forming a colossal, interactive astronomical calendar. The stones track the solstices and equinoxes with breathtaking accuracy, physically locking the movement of the heavens onto the rugged earth below. Conventional archaeology, however, insists there is a highly grounded, pragmatic explanation. Mainstream scholars argue that we do not need to invoke lost technologies or forgotten golden ages to understand this site. The answer, they say, is simply deep time, abundant human capital, and relentless brute force. According to the Standard Model, Neolithic people overcame the staggering weight of the pudding stone through collective willpower. Entire neighboring tribes would have mobilized, utilizing massive wooden sledges, incredibly thick ropes braided from animal hide, and continuously greased log rollers. To solve the glaring problem of the treacherous, muddy terrain, skeptics propose a brilliant low-tech solution known as the winter theory. They suggest the builders simply waited for the dead of winter. By moving the stones during the harshest freezing months, the soft, undulating earth of the Ardennes would have frozen completely solid. The heavy sledges could then be dragged over the frictionless ice and tightly packed snow, vastly reducing the drag. As for shaping the impossibly hard pudding stone without metal tools, conventional theory states it was achieved through generations of patient, repetitive pounding. Using smaller, exponentially harder hammerstones, dedicated workers chipped away at the massive blocks, millimeter by millimeter, over decades, until the desired geometric shapes were achieved. It is framed as a triumph of raw human endurance. It is a comforting narrative. It wraps a massive anomaly in a neat, easily digestible package that keeps the history books completely intact. But when you actually stand before the towering blocks of the dolmen of Opagna, the logical cracks in this conventional explanation become impossible to ignore. The winter sledge theory sounds highly plausible in a university lecture hall, but it entirely ignores the brutal reality of physical mechanics. The route from the suspected pudding stone quarries down to the Opagna site is not a gentle, flat plain. It is a harsh landscape, deeply scarred by steep, plunging ravines. Even if the ground were perfectly frozen solid, managing the extreme downhill momentum of a 30-ton boulder on slippery ice is a catastrophic hazard. Without modern hydraulic braking mechanisms or heavily reinforced steel tension cables, a wooden sledge sliding down an icy incline quickly becomes an unstoppable 30-ton weapon. It would crush everything in its direct path. Primitive ropes made of woven hide or plant fiber would violently snap under the immense kinetic tension of a runaway megalith. Then there is the undeniable problem of mathematical precision. The Weris alignments stretch for an unbroken 8 kilometers. 5,000 years ago, this entire region was blanketed in a dense primeval forest. The ancient canopy would have completely blocked the line of sight between the different monument locations. How did a primitive agrarian society map a perfect 8-kilometer straight line through a vision-blocking woodland? To align the dolmen of Opagna perfectly with the rest of the megalithic grid implies the use of highly advanced, long-distance surveying techniques. It requires a profound understanding of complex geometry, topography, and celestial mechanics that predates the supposed invention of such sophisticated sciences by thousands of years. Finally, there is the lingering question of the building material itself. Why pudding stone? Why intentionally bypass softer, significantly more manageable rock to undergo such a grueling ordeal? Modern alternative researchers point to a deeply compelling characteristic of this specific conglomerate. Pudding stone is packed to the brim with raw quartz. Quartz is a highly piezoelectric material. It possesses the unique ability to generate an electrical charge under applied mechanical stress, and it is a foundational component in modern advanced acoustic and radio technologies. Some independent engineers suggest these stones were not chosen merely for their durability. They theorize the massive quartz content gave the stones unique acoustic or electromagnetic properties. Was the dolmen of Apanya intentionally designed to resonate? Was it actually a functional component of a landscape-scale machine built to amplify specific acoustic frequencies or harness telluric energy currents? The dolmen of Apanya refuses to be neatly filed away in a museum catalogue. It stands today as a silent, unyielding monument that aggressively challenges our accepted timeline of human intelligence. The sheer logistical nightmare of its physical construction, combined with its undeniable astronomical precision, forces us to ask deeply uncomfortable questions about our own past. Were the Neolithic people of Northern Europe truly just simple, primitive farmers trying to survive the elements? Or were they the surviving inheritors of a highly advanced ancient system of earth measuring and stone moving that has since been tragically lost to the fog of time? We look at these cold stones and arrogantly assume we understand their primitive purpose, but the real truth remains tightly locked within the fused quartz and flint. If an ancient society was fully capable of mobilizing 30-ton blocks of natural concrete across treacherous terrain to build an exact 8-kilometer astronomical machine, what else were they capable of achieving? And more importantly, what other massive, highly advanced ancient machines lie quietly buried beneath the dark forests of Europe, waiting to completely rewrite human history? Quatre, Pierre Brunhot, in the flat, quiet farm fields of Hollein, Belgium. An impossible object pierces the skyline. It is the Pierre Brunhot, a 25-ton, 14-foot-tall slab of solid sandstone that has no business being here. It is not a jagged, natural rock. It is startlingly flat, a massive polished tablet erected long before the invention of the wheel. How did a prehistoric society drag 25 tons of solid stone across miles of deep, waterlogged earth? And why did they shape it with a precision that defies the Stone Age? To understand the sheer impossibility of this monolith, you have to look at what mainstream history claims about its origins. According to Orthodox archaeology, the Pierre Brunhot is a Neolithic menhir, a standing stone erected somewhere between 3000 and 2500 BC. This was a time when the local populations were transitioning from nomadic hunter-gatherers to early agricultural communities. They lived in simple timber structures. They farmed using primitive tools. They had no metal, no written language, and certainly no advanced heavy lifting machinery. Yet, this stone stands as a testament to an ambition that seems violently out of place in that primitive timeline. Its very name is a historical contradiction. The stone is known as the Pierre Brunhot, named after Queen Brunhilda of Austrasia, a powerful and ruthless Frankish queen from the 6th century. Local legends whisper that the stone was erected to mark the intersection of a vast network of Roman roads that the queen supposedly restored. A darker, more gruesome piece of folklore claims the monolith marks the exact spot of her brutal execution, where she was tied to wild horses and dragged to her death. But these stories are a historical illusion. The Romans did not build this. Queen Brunhilda did not build this. The Pierre Brunhot was already standing, ancient and silent, thousands of years before the Roman Empire was even a thought, and thousands of years before the Frankish kings ruled Europe. It is an artifact of a forgotten world, mislabeled by civilizations that came millennia later, civilizations that were just as baffled by its presence as we are today. The deeper you look at the physical reality of the Pierre Brunehaut, the more the conventional narrative begins to fracture and fall apart. The first impossible hurdle is the material itself, contrasted against the brutal geography of prehistoric Belgium. The monolith is carved from Landinian sandstone. Geologists have mapped the region extensively, and they have confirmed a troubling, undeniable fact. There are no natural outcroppings of this type of stone anywhere near the site. The closest geological deposits capable of yielding a single, flawless block of this magnitude are located miles away from where the stone currently stands. Moving 25 tons of solid rock is a monumental engineering challenge today. It requires heavy-duty flatbed trucks, reinforced steel cables, and massive hydraulic cranes. Now, imagine attempting that same feat 5,000 years ago. The terrain of ancient Belgium was not the manicured farmland you see today. It was a dense, unforgiving landscape of primordial forests, soft topsoil, and treacherous waterlogged bogs. Dragging a massive concentrated weight across this terrain is a logistical nightmare, but the location is only half the mystery. The true anomaly lies in the stone's architecture. When we think of prehistoric menhirs, we envision rough, jagged boulders. Stones that were perhaps pulled from the earth and stood upright with minimal modification. The Pierre Brunehaut shatters that expectation entirely. It is startlingly flat. Its shape is distinctly trapezoidal, resembling a giant, perfectly proportioned tablet, rather than a natural rock formation. The faces of the stone are incredibly smooth, showing almost none of the rough natural fractures you would expect from a randomly selected boulder. It looks deliberate, it looks heavily modified, it appears to have been meticulously sanded and smoothed over its entire surface area. This is a staggering level of precision for a society that possessed only stone, bone, and wood. To achieve this geometry, the builders did not just stumble upon a big rock. They quarried a specific massive slab, extracted it flawlessly without fracturing it, transported it across miles of hostile terrain, and then subjected it to a highly sophisticated refinement process. Of course, orthodox archaeology refuses to accept the idea of impossible engineering. The conventional scientific establishment has a very grounded, entirely terrestrial explanation for how the Pierre Brunehaut was achieved. They argue that modern humans vastly underestimate the ingenuity, patience, and sheer brute force of our ancient ancestors. The mainstream consensus asserts that there is no need to invoke lost technology or forgotten civilizations to explain the stone. According to the skeptics, the transportation of the monolith was achieved through the relentless organized application of human labor. They propose that hundreds of workers felled large trees to create massive reinforced wooden sledges. They laid down miles of log rollers, effectively building a temporary wooden highway across the muddy landscape. Using thick braided ropes made of hemp or animal hide, a synchronized army of laborers simply pulled the 25-ton stone inch by grueling inch over a period of weeks or even months. To combat the mud, they may have packed the earth with clay or laid down greased wooden tracks to reduce the crippling friction. As for the startlingly smooth, flat faces of the stone, archaeologists explain this as the result of time and unimaginable patience. They suggest the Neolithic builders used harder stones, known as hammerstones, to systematically pound away the rough edges of the sandstone. Once the basic shape was achieved, the workers would have used water, wet sand, and smaller grinding stones to painstakingly polish the surface. Thousands upon thousands of hours of repetitive manual labor passed down through generations. To feed, house, and coordinate this massive labor force without written language or modern communication is a feat in itself. In this view, the Pierre Bruneau is not an anomaly of lost technology. It is a monument to the ultimate triumph of collective community effort and human endurance. It is a comforting, highly rational explanation, but when you subject the sledge and roller theory to the harsh light of physical reality, serious cracks begin to form in the orthodox consensus. Independent engineers and alternative researchers point out that 25 tons of concentrated weight does not behave cooperatively. If you place a 25-ton block of stone on a prehistoric wooden sledge, the downward pressure is immense. When you try to roll that sledge over wooden logs resting on the soft, rain-soaked soil of ancient Belgium, the most likely outcome is not forward momentum. The most likely outcome is that the immense weight simply crushes the rollers into splinters or drives them deep into the mud, effectively anchoring the massive stone permanently to the earth. Friction and gravity in a waterlogged environment are relentless enemies. Furthermore, sandstone is notoriously brittle. Transporting a perfectly flat 25-ton slab over uneven log rollers creates massive shear stress. One deep rut, one misaligned log, and the stone snaps in half under its own immense weight. The fact that it arrived intact suggests a method of suspension, or perfectly graded tracks that seem entirely impossible for the era. Then there is the profound question of human motivation. The why factor. If the Neolithic people simply wanted to erect a standing stone to mark a territory, track the stars, or honor a deity, why make it so impossibly difficult? There were countless smaller, easily transportable rocks scattered throughout the immediate landscape. Why travel miles to quarry a specific 25-ton slab of Landinian sandstone? Why risk the lives of hundreds of people in a perilous transport operation? And most importantly, why expend decades of back-breaking labor to polish its faces into a perfect trapezoidal tablet? The effort seems wildly disproportionate to the outcome if this was just a simple ceremonial marker. This glaring disproportion opens the door to alternative theories that mainstream science refuses to entertain. Some researchers point to the stone's specific geometric alignment, suggesting it was designed to tap into natural telluric currents, invisible grids of electromagnetic energy flowing beneath the Earth's surface. Others theorize the use of forgotten acoustic or vibrational lifting techniques, a concept appearing in the mythologies of megalithic builders worldwide. And there is a growing faction of researchers who look at the unnatural precision of the Pierre Bruneau and see the fingerprint of a much older, more advanced civilization. A lost culture that predated the hunter-gatherers of 3000 BC. Possessing tools and techniques that were wiped from the human record by a global cataclysm, leaving only these massive, silent stones behind as proof of their existence. We are left staring at a paradox in stone. The Pierre Bruneau refuses to fit neatly into the timeline we have been given. If the mainstream historians are right, this megalith represents a staggering, almost psychotic dedication to a single physical task, by primitive farmers using nothing but sticks, stones, and muscle. But if the physical evidence is telling the truth, if 25 tons of perfectly shaped rock cannot simply be dragged across a prehistoric bog on wooden twigs, then the history of Europe and the history of human capability is missing a massive vital chapter. Is this monolith simply a testament to the stubborn, unyielding will of Stone Age humanity? Or does its unnatural smoothness and impossible placement in the Belgian countryside hint at a forgotten epoch of advanced engineering that we are only just beginning to recognize? The stone stands silent in the fields of Hollane, keeping its secrets entirely to itself. But it forces us to look around. to question the landscape, and to wonder what other impossible structures are hiding in plain sight, waiting for us to finally see them for what they truly are. 5. Spy Cave. High above a quiet Belgian river valley, a gaping limestone cave holds a secret that shattered our understanding of humanity. For centuries, science insisted we stood alone on the evolutionary pedestal, an unbroken, solitary line of supreme intelligence. But the dirt of Spy Cave proved them wrong. Buried deep within the dark earth lay beings with brains larger than our own, creatures capable of profound empathy and complex engineering. This isn't just a prehistoric grave. It is ground zero for the unsettling realization that we once shared this planet with a parallel human species. To understand the sheer magnitude of what was hidden inside the Grotte de Spy, we must step back to the late 19th century. The year was 1886. Victorian science was dominated by a deep-seated, unshakable arrogance. Whenever unusual, thick-boned ancient skulls were unearthed across Europe, the leading academics of the day swiftly dismissed them. They confidently claimed these were simply modern humans who had suffered from rickets, severe arthritis, or some other bone-deforming disease. The idea that another, entirely different species of human could have walked the earth was considered absurd, even heretical. Then came Marcel Dupuit, an archaeologist, and Max Lohest, a geologist. They ventured into the dark, layered sediments of Spy Cave, suspended high on a limestone cliff face overlooking the meandering Orno River. Deep beneath the surface, protected from the ravages of time and the grinding ice sheets that once consumed the European continent, they found something undeniable. 2 nearly complete skeletons were pulled from the shadows, deliberately placed, resting side by side in the silent dark. These were not deformed modern humans. These were the remains of Neanderthals, and their discovery changed the world forever. Dating back approximately 40,000 years to the freezing heart of the Paleolithic era, the bodies found in Spy Cave provided the definitive, unshakable proof that a distinct, parallel human species had not only existed, but had thrived in the brutal landscapes of ancient Europe. The fossils from Spy Cave forced the scientific establishment to swallow a bitter pill. Humanity was not a single, isolated spark of genius. We were part of a crowded, complex, and highly competitive family tree. But the true mystery of Spy Cave isn't just that these beings existed, it is who they were and exactly what they were capable of. For decades, the popular imagination has painted Neanderthals as brutish, dim-witted cavemen, dragging their knuckles through the snow. The physical evidence pulled from the Belgian earth tells a startlingly different story. It tells a story of an ancient intelligence that rivals and, in some specific ways, surpasses our own. Let us begin with the biological anomaly. The skeletons of Spy Cave belonged to creatures built like biological tanks. Their bones were immensely thick, anchored by dense muscle mass, designed to withstand unimaginable physical trauma. They were apex predators, perfectly adapted to an age of monsters, regularly engaging in violent close-quarters combat with megafauna like woolly mammoths and rhinoceroses. Yet, housing this brutal physical strength was a cranial capacity that challenges our modern notions of supremacy. The brains of the Spy Cave inhabitants were on average larger than the human brain today. This was not dead, unused space. The expanded regions of their skulls suggest highly developed areas for vision and physical coordination, but also the raw capacity for deep, complex cognitive processing. This intelligence manifested clearly in their absolute mastery of the material world. Scattered around the bodies in the cave were thousands of highly refined Mousterian stone tools. These were not simply rocks smashed together to create a crude, sharp edge. The creation of a Mousterian blade requires a sophisticated mental and physical process called the Levallois technique. The maker must first visualize the final tool hidden inside the raw stone core. They must carefully strike the stone from multiple specific angles to prepare its shape before delivering a single perfectly calculated blow to detach a razor-sharp, symmetrical flake. It requires intense foresight. It requires planning. It requires an innate understanding of geometry and fracture mechanics. Even more baffling is the evidence of their complex fire-starting technologies. They did not just wait for lightning strikes to harvest embers. Traces of manganese dioxide have been found at numerous Neanderthal sites. This mineral is a chemical accelerant that significantly lowers the combustion temperature of wood. They were acting as prehistoric chemists, deliberately gathering and manipulating minerals to command fire in damp, freezing environments where survival hung by a thread. But perhaps the greatest anomaly of all is not their engineering, but their profound empathy. The inhabitants of Spy Cave were not left to rot where they fell. They were buried, deliberately, carefully, and with heavy intention. The bodies were placed in specific orientations, shielded from scavenging animals, and entombed within the earth. In a brutal world, defined by the daily bloody struggle for survival, taking the time and expending the immense physical energy required to dig a grave into the hard, rocky soil implies something extraordinary. It implies deep grief. It implies a conscious understanding of mortality. It may even imply a belief in an afterlife. These were traits we once arrogantly believed were the exclusive domain of modern humans. If they were so intelligent, so overwhelmingly strong, and so emotionally complex, a terrifying question arises. Why did they vanish? Mainstream archaeology offers a conventional, almost comforting explanation. The skeptics argue that despite their large brains and robust bodies, the Neanderthals were ultimately out-competed. Around 45,000 years ago, anatomically modern humans began pushing their way into Europe. According to the standard narrative, our ancestors brought with them superior hunting technologies. While Neanderthals relied heavily on thick, heavy, thrusting spears that required them to get dangerously close to massive, thrashing prey, modern humans possessed lighter projectile weapons. Technologies like the atlatl, or spear thrower, allowed our ancestors to kill from a safe distance, reducing the risk of fatal injury and securing more food with less energy. Furthermore, skeptics point to the fundamental structure of their societies. Neanderthals generally lived in small, isolated family groups. Modern humans formed vast, interconnected social networks. When times got tough, when the ice sheets advanced and the herds disappeared, modern humans could trade, communicate, and rely on neighboring tribes for crucial support. The Neanderthals, isolated in their scattered cave systems, could not. The conventional view paints their extinction as a slow, tragic, but natural inevitability. The inhabitants of Spy Cave and their kin were simply too biologically and technologically specialized for the extreme, rapidly fluctuating climate of the late Ice Age. As the dense ancient forests they relied on for ambush hunting slowly transformed into wide-open steppes, their entire way of life collapsed. They were magnificent creatures, the skeptics admit, but they were ultimately a biological dead end, slowly pushed off the evolutionary stage by a sleeker, faster, more adaptable competitor. But this neat, tidy explanation is beginning to fray at the edges. A growing chorus of modern researchers, armed with new scientific tools and a willingness to question the old dogma, are punching massive holes in the mainstream view. First, we must deeply question the timeline. If the Neanderthals were intellectually and technologically inferior, how did they survive and utterly dominate the unforgiving landscapes of Eurasia for nearly 350,000 years? To put that immense scale into perspective, modern humans have only existed for about 300,000 years, and our global dominance is a mere fleeting blip in geological time. The Neanderthals survived massive ice ages that would wipe out modern civilization in a heartbeat. They were the undisputed masters of their realm for a time span we can scarcely comprehend. Then there is the profound mystery of their missing technology. Mainstream science often judges ancient intelligence purely by what happens to survive in the fossil record, which is mostly just stone and bone. But what if the Neanderthals were actually masters of biodegradable engineering? Emerging evidence suggests they possessed lost technologies we are only just beginning to uncover. We now know they manufactured birch bark pitch, widely considered the world's first synthetic glue. This required a complex multi-step heating process to extract the tar and bind stone points to wooden shafts. If they could engineer synthetic adhesives, what else were they building? Complex wooden traps? Elaborate animal hide shelters? Woven clothing? Because these organic materials rot away, we are left judging a highly advanced culture by nothing more than their discarded kitchen knives. But the ultimate counter-argument against their simple, quiet extinction lies hidden deep within our own cells. For decades, we believed the Neanderthals simply died out, fading into the snow and leaving us as the sole inheritors of the earth. But modern genetics has revealed a shocking truth. They didn't just vanish, they are still here. When geneticists successfully mapped the Neanderthal genome, they found something deemed impossible. Portions of their DNA are woven directly into the genetic code of almost every non-African human alive today. This phantom DNA proves that as modern humans swept into Europe, we didn't just casually outcompete the Neanderthals, we mated with them, we integrated with them. This revelation completely shatters the narrative of a simple, clean extinction. What really happened in the freezing, fog-choked valleys of Ice Age Europe? Was there a massive, unrecorded prehistoric war that ended with the forced assimilation of the survivors? Or was it a gradual, peaceful merging of two highly intelligent, parallel species sharing the same campfires? The bones in Spy Cave don't just represent a failed evolutionary experiment. They belong to our ancient parallel ancestors. The discoveries made in the dark, silent depths of Grotta de Spy forced humanity to confront a deeply unsettling reality. We are not the only beings capable of mastering fire, shaping the material world to our will, and weeping over the graves of our dead. We shared this planet with creatures of immense, towering strength and brilliant, calculating minds. Their disappearance remains one of the greatest, most haunting, unsolved mysteries of the ancient world. They possessed larger brains. They survived for hundreds of thousands of years. They were the undisputed apex predators of a nightmare world. And yet, their reign ended. As we look upon the heavy, silent bones pulled from Spy Cave, a lingering question echoes from the deep past. If a species as incredibly strong, highly intelligent, and socially complex as the Neanderthals could be swept away into the dark shadows of prehistory, what makes us think we are immune to the exact same fate? What if the true pinnacle of human evolution wasn't the species that conquered the Earth, but the one that understood how to live within it? 6. Goyet Cave. Deep in the freezing limestone caves of the Belgian Ardennes, there is a site that completely torpedoes everything we think we know about human history. We have this arrogant assumption that ancient humans were just stumbling around in the dark. But inside Goyet Cave, we found two things that shouldn't exist. First, a hyper-advanced, systematic operation where Neanderthals were reshaping their own dead into precision tools, not out of desperation, but profound mastery. Second, a 31,000-year-old skull of a domesticated dog. That's tens of thousands of years before agriculture. What were they actually doing down there? To really wrap your head around how crazy this is, you have to look at where this happened. Goyet Cave is this massive, sprawling underground labyrinth cut right into the cliffs above the Samson River in Belgium. If you read the mainstream textbooks, they paint this incredibly boring picture. They tell you it was just a standard Paleolithic shelter, a place where late Neanderthals and early modern humans would duck inside to get out of the brutal, freezing cold of the Ice Age between 45,000 and 30,000 years ago. Just guys huddled around a campfire trying to survive the winter, right? But back in the 1860s, this paleontologist named Edouard Dupont started digging there. And by digging, I mean the guy was literally using explosives to blast his way through ancient sediment. It was a completely different time. They didn't have the reverence for the subtle, delicate layers of history back then. He dragged thousands of bones out into the light, but because he was essentially blowing the place up, all the context was completely lost. They just boxed these bones up and shoved them into the dark, dusty archives of a Belgian museum for over a century. Nobody really looked at them. Nobody realized what they actually had. It wasn't until we applied modern, high-tech forensic analysis, things like isotopic testing and digital three-dimensional scanning, to those forgotten boxes that the whole conventional story just fell apart. The reality of Goyet is so much stranger and so much more sophisticated than a simple winter retreat. The first thing that completely broke the narrative was the Neanderthal bones. Dupont had accidentally uncovered the largest collection of Neanderthal remains in northern Europe. But here is the wild part. These weren't burials. They weren't just leaving their dead in the back of the cave, and we absolutely cannot look at this through the lens of a modern crime scene. This wasn't some Paleolithic murder mystery or a house of horrors. Think about the supreme, almost unimaginable resourcefulness of these beings. The bones showed these incredibly precise cut marks. They were extracting the marrow, sure, but then they were taking it a massive step further. They were harvesting the bones themselves as industrial raw materials. They took human femurs and tibias and expertly flaked them, carved them and turned them into precision stone-knapping tools. They were using the remains of their own people to manufacture better weapons and better gear. It's wild. We think of them as these primitive, lumbering ape men, but they were operating with this localized, highly organized manufacturing process. They had a completely different operating system for dealing with death and survival. It wasn't macabre to them, it was the ultimate utilization of their environment. They were integrated with the reality of nature in a way we literally cannot comprehend today. And if that doesn't bake your noodle, the second anomaly they found in those boxes is even crazier. We call it the Goyet dog. Deep in the sediment, dating back an astonishing 31,700 years, they found the skull of this large canid. But when you really look at the morphology of this thing, it is clearly not a normal Pleistocene wolf. The snout is significantly shorter. The brain case is way wider. The teeth are crowded in a very specific way. Listen to me, these are the exact, undeniable biological markers of domestication. Think about what that actually means. Every textbook, every mainstream historian will tell you that we didn't domesticate dogs until the agricultural revolution. Maybe 10, maybe 15,000 years ago. It was supposed to be the thing that helped us herd sheep and build early villages. But this skull is over 31,000 years old. It's sitting right there, proving that Ice Age hunter-gatherers were already actively manipulating the genetics of apex predators. Domesticating a wolf takes generations of selective breeding. It takes profound intention. They were turning wolves into companions tens of thousands of years before we even figured out how to put a seed in the ground and farm. Now, of course, the academic establishment loses their minds over this stuff. Whenever you find something that challenges the established timeline, the mainstream archaeologists rush in with these super pragmatic, rigid explanations to strip away all the mystery. They want everything to fit into the neat little boxes they built in the 20th century. When it comes to the Neanderthal bone tools, the skeptics just wave it off as pure, desperate survival. They say, look, the Ice Age in Belgium was brutal. People were starving to death. They argue that when the mammoth herds moved on, these hominids just ate whatever was there, including each other, just to make it through the winter. No culture, no profound connection to their environment, just raw, ugly opportunism. And the bone tools. They say that's just a guy who already cracked open a femur for food, realizing the sharp edge was good for touching up his spear. Just a total accident of desperation. And their explanation for the Goyet dog is exactly the same kind of rigid thinking. Mainstream zoologists will look you dead in the eye and say it's just a morphological outlier, a freak of nature. They claim it's an extinct, weird-looking Paleolithic wolf that maybe scavenged around the edges of human camps, but was absolutely never tamed. To them, it's just a biological coincidence, not man's best friend. But here is where you have to look at the actual physical evidence, because it completely destroys that comfortable, skeptical narrative. It just doesn't hold up. Let's talk about the survival argument. If you're freezing to death and starving, you're chaotic. You're just trying to get to the next day. But the sheer volume and the highly standardized craftsmanship of these Neanderthal bone tools point to something way deeper. We have isotopic evidence, chemical data pulled right from the environment that proves exactly what was going on outside that cave. And you know what? It was teeming with reindeer. It was full of wild horses and cave bears. They weren't starving at all. There was a massive abundance of food right outside their front door. Plus, the butchery marks are repetitive and identical across multiple individuals. The process of turning a femur into a highly functional tool takes specific knowledge, clear intent, and a lot of time. You don't sit down and meticulously craft specialized tools out of a leg bone if you're just a starving, desperate animal. It implies a deeply complex, highly organized cultural practice. It's an advanced society interacting with the dead in a way that is totally alien to us, but clearly incredibly meaningful to them. They had it figured out. And then you look at the Goyet dog. The proof here is absolutely bulletproof. Researchers used advanced three-dimensional digital modeling and isotopic dietary analysis to figure out exactly how this animal lived. And the results are mind-blowing. The chemical signatures locked inside the bone collagen tell us exactly what this creature was eating. It wasn't out in the wild, scavenging frozen carcasses in the snow. It was eating the exact same diet as the anatomically modern humans living inside that cave. Let that sink in. The isotopic ratios are a perfect match for a diet provided by humans. This animal was being fed. It was being cared for. It was sharing the prime meat from the hunt. This wasn't some dangerous predator lurking in the dark, just out of reach of the spears. This was a buddy sitting right there by the fire. It is undeniable physical proof of an advanced human-animal symbiosis that thrived tens of thousands of years before mainstream history says it was even remotely possible. When you really look at the facts of Goyet Cave, you realize that the version of history we are being sold is fundamentally incomplete. We have this tendency to look back at ancient hominids and dismiss them as these primitive, unthinking brutes. But if they were operating with such intense organization, creating complex, standardized tools from the bones of their own kind, while the landscape was literally covered in food, what else were they capable of? If early humans were hanging out with genetically modified animal companions 32,000 years ago, feeding them and sharing their space, how much of our timeline is just flat out wrong? We are vastly underestimating the intelligence, the culture, and the sheer capability of these ancient beings. Goyet isn't just a cave, it's a wake-up call. It proves that our ancestors were way more advanced, way more connected to their environment, and far more mysterious than we ever gave them credit for. It really makes you wonder, as we keep digging into these forgotten layers of the earth, what other impossible truths are just sitting there, waiting in the dark. Before written history, someone carved vast rooms into Georgia's cliffs and raised sanctuaries in places that seem impossibly remote. Who were they? Why these landscapes? These river crossings? These high plateaus? These sheer faces of stone? And how many hidden layers still lie beneath the monuments that stand there now? Every carving, every collapsed wall, every buried foundation leaves a trace of a past still waiting to be understood. Vardzia Cave. In the sun-washed cliffs of southern Georgia, Vardzia emerges as a hollowed horizon of entrances and shadowed chambers, its tiered facade appearing almost accidental against the volcanic tuff, until the eye settles and begins to notice the deliberate rhythm of carved cells, terraces, and ascending corridors that thread the mountainside like the remnants of a forgotten hive. The first impression is one of quiet immensity, a sense that the landscape itself has been persuaded rather than forced into human shape. And as the viewer moves closer, the illusion of irregularity dissolves into the unmistakable order of a medieval monastic world pushed deep into rock. Archaeological surveys trace its largest expansion to the 12th century, a period when the Kingdom of Georgia consolidated its highland defences and monastic landscapes. Yet the earliest cavities hint at more ancient phases of hermitage, their original forms softened by centuries of wind, rainfall and seismic shifting that blur the boundaries of documented history. Inside, a labyrinth of tunnels opens in sudden pockets of light, where collapsed ceilings reveal the sky, and soot-darkened niches suggest long cycles of occupation interrupted by raids, earthquakes, and the slow erosion that continues to shave the cliff face. The echo of water, still guided by narrow engineered channels, reveals a complexity of planning often overshadowed by the monumental exterior. Subterranean cisterns, storage vaults, and interlinked stairways show a settlement designed not only for contemplation but for endurance, its builders exploiting the pliability of the volcanic stone to create a sheltered vertical town concealed within the bluff. Excavated pottery fragments, metalwork, and faint fresco remnants in the surviving church of the Dormition anchor the site to the flourishing cultural landscape of Queen Tamar's reign. Yet even these tangible artifacts raise questions when viewed against the sheer scale of excavation, for the tools and labour required to hollow hundreds of rooms into solid rock imply a community far larger and more organised than surviving records describe. The contradictions accumulate quietly. Access routes that appear older than the monastic complex itself, chambers whose functions remain uncertain, and cuttings that extend beyond mapped areas, as though a deeper, earlier core lies buried behind later expansions. Seismological studies of the region suggest cycles of tectonic disturbance that may have obscured or collapsed entire sections, while geological analyses of the tuff layers indicate that ancient artisans understood the difference between stable strata and brittle seams, selecting precise heights for corridors that later generations merely inherited. Some archaeologists propose that the earliest hermit cells could follow patterns similar to those found across the wider Caucasus, where isolated ascetic dwellings often predate formal monastic institutions by centuries. But definitive timelines remain elusive, obscured by centuries of repair and adaptation. As the mountain cools in late light, the carved galleries seem to withdraw into shadow, hinting at the volumes still sealed behind unexcavated thresholds or lost to natural decay, and the observer is left with the impression of a place only partly understood, a hybrid of spiritual retreat, strategic refuge, and geological artifact shaped by hands that left more stone than story. Vardzia endures as a carved monument, whose full chronology cannot be cleanly separated from the mountain that holds it, its rooms and passageways offering glimpses of intention without granting certainty. And as dusk gathers across the cliff, the vast structure appears less like a completed design and more like an ongoing conversation between human effort and an ever-shifting landscape, its earliest origins still resting somewhere beyond the reach of written history. Uplistsikhe rock-cut city. Carved into a windswept promontory above the Mtkvari River, Uplistsikhe reveals itself gradually, beginning as a scatter of weather-rounded cavities, before resolving into a sprawling rock-cut settlement whose contours seem to hover between natural erosion and deliberate design, inviting the quiet recognition that its earliest phases may reach so far back into prehistory that even the categories used to describe it feel insufficient. Approached from the river plain, the city rises in soft, rippling terraces, each scored with entrances smoothed by centuries of sun and winter frost. And as steps and walkways begin to emerge from the lichen-dusted tuff, the settlement assumes the aspect of an open-air labyrinth, where temples, halls and utilitarian chambers are arranged across a surface shaped as much by uplifted geology as by human intention. Archaeological excavations identify layers of occupation stretching from the early Iron Age through the High Medieval period. Yet the deeper one looks, the more ambiguous the boundaries become. Shrines whose earliest forms may carry echoes of Bronze Age ritual landscapes. Storage pits cut into bedrock that lack secure dating. And drainage channels whose simplicity complicates attempts to assign them to any single cultural horizon. The so-called Street of the Prince, a sloping central artery carved directly into stone, threads past ceremonial platforms and vaulted halls whose ceilings still display the distinctive ripple patterns left by ancient chisels, the marks preserved like signatures of vanished craftsmen. Nearby, open courtyards suggest communal gatherings, while adjacent chambers narrow into passageways where sunlight rarely penetrates, leaving the impression of a place that grew incrementally, one adapted cavity at a time, rather than a single master plan imposed at once. Geological surveys of the outcrop reveal a complex stratification of volcanic deposits that fracture in predictable ways, and it becomes evident that the earliest builders possessed a practical understanding of which layers could bear weight and which could be hollowed without collapse. A craft that would have been learned not from texts, but from patient observation over generations. Yet the very durability of this rock-cut environment obscures its chronological seams. Medieval modifications blur into older foundations. Collapsed ceilings mimic natural weathering, and ceremonial niches cluster in patterns that might indicate shifting religious practices, but cannot be assigned with confidence to any specific era. The blend of pagan and later Christian features, such as the 9th to 10th century basilica perched atop the complex, adds another layer of interpretive difficulty, for it suggests a continuity of sacred use even as political landscapes changed around it, with each cultural phase adapting inherited spaces rather than replacing them. Pottery sherds and metal fragments recovered from various terraces help anchor certain periods of activity, but enormous sections remain undated, particularly in the lower eastern districts where erosion has softened architectural lines into ambiguity. Here, semicircular chambers open onto the river like eroded shells, hinting at functions that could range from habitation to storage to ritual, without offering decisive clues. Some researchers note parallels between Uplistsikhe's oldest forms and other early Caucasian rock shelters that predate complex urbanization, proposing that the site may have originated as a cluster of seasonal or semi-permanent dwellings, long before it evolved into a center of regional importance, yet the lack of organic material preserved in such exposed conditions limits precision. Contradictions accumulate slowly, staircases that lead to apparent dead ends until shifting light reveals worn ledges, wine presses cut into stone, whose simplicity makes them difficult to situate chronologically, and water channels that continue to function after millennia, though no surviving records explain how their maintenance was organized. Even the city's defensive aspects, ramparts, lookout points, and controlled access routes, raise questions about how much of its fortification belongs to documented history and how much to earlier, unrecorded adaptations to a landscape that has always demanded vigilance. As the afternoon sun travels across the plateau, the recessed chambers brighten and then darken in sequence, exposing the fluidity of their forms, and it becomes clear that Uplistsikhe is less a frozen ruin than an evolving palimpsest in stone, each generation carving, enlarging or abandoning spaces according to needs now only faintly discernible. The site reveals a settlement whose identity cannot be reduced to a single epoch. Part sanctuary, part fortress, part urban experiment, shaped repeatedly over more than a millennium, its earliest intentions obscured by the very permanence that preserved it. When dusk settles along the river and the wind rises through the hollowed corridors, the city seems to fold back into the landscape, leaving behind the impression of an ancient centre that exists on the threshold between memory and geology. Its origins grounded in evidence, yet still receding just beyond the reach of recorded history. Davit Gareja Cave Complex. Southward along Georgia's semi-arid frontier, where rolling steppe meets broken ridges of sedimentary rock, the Davit Gareja Cave Complex emerges as a constellation of monasteries dispersed across a weathered landscape. Its honeycomb of chambers stretched along cliff faces that catch the shifting light in muted tones of gold and ash. At first sight, the setting appears austere, almost emptied of human presence, with low shrubs trembling in the wind and long slopes carved by centuries of runoff. Yet from within this sparseness, the entrances to Lavra, Udabno, Dodo's Arka, and other monastic clusters reveal deliberate shaping of the earth, each cavity enlarged from natural hollows or cut entirely by hand to form chapels, refectories, sleeping quarters, and meditative cells whose quiet perseveres despite the centuries that have passed. Archaeological and historical studies trace the foundation of the complex to the 6th century, when ascetic traditions spread across the Caucasus. But the terrain's deeper human footprint is more elusive. Scattered tools, faint hearth traces, and eroded paths suggest earlier pastoral or hermitic activity, their timelines blurred by erosion and the difficulty of preserving organic material in such exposed highlands. Inside the caves, fragments of frescoes, some vibrant, others ghosted to near invisibility, testify to cycles of artistic flourish, theological debate, and cultural exchange that once animated these remote halls. Pigments layered atop older compositions hint at periods of renewal and reoccupation, while unfinished scenes suggest interruptions caused by shifting political conditions or incursions that left parts of the complex abandoned. Geological surveys reveal that the soft sandstone and siltstone of the region split along predictable bedding planes, explaining both the ease with which ancient monks carved their chambers and the vulnerability that has led to collapses, slumping ceilings, and the gradual fading of architectural details. Such conditions complicate efforts to reconstruct earlier phases, for the rock itself erases traces with each season's freeze-thaw cycle. Among the more puzzling features are sharply angled drainage channels that thread between clusters of cells, their precision suggesting coordinated planning across different monastic groups, though the absence of detailed records leaves open whether these systems were devised in a single organized effort or accumulated through generations of practical improvisation. Likewise, some chambers contain niches whose purposes remain contested, possibly storage, possibly devotional, while others open onto ledges that overlook the steppe, vantage points that may have served as lookouts, or simply places of contemplation. Contradictions emerge in the interweaving of ascetic isolation with signs of communal infrastructure. Wine presses carved into bedrock, water cisterns engineered to collect scarce rainfall, and paths worn deep by repeated passage, all of which point to sustained habitation, even as the remote location suggests a retreat from worldly concerns. Historical accounts detail episodes of destruction, most notably during invasions in the 13th and 17th centuries, yet the material evidence shows not only loss, but adaptation, with later occupants reshaping chambers, adding annexes, or sealing entrances to create more defensible positions. In some sectors, blackened ceilings bear witness to prolonged use of open flames, while the minimal soot in others implies different functions or shorter cycles of occupation. Such variations hint at an internal hierarchy or diversification of roles within the monastic communities, though the specifics remain uncertain. As sunlight fades across the ridge and the wind settles into the carved recesses, the complex appears to oscillate between exposure and concealment, its open facades facing the steppe, while its inner passages retreat into shadow. Standing before these worn but enduring structures, one senses a layered history anchored by monastic tradition, yet textured by older, less documented activity. A sequence of adaptations shaped as much by the land as by the beliefs of those who sought solitude here. The David Gareja complex thus remains a landscape of devotion and endurance, where evidence and absence coexist in equal measure, and where the earliest human choices, half preserved, half erased by time, continue to leave quiet traces along the cliffs, hinting at lives rooted in a past that extends beyond what the written record can fully describe. Katski Pillar. Rising abruptly from the forested valley of Imereti, the Katski Pillar stands as a solitary limestone monolith whose sheer verticality defies the gentle contours of the surrounding hills, a geological sentinel shaped by ancient erosion long before human hands found a way to ascend its 40-meter height and carve a place of solitude upon its summit. From a distance, the pillar appears almost detached from the landscape, a pale tower worn smooth by rain and seasonal winds that have rounded its edges and accentuated its isolation. Yet, as one draws closer, faint traces of human presence begin to emerge in the form of narrow stairways, rope-scarred access points, and the perched silhouette of a modest hermitage, rebuilt in recent centuries atop foundations whose earliest phases remain only partially understood. Historical references to ascetic life at the pillar surface sparsely in medieval texts, hinting at a tradition of spiritual retreat that may have roots far older than its documented Christian hermitage, though the absence of continuous records leaves wide gaps that archaeologists attempt to bridge through the study of masonry fragments, tool marks on the cliff face, and remnants of earlier structures discovered during careful surveys of the summit and its caves. Geological analysis reveals that the pillar is the remnant of a once larger karst formation, slowly sculpted by dissolution runoff and the collapse of surrounding stone, making its current form a kind of natural tower whose stability is at once impressive and precarious. Fissures and bedding planes track through the limestone, offering clues about how ancient climbers may have navigated its surface long before modern equipment existed. Yet these same features complicate efforts to determine when or how the earliest ascent was achieved. At the base, a small monastic compound organizes itself around the shadow of the pillar, and excavated materials from pottery to iron fittings suggest cycles of habitation and abandonment corresponding to shifts in regional religious life and periods of conflict. On the summit, the Hermitage's stone chapel and living quarters occupy every remotely level patch of rock, their construction using locally sourced limestone blocks that mirror the pillar's own geology. Beneath them, shallow depressions hint at earlier building phases now eroded beyond clear interpretation. Contradictions appear quietly in the archaeological record. The summit's limited workable surface suggests only intermittent occupation, yet the carefully engineered cistern and drainage channels imply long-term habitation. The preserved wooden beams of the more recent structures indicate practical monastic craftsmanship, yet weathered tool marks on deeper stone recesses suggest earlier interventions whose chronology is difficult to place. Some scholars have noted parallels between Katski and certain ancient Caucasian traditions of high-place devotion, though such comparisons remain cautious, grounded more in geographic pattern than in direct evidence. Still, the notion that the pillar attracted ritual or symbolic significance before medieval hermits scaled it lingers as a possibility shaped by the region's broader cultural landscape. The question of how early ascetics reached the summit persists, not through speculation but through examination of the rock surface, where isolated foothold cuttings appear in positions that suggest deliberate modification, yet do not align with later access routes, leaving open whether these marks represent genuine ancient paths or natural fractures misinterpreted by hopeful eyes. In the late afternoon, when shadows lengthen across the valley and the pillar's upper chapel glows against the fading sky, the monolith takes on an almost architectural stillness, though its form remains wholly geological. The hermitage becomes a thin layer of human presence clinging to a much older foundation of stone shaped across millennia. Katski Pillar thus occupies a place where natural history and spiritual intention converge without fully revealing the sequence of events that bound them together, a site where evidence of devotion rests on a base whose earliest human story remains fragmentary. As evening quiets the valley and the pillar stands alone against deepening blue, the combination of enduring stone and sparse historical clues leaves an impression not of mystery invented, but of history partially obscured by time, inviting reflection on how a single vertical remnant of an ancient landscape came to hold such concentrated significance long before its story was fully written. Gelati Monastery. Set on a gentle slope above the Skaltsitala River, Gelati Monastery emerges not as a fortress or carved refuge, but as a deliberate architectural composition placed within a landscape chosen for clarity of light and the quiet reach of the surrounding hills, its stone facades reflecting a vision of learning and devotion that took shape under the patronage of King David IV in the early 12th century. At first glance, the complex seems firmly anchored in recorded medieval history, its main church rising with balanced proportions and arches that reveal a confident understanding of structure and harmony. Yet the wider precinct carries subtler traces of earlier occupation: scattered pottery fragments, worked stones reused in later walls, and terraces whose origins may precede the monastery itself, though erosion and reconstruction have long since blurred their chronology. As the structures come into view, the Church of the Virgin, the academical annex, the bell tower, their arrangement feels intentional, aligned with slight shifts in terrain that suggest long familiarity with the site before formal construction began, perhaps as a place of seasonal gathering or small-scale settlement. These possibilities remain tentative, grounded not in speculation but in the material hints revealed by archaeological surface surveys. Inside the main church, the murals create the immediate sense of artistic continuity within medieval Georgia, their pigments still vibrant in patches where moisture has not dimmed them. Layers of imagery revealing both stylistic evolution and careful restoration. Yet even these celebrated frescoes contain quiet ambiguities. Underdrawings, visible through worn sections, hint at earlier compositions, suggesting artistic revisions or reapplications over time, while gaps in the painted programs raise questions about whether certain panels were unfinished or lost to structural repairs now untraceable. The Academy, once a centre of theological and philosophical study, stands adjacent in partial ruin, its arches open to shifting sunlight. Its surviving walls show marks of different building phases, from finely cut ashlars to more hastily set stones, implying cycles of expansion and contraction as the intellectual life of the monastery waxed and waned. Geological studies of the region identify the local limestone and sandstone used in construction as materials quarried from nearby ridges, and the precision with which certain blocks are fitted suggests skilled masons working within established traditions, though occasional inconsistencies in tooling marks point to different workshops or periods of repair layered into the structure's long life. Water management channels surrounding the monastery, some exposed, others buried, indicate sophisticated planning, their alignment with natural contours revealing an understanding of seasonal flows. Yet the exact extent of the system remains uncertain, as later agricultural work and soil deposition have obscured parts of it. Contradictions emerge subtly in the interpretation of the site's earliest phases. While written records firmly associate Gelati with its 12th century foundation, the presence of reused masonry blocks and localized soil disturbances beneath some of its floors suggests earlier structures or activity, though no definitive pre-monastic complex has been confirmed. The monastery's role as a royal necropolis adds another layer of complexity. For while several burials are securely dated, others remain less clear due to disturbed stratigraphy and centuries of movement within the precinct, leaving open questions about how the site may have functioned in relation to earlier regional burial traditions. Even the renowned bronze door of the main church, long studied for its craftsmanship, presents minor puzzles, subtle variations in patina, and metallurgical composition imply repairs or replacements of certain elements, though the exact chronology of those interventions remains debated. As late afternoon light falls across the cloister and glances off the tiled roofs, the monastery reveals an interplay of preservation and loss, its surviving intellectual heritage hinted at by the fragments of manuscripts once copied here, now dispersed across libraries far from the site. Yet beneath this wealth of historical detail lies a quieter uncertainty, the extent to which the location itself shaped the development of the complex, and whether the monks who settled here inherited a place whose significance had older, less documented roots. When evening settles and the last birds cross the dimming courtyard, Gelati no longer appears simply as a medieval monument, but as a layered landscape, composed of deliberate architectural achievement, resting atop traces of earlier human presence that remain only partially resolved. The monastery endures as a testament to cultural ambition grounded in stone, yet with enough unanswered subtleties, foundation anomalies, reused materials, incomplete murals, to suggest that its story, though richly documented in later centuries, still contains elements that reach quietly beyond the limits of recorded history. Svetitskovoly Cathedral. Set within the broad valley of Mtsketa, where the Mtkvari and Aragvi rivers converge in a slow, reflective sweep, Svetitskovoly Cathedral rises from a gently elevated precinct that has drawn communities for millennia, its 11th century walls resting upon a palimpsest of earlier sacred spaces, whose outlines persist in fragments of foundation, worn stones, and archaeological layers that trace human presence back into antiquity. Approached from the old town's narrow streets, the cathedral stands with a calm, deliberate massing, its sandstone blocks catching the shifting colour of the sky. Yet the structure's measured harmony belies the complex sequence of earlier shrines, churches, and ritual landscapes that once occupied the same ground. Excavations beneath and around the present building have revealed remnants of a 4th century basilica, traces of even older Christian enclosures, and pottery fragments that point toward long-established settlement patterns preceding formal religious architecture. The cathedral's current form, completed under the master builder Arsukidse in 1029, presents balanced proportions and a subtle elongation along its east-west axis. But within its walls, structural variations hint at multiple building phases. Uneven joints between certain courses of stone, subtle differences in mortar composition, and slight shifts in the geometry of arches where repairs or reinforcements took place following damage from invasions and earthquakes. The floor itself reveals a layered chronology. Beneath worn slabs lie cavities identified as crypts, foundation trenches, and earlier flooring systems, their edges blurred by centuries of reconfiguration. Archaeological work in the precinct has uncovered stone-lined pits, fragments of tile-roofed drainage channels, and the vestiges of earlier boundary walls whose alignments do not fully match the present plan, suggesting that the sacred orientation of the site evolved over time, adjusting to new liturgical needs or responding to shifting political realities. Inside the cathedral, frescoes appear and disappear in alternating zones of preservation and loss. Surviving images glow with restrained colour, where humidity has been controlled while large sections remain bare, the plaster smoothed by later interventions or weathering caused by fluctuations in temperature and groundwater. Beneath certain layers, conservators have identified faint traces of older pigments, their outlines scarcely legible but offering quiet testimony to sequences of repainting or replacement that accompanied doctrinal and artistic changes across centuries. Such palimpsests complicate attempts to reconstruct the cathedral's earliest visual program, for each layer only partially survives, and the gaps between them resist confident interpretation. The celebrated stone carving of Arsukidse's right hand on the external wall, an emblem whose function remains debated, underscores the selective survival of meaning, leaving historians to weigh possible explanations ranging from a master mason's signature to a symbolic reference embedded in lost context. Geological studies of the sandstone used in construction indicate quarrying from nearby outcrops along the Mtkvari Valley, the blocks exhibiting characteristic bedding patterns that reveal the stone's sedimentary origins. Their weathering over time has created a textural variation across the facade, with earlier blocks showing deeper erosion than those replaced during later restorations. Examination of the cathedral's lower courses shows stones with tooling marks inconsistent with 11th century techniques, suggesting that builders intentionally incorporated material from earlier structures, whether out of practicality or reverence for the site's earlier sacred forms remains uncertain. The surrounding grounds present their own ambiguities. While the present wall and gate system date to later defensive phases, scattered masonry fragments to the north and east suggest the possibility of earlier enclosures whose layout is now obscured by urban development and sediment accumulation. Contradictions arise in the archaeological record, not through dramatic inconsistencies, but through small, persistent uncertainties, foundation depths that vary unexpectedly, column bases that do not align perfectly with restored superstructures, and soil layers containing mixed materials from disparate centuries due to repeated excavation, repair, and reconstruction across the cathedral's long life. Natural processes have also contributed to this complexity. Periodic flooding from the nearby rivers may have deposited silt layers now intermingled with cultural debris, complicating attempts to draw firm chronological boundaries in the stratigraphy. Within the nave, shafts of light enter through high windows, illuminating carved capitals whose motifs blend regional traditions with broader medieval influences. Some exhibit crisp detail, while others have softened into near abstraction, the erosion hinting at phases of exposure before protective roofing or plastering was applied. The acoustics, shaped by the cathedral's domed interior, carry faint echoes even in silence, a spatial effect shaped not merely by architectural intention, but by centuries of minor adjustments that subtly altered volumes and surfaces. In certain corners, uneven floor heights suggest earlier ground levels or the settling of underlying soil. And while structural assessments offer explanations rooted in geology and time, they also highlight how deeply intertwined the building has become with its foundation's complex history. As dusk settles over Mitzgeter and the rivers darken to mirrored bands of steel and shadow, the cathedral's stonework absorbs the dimming light, its surfaces revealing shallow depressions where countless hands have touched the same points across generations. Standing in this twilight, Svetitskovelli appears not as a single moment in architecture, but as a layered convergence of the many structures and communities that preceded it, each leaving traces that survive imperfectly yet unmistakably within its present form. The cathedral's documented medieval origins remain secure, yet the deeper foundations, fragments of older walls, hints of extended precincts and artifacts embedded beneath its floors, invite the recognition that the site's sacred significance reaches well beyond the boundaries of written history. And as the last light fades along the river confluence, the building seems to draw its long chronology inward, leaving only the quiet suggestion that even within its carefully studied stones, there remain elements of a past still waiting to be fully understood. Bagrati Cathedral. Set on the crest of Uukimerioni Hill overlooking Kutaisi, Bagrati Cathedral presents itself as a broad, dignified silhouette against the shifting sky, its pale limestone walls rising from a platform that has drawn human settlement since antiquity, a vantage point chosen not only for its strategic height, but for the long, gentle slopes that connect it to older layers of habitation spread across the Rioni River basin. Approached from the ascending path, the cathedral's familiar 11th century form seems to offer clarity. Its cross-domed plan, sculpted arches, and balanced proportions well documented in medieval chronicles. Yet the ground beneath it carries subtler traces of earlier construction, visible in foundation irregularities and clusters of stone fragments embedded in soil that has been disturbed by centuries of rebuilding, conflict, and natural decay. Archaeological studies of the hill reveal occupation layers extending back to prehistoric times, though these deeper phases survive only as scattered ceramics, occasional hearth remnants, and faint structural outlines whose relationship to later architecture cannot be firmly established. Still, their presence forms a quiet substratum beneath the cathedral's foundations, hinting at a landscape shaped long before King Bagrat III initiated the monumental project that defined the site's medieval identity. The surviving structural elements show variations in stone size and tooling that speak to different hands at work during the initial construction, and later damage from invasions in the 17th century and periods of neglect has left the building marked by partial collapses, especially in its dome and upper walls. Modern restoration efforts, undertaken across the past century, have introduced new materials whose clean lines and precise joints contrast with the weathered limestone of the original fabric, creating a layered architectural record in which medieval and contemporary interventions meet visibly rather than blending into a single illusion of continuity. Inside the cathedral, the floor level reveals subtle discrepancies between sections rebuilt from archaeological evidence and those preserved from earlier phases. Some blocks show deep wear consistent with long use, while others remain sharply cut. Their placement, guided by structural necessity rather than direct continuity with the lost medieval surfaces. Excavations beneath the nave uncovered foundation trenches, whose irregularities suggest adjustments made during initial construction to accommodate earlier stonework or uneven bedrock, though the lack of complete stratigraphic clarity prevents definitive conclusions about what stood here before the 11th century cathedral. Geological analysis of the limestone blocks identifies multiple quarry sources within the region, some with fine-grained textures, and others displaying coarser sedimentary layering, indicating that material was gathered across different phases or logistical networks. This diversity may reflect changing availability or the prolonged timeline of construction and repair. The cathedral's sculptural details, capitals, reliefs, and decorative bands vary in execution, with certain motifs rendered in crisp, confident lines, while others appear more tentative or weathered, suggesting either the involvement of multiple workshops or later reworking during restorative periods that altered the clarity of the original carvings. In the surrounding grounds, fragments of column bases, broken architectural members, and displaced stone slabs lie partially embedded in grass, remnants of earlier layouts, whose positions shifted over time through collapse, excavation, or reorganization during modern conservation. These dispersed elements complicate efforts to reconstruct the cathedral's earliest internal configuration, as some stones belong to upper sections of the structure that collapsed centuries ago, while others may originate from adjacent buildings now largely lost to time. There are quiet contradictions in the archaeological narrative. Soil layers containing a mix of medieval and early modern materials due to repeated disturbances. Foundation stones whose placement suggests reuse from unknown earlier structures. And pockets of undisturbed stratigraphy that remain too limited to form a complete picture of pre-cathedral activity on the hill. The terrain itself contributes to these uncertainties, as erosion along the plateau's edges has carried away both natural sediment and cultural debris, leaving behind a selective record shaped as much by geology as by human hands. In certain areas, ground-penetrating surveys indicate anomalies beneath the present courtyard, possible traces of earlier walls or terraces, though their outlines are too faint to support decisive interpretation, and scholars remain cautious in distinguishing between collapsed medieval features and older unrelated remnants. Within the cathedral's restored interior, light filtering through high windows reveals the interplay between original stone surfaces and modern reinforcements, the shadows falling differently across each, creating a subtle visual dialogue between past and present. The acoustic qualities of the space, once influenced by the height of the original dome, have changed with restoration, but faint echoes still linger in corners where surviving medieval masonry absorbs sound differently than newer additions. As evening draws across Kutaisi and the cathedral's facade shifts from pale gold to muted grey, the structure stands as both monument and fragment, its present form shaped by a continuous sequence of building, damage, excavation, and reconstruction. The documented medieval history of Bagrati assures its place within Georgia's architectural lineage, yet beneath that certainty lies the quieter presence of deeper, less defined occupation, glimpsed only in scattered artifacts, irregular foundations, and faint traces of earlier human activity woven into the hill itself. The cathedral thus occupies a threshold between what is known and what remains only partially resolved, its commanding position overlooking the valley, reinforcing the sense that its story, though well charted in later centuries, is anchored in a landscape whose earliest chapters persist in understated clues. And as twilight settles over the city below, the structure seems to gather its layered history into silence, leaving open the possibility that further traces, buried, eroded, or overlooked, may one day offer a clearer view of the long habitation that shaped Ukimerionyi Hill long before the cathedral first rose upon it. Armazi Fortress Ruins. Positioned high above the meeting point of the Aragvi and Mtkvari rivers, the Armazi Fortress ruins occupy a steep, commanding ridge where natural defences and human ambition converged across centuries, leaving behind a layered scatter of walls, terraces, gate foundations, and buried cultural horizons that trace the evolution of the site from an ancient political centre to a strategic outpost shaped by successive kingdoms. Approached along the winding ascent from Mtskheta's outskirts, the first surviving structures appear almost incidental, low stone alignments softened by grass and seasonal runoff. Yet, as the ridge narrows, heavier fortification walls emerge, their basalt blocks fitted with a confidence that reflects both the engineering knowledge of early Iberian rulers and the pragmatic adaptation to a landscape defined by cliffs and shifting soil. Archaeological work has revealed that Armazi served as a significant administrative and ceremonial locus during the first centuries BCE and CE, associated with the early monarchs of Kartli. But the evidence surrounding its earliest occupation remains fragmentary. Pottery sherds of varying origins, remnants of hearths, and foundation trenches whose stratigraphy is often disturbed by later construction, seismic activity, and medieval reuse. The so-called Armazian script, preserved in inscriptions found nearby, hints at a sophisticated cultural milieu that extended beyond the fortress walls. Yet the physical record on the ridge itself is marked as much by absence as by survival, with collapsed structures and eroded terraces indicating that entire sectors may have once extended further along the spur. Geological surveys of the ridge show alternating layers of compacted soil and fractured rock, patterns that explain both the fortress's defensibility and the structural challenges faced by its builders. Certain wall segments rest on bedrock with remarkable stability, while others reveal subtle settling that caused ancient masons to adjust their alignments, creating slight angles now visible only in the surviving courses. Architectural fragments, column bases, shaped stones, and the remains of what may have been multi-story towers lie in scattered clusters, their positions altered by landslides or later repurposing, complicating attempts to reconstruct the original layout. Close study of the masonry suggests at least three major building phases: an early period characterized by large, roughly hewn blocks, a classical or early medieval phase using more regular ashlar, and later, repairs marked by smaller stones and mortar mixes containing materials from the surrounding slopes. Yet even within this sequence, contradictions persist. Certain lower walls appear older than pottery found immediately beside them, while some upper structures contain reused stones whose original placement remains unknown. The citadel's interior terraces bear traces of domestic and administrative life, a mix of storage pits, compacted earthen floors, and what may have been small workshops, though their functions are inferred rather than firmly established due to the limited survival of diagnostic artifacts. On the southern edge of the ridge, a partially collapsed gate complex reveals strategic planning through its narrow entry passage and staggered walls, designed to control movement, yet the absence of surviving superstructure leaves uncertain how prominently the gate once marked the fortress's threshold. The broader Armazi Valley, dotted with burial sites, shrines and ancillary settlements, underscores the fortress's role within a larger cultural landscape. But the relationship between the ridgetop stronghold and these surrounding features remains incompletely understood, shaped by uneven preservation and centuries of looting, agriculture and natural erosion. In certain areas, the soil contains mixed deposits, Roman-era ceramics beside medieval metal scraps, reflecting cycles of destruction and rebuilding that blur the boundaries between occupational phases. Even the scale of the fortress is a matter of ongoing interpretation, as modern vegetation masks collapsed perimeters, and remote sensing has identified anomalies, suggesting additional structures now buried beneath layers of colluvium. As evening approaches and the valley below shifts into muted tones of grey and gold, The ridge acquires a quiet stillness, its broken walls casting long shadows that accentuate their irregular heights. In this fading light, the Armazi ruins appear less like the remnants of a single fortified complex and more like the exposed edges of a much broader historical tapestry, one shaped by political power, shifting regional influences, and the practical constraints of mountain terrain. The known chronology, anchored by early Iberian sources and later historical accounts, is firm enough to place Armazi within Georgia's ancient state formation, yet the deeper origins, suggested by scattered pre-classical artifacts, reused building stones and ambiguous foundation patterns, remain partially concealed within the ridge's fractured geology. As darkness begins to gather along the river confluence, the fortress seems to withdraw into its elevated perch, offering only glimpses of a past that unfolded across layers now only partly visible, leaving open the quiet possibility that further excavation or natural exposure might one day clarify the earliest chapters of its long and strategically placed existence. Shio Mngwaim Monastery. Tucked deep within the limestone gorge, west of Mtsketa, Shio Mngwaim Monastery reveals itself gradually along a narrowing valley, where the river's subdued murmur and the enclosing cliffs create an atmosphere of seclusion that seems to have shaped human activity here long before the arrival of the 6th century ascetic Shio, whose presence anchors the site's documented beginnings. Approached along a winding path that follows the base of sheer rock walls, the first structures appear modest: subterranean chambers, cave-hewn passages, and the remains of early cells carved directly into the cliff. Yet these openings hint at an older lineage of habitation, defined by quiet adaptation to the gorge's natural shelter. Archaeological investigations have uncovered pottery fragments, fragments of plaster floors, and shallow hearth traces in the upper terraces that suggest occupation predating the formal monastic community, though erosion and continuous rebuilding make the earliest phases difficult to isolate. The monastery's most prominent structure, the domed Church of St. John the Baptist, rises from a sheltered platform where rows of masonry shift subtly in colour and texture, signalling multiple construction phases that trace the site's growth from a compact hermitage into an influential medieval monastic complex. Beneath the church and across the adjacent slopes, natural caves adapted into chapels and burial spaces contain soot-darkened ceilings and wall cuts that reveal prolonged use, though determining whether these earliest occupants were organised ascetics or solitary dwellers remains uncertain. Geological studies of the gorge show layers of limestone that fracture predictably along bedding planes, creating natural cavities that early inhabitants enlarged with simple tools. The combination of natural shelter and workable stone likely contributed to the site's enduring attraction, even as centuries of rockfall and seasonal runoff have altered passageways and obscured traces of earlier configurations. Some caves contain remnants of fresco fragments, thin slivers of pigment embedded in moisture-worn plaster, indicating that certain spaces once held more elaborate devotional programs, now largely irrecoverable, while others retain only the faint outlines of niches, benches, or carved recesses whose functions remain speculative. Contradictions appear subtly in the archaeological record. Certain upper chambers display architectural shaping consistent with early medieval techniques, yet pottery recovered nearby suggests later activity. Foundational walls beneath monastic buildings reveal alignments that do not correspond neatly with the present plan, implying that earlier structures were incorporated, modified, or abandoned as the monastery expanded. The famous Cave of Shio, with its narrow entrance and descending corridor, contains layers of plaster and stonework that reflect repeated phases of visitation, enhancement, and restoration, yet the stratigraphy is fragmented by centuries of devotional use and natural sediment accumulation, making it difficult to reconstruct its earliest physical form. Above the main complex, terraced paths lead to auxiliary buildings, refectories, small chapels and living quarters, where variations in masonry reveal episodic construction responding to changes in monastic population, regional stability, and available resources. Some walls incorporate stones clearly reused from earlier phases, their tooling marks mismatched with surrounding blocks. The monastery's water management system, drawn from springs higher in the gorge, includes channels carved into rock and clay-lined conduits whose exact chronology remains uncertain due to periodic rebuilding. Certain segments follow natural contours with remarkable precision, while others show evidence of collapse and improvisation, hinting at an evolving relationship between monastic needs and the harsh hydrology of the gorge. Written histories describe Xiao Mengweim as a significant spiritual and cultural centre during the medieval period, yet material evidence shows interruptions in occupation, with fire-scorched layers and collapsed structures indicating episodes of conflict or retreat. At the same time, some cells contain almost undisturbed sediment layers, suggesting phases of prolonged quiet, while others display signs of rapid turnover, such as mixed ceramics and inconsistent floor levels. Even within the main church, differences in mortar composition and stone coloration across load-bearing arches suggest repairs following seismic events, though the exact sequence of these reinforcements is difficult to match to the limited records. As the afternoon light narrows into the gorge, illuminating certain facades while leaving adjacent chambers in deep shadow, the monastery's layered history becomes more apparent. A combination of natural caverns, human shaping, structural adaptation, and devotional continuity that has persisted despite repeated transformation. The buildings appear almost absorbed into the cliffs, their forms softened by centuries of weathering, and the paths between them feel shaped as much by erosion as by deliberate planning. Xiao Mengweim endures as a place where the documented monastic tradition overlays a terrain whose earlier human use remains partially visible yet unresolved, a quiet record of habitation shaped by both geological constraint and spiritual intent. And as the last light fades across the gorge and the river's sound deepens, the site seems to draw its long chronology inward, leaving only the muted suggestion that beneath its familiar religious history lie earlier chapters traced in faint carvings, reused stones, and hollowed spaces that continue to hint at lives lived here long before the written record begins. Necresi Archaeological Complex. High on a wooded ridge overlooking the Alazani Valley, the Necresi Archaeological Complex unfolds as a constellation of structures that reveal their history in layered, uneven intervals, beginning with the quiet silhouette of its hilltop basilica, and extending outward to terraces where faint stone alignments and scattered artifacts hint at much older patterns of habitation embedded in the slope. Approached from the winding ascent that climbs through forests of hornbeam and oak, the complex initially seems firmly grounded in early Christian history, its preserved 4th to 6th century churches, monastic buildings, and defensive towers forming a recognizable ensemble. Yet as the ground levels shift and the path narrows toward the summit, the terrain presents subtler traces of pre-Christian activity. Pottery fragments worn smooth by centuries of erosion, remnants of fired clay floors, and shallow depressions that may once have anchored structures whose forms are now nearly lost to time. Archaeological work in the area has revealed that the hill served as a focal point in antiquity, perhaps connected to regional settlement networks that stretched across the fertile valley below, though the evidence is diffuse, scattered by seasonal runoff and forest growth that obscure the contours of earlier occupation. Within the preserved monastic precinct, the basilica's masonry shows differing construction phases. Large, roughly dressed stones at the base, giving way to more precise ashlar blocks above. suggesting that builders worked with materials available from earlier structures or local quarries, adapting older foundations rather than imposing an entirely new plan upon untouched terrain. Nearby, the small domed church displays mortar textures and stone coloration that differ from its neighbours, marking it as part of a later phase of growth when the monastic community expanded and adapted to evolving liturgical needs. Yet beneath its floor, excavations uncovered mixed layers of charcoal, ceramics and soil deposits whose chronology does not align neatly with either the earliest or latest building periods, indicating that the area served multiple and perhaps shifting functions over time. The tower, rising slightly apart from the main cluster, bears tool marks inconsistent with the basilicas, its stones showing patterns of reuse that raise questions about whether its earliest form predates the monastic establishment or was rebuilt from remnants of an earlier watchpoint on the ridge. Geological studies of the hillside reveal alternating bands of compacted clay and fractured limestone, a combination that provided both opportunities and constraints for ancient builders. Certain terraces hold firm due to underlying stone, while others have slipped subtly over centuries, tilting walls and causing irregularities in alignment now visible in the surviving structures. Some of the most intriguing features lie beyond the main buildings, where partially buried walls and terraces emerge from the forest undergrowth. Their placement suggests an organised layout, yet their construction techniques vary widely, from rough fieldstone to more deliberate masonry, complicating efforts to assign them to a single cultural horizon. Ceramic fragments recovered from these outlying areas span several centuries, their stylistic differences indicating repeated use of the ridge for habitation, agriculture, or ritual activity, though the specific nature of that use remains uncertain due to the fragmentary nature of the finds. Within the main basilica, plaster remnants on the interior walls show layers of repainting, some scarcely visible beneath later coatings. In certain sections, conservators have identified underdrawings unrelated to surviving fresco fragments, pointing to artistic programs that were altered, abandoned, or lost as the monastic community responded to shifting theological or political circumstances. Stone-lined channels near the complex suggest water management efforts, though their partial collapse and uneven preservation make it unclear whether they belonged to the monastic period or earlier occupations that relied on seasonal springs higher on the slope. Contradictions appear quietly throughout the site. Foundation stones that do not match the alignment of the structures above them. Soil layers containing mixed materials from different centuries due to repeated building, abandonment, and vegetation growth. And walls whose construction methods reflect transitions between distinct architectural traditions, blurring the distinction between continuity and reuse. In some caves near the ridge, faint traces of soot and carved recesses hint at hermitic dwellings or small-scale shelters predating the formal monastery, though the absence of diagnostic artifacts prevents confident categorization. The broader hillside, shaped by centuries of terracing and natural erosion, complicates attempts to form a singular narrative, for the boundaries between monastic, domestic, and possibly ritual spaces remain fluid in the archaeological record. As the sun lowers over the Alazani Valley and the vineyards below fade into deepening blues, the Nekrisi complex takes on a quieter presence, its clustered churches and scattered ruins appearing both integrated and incomplete. A collection of structures anchored in documented early Christian history, yet framed by earlier, less defined human activity that still lingers in the soil and stone. In this evening's stillness, the ridge seems to hold its chronology loosely, offering glimpses of long habitation without revealing the full extent of its earliest chapters, leaving open the possibility that beneath the familiar outlines of its basilicas and towers lie older stories shaped by communities whose traces remain faint but persistent across the slopes above the valley. Everyone knows the stone giants of Easter Island, but the true mystery isn't the statues. Standard history teaches a simple narrative. Ancient civilizations were strictly isolated. Vast oceans and brutal landscapes were absolute barriers. But if that is true, why do the massive mortarless foundations beneath Easter Island perfectly match the complex architecture of the Andes over 2,000 miles away? And how did a supposedly isolated culture build an advanced megalithic fortress in the driest desert on Earth around 1100 AD? When you examine the physical evidence, the mainstream timeline fractures. These aren't independent coincidences. They are the surviving blueprints of a forgotten, interconnected world. Let's examine what the textbooks missed. 1. Vinapuu. Everyone knows the statues of Easter Island. The towering moai stand watch over the most isolated landmass on Earth. But the greatest mystery of Rapa Nui is not the stone giants themselves. It is what they stand upon. Hidden on the southeastern coast lies Vinapuu. Here, an immense retaining wall of Cyclopean mortarless basalt stares out at the Pacific. It is a masterpiece of advanced polygonal masonry that visually belongs 2,000 miles away, high in the Andes Mountains of the Inca Empire. How did it get here? To comprehend the true scale of this architectural anomaly, one must first understand the absolute unyielding isolation of Rapa Nui. It is a solitary volcanic outpost, cast adrift in the deepest, most desolate stretches of the South Pacific. To the east, the nearest continental landmass is the rugged coastline of South America, over 2,000 miles away. To the west, the nearest inhabited land is the tiny speck of Pitcairn Island, sitting over 1,000 miles in the distance. When you stand on the shores of Rapa Nui, you are standing on the very edge of the human experience. Standard historical texts record that the ancestors of the Rapa Nui people, intrepid Polynesian voyagers, arrived on this remote volcanic speck and developed their entire highly complex culture within a strictly closed system. The prevailing timeline places the construction of the island's major monumental complexes, including the one at Vinapuu, between 1200 AD and 1500 AD. During this era, the islanders carved hundreds of moai, moving them across the landscape and erecting them upon massive stone platforms known as ahu. The platform at Vinapuu, designated by researchers as Ahu Tahira, served as one of these sacred foundations. We are taught that the islanders gathered local volcanic basalt, used simple stone hand tools, and shaped the rock through sheer physical endurance over many generations. However, the physical evidence preserved in the retaining wall at Ahu Tahira points toward a much wider, interconnected world, fundamentally challenging the concept of total, uninterrupted isolation. Look closely at the stone itself. These are not simple, rough-hewn blocks stacked one atop another. We are observing Cyclopean architecture of the highest order, a method of construction utilizing massive stones fitted together without the use of mortar. Some of the basalt monoliths forming the face of Ahu Tahira weigh an estimated 7 to 8 tons. Moving such weight across the uneven volcanic terrain without the aid of draft animals or the wheel is an engineering feat in its own right. Yet it is not simply the movement of the stones that defines the anomaly, it is their manipulation. These massive blocks have been carved into irregular multi-angled polygons. Unlike standard brickwork, which relies on uniform, predictable rectangles, polygonal masonry uses interlocking, complex shapes that distribute weight and tension in multiple directions. At Vinapuu, they are fitted together with a level of mathematical precision that is entirely unique on the island. There is no mortar employed to fill gaps, level the surface, or hide mistakes in the carving. The stones are joined so tightly, so seamlessly, that a single blade of grass cannot slip between the joints. The weight of the rock itself is perfectly distributed, utilizing gravity and internal friction to hold the entire massive structure securely in place. Furthermore, the builders of Vinapuu left behind highly specific, complex design signatures that go far beyond mere structural function. The exterior stones feature a distinct pillowed facing, swelling slightly outward from the joints to create a convex, cushioned appearance. The wall itself is constructed with an inward-leaning, battered angle. These are highly specialized anti-seismic locking mechanisms. They are intentionally designed to allow the wall to flex slightly, absorb the violent shock waves of earthquakes, and then settle exactly back into place without collapsing. These exact architectural signatures, the tight-fitting polygonal joints, the pillowed facing, and the inward-leaning battered walls, are found prominently across pre-Columbian Andean cultures. If you place a photograph of the mortarless stonework at Ahu Tahira next to a photograph of the fortress of Sacsayhuaman or the ancient streets of Cusco in Peru, the structural resemblance is absolute. They share the same highly specialized visual language of stone. Conventional archaeological explanations point out a crucial structural detail hidden just behind this precise facade. While the face of Ahu Tahira mirrors Incan masonry in its exterior execution, it is fundamentally an architectural veneer. It is a meticulously crafted facing that holds back an internal core of loose rubble and earth. Traditional Incan walls, by contrast, are frequently constructed of solid, shaped stone all the way through the depth of the structure. Based on this internal structural difference, the standard conclusion is that the Rapa Nui were master stone carvers who arrived at the same visual and structural solution as the Andean builders through independent invention. In this view, shaping local volcanic blocks into tight-fitting polygons was simply the most practical, logical engineering solution for building a stable retaining wall capable of bearing the concentrated, immense load of the Moai statues. They utilized local basalt hand tools known as toki, employing localized ingenuity to carve the protective veneer. Yet, the physical and biological evidence scattered across the island suggests the Pacific Ocean was not a permanent barrier keeping ancient humanity strictly segregated. The concept of transoceanic voyages across this seemingly insurmountable expanse was famously tested and proven in 1947 AD. The Norwegian explorer Thor Heyerdahl demonstrated that a simple balsa wood raft, utilizing prevailing ocean currents and trade winds, could successfully drift from the coast of South America straight into the heart of Polynesia. The ocean currents themselves act as natural conveyor belts, connecting the two distinct worlds, and the tangible biological evidence of such ancient journeys is firmly rooted in the very soil of Rapa Nui. Consider the sweet potato. In the soaring Andean highlands of South America, this vital crop is native to the region and is known in the indigenous Quechua language as the kumara. On Easter Island, long before European explorers arrived to document the island's culture and flora, the local population was heavily cultivating the exact same South American plant. Even more remarkably, they called it by the exact same name, kumara. This linguistic and botanical link serves as a profound indicator of contact. A specific agricultural staple, along with its highly specific linguistic identifier, does not independently evolve thousands of miles apart in total geographic isolation. Furthermore, extensive genomic studies have provided biological confirmation of this ancient maritime network. Scientists analyzing ancient human remains have discovered distinct traces of Native American DNA within ancient Polynesian populations. The timeline for this genetic mingling points directly to the era between 1150 AD and 1380 AD. This is the precise historical window when the stones of Vinapuu were being cut, shaped, and lifted into place. The DNA and the botany combine to indicate a clear history of contact, mingling, and shared knowledge across the Pacific Ocean. The island's own oral traditions speak of a demographic duality that aligns seamlessly with this external influence. Local legends, carefully recorded by early ethnographers, tell of two distinct groups sharing the island in antiquity. They speak of the Hanau Momoko, meaning the slender build, and the Hanau Epe, meaning the stocky build. The ancient traditions state clearly that one of these groups arrived from the direction of the rising sun from the east. They were revered as the master builders, the specialized architects responsible for the island's most enduring monuments. The correlation between these eastern builders of legend, the arrival of South American DNA, the cultivation of the Kumara, and the sudden appearance of Andean-style polygonal masonry is difficult to ignore. The platform at Vinapu stands not just as a foundation for fallen statues, but as a silent monument to ancient maritime capabilities. By establishing this definitive evidence of contact here on Rapa Nui, we fundamentally shift our understanding of the entire Pacific Basin. The presence of the sweet potato, the traces of South American DNA, and the Cyclopean mortarless stonework all point to a profound realization. The vast expanse of the ocean was not an insurmountable wall, it was a superhighway. It was a thriving, dynamic maritime network, navigated by civilizations possessing deep, practical knowledge of ocean currents, celestial navigation, and shipbuilding. If the precision-cut, pillowed masonry of Ahu Tahira is indeed the result of contact with South American master builders, it completely reshapes our understanding of human history. We are left staring at a mortarless puzzle in the middle of the ocean that directly challenges the narrative of isolated cultural development. If the master builders of the Andes possessed the technology, the vessels, and the navigational skill to reach the most remote speck of land on Earth, integrating their engineering knowledge with the local Polynesian culture, the implications are profound. Where else did they go? What other forgotten shores, lost beneath the jungle canopy, or buried under the sands of distant lands, bear the heavy, undeniable fingerprints of a globally connected ancient world, waiting to be recognized in the stone? 2. Te Pito Kura. Here at Te Pito Kura, we are confronted with an architectural paradox that challenges our fundamental understanding of ancient engineering. Lying in ruins before us is Paro, the single heaviest moai ever successfully transported and erected on a ceremonial ahu. Yet, sitting silently at the base of this 80-ton leviathan is a flawlessly smooth, spherical stone that generates a localized magnetic vortex, sending modern compasses into chaotic spins. This pairing of extreme physical weight and profound magnetic anomaly is no coincidence. It is the physical footprint of a lost science. During the peak of the island's construction phase, roughly between 1400 AD and 1500 AD, Paro represented the zenith of Rapa Nui ambition. It was the ultimate survivor, remaining upright long after the era of the Moai collapsed, famously recorded as the last standing sentinel by French explorers in 1838 AD. But the mechanics of its arrival here defy standard logic. Paro was carved from the consolidated volcanic ash of the Rana Raraku quarry. From there, it had to be transported 4 miles across treacherous, deeply uneven terrain. We are talking about moving 80 tons of dead weight without wheels, draft animals, or steel axles. It is a logistical hurdle that pushes the boundaries of simple friction and human biomechanics to their absolute breaking points. And then there is the Pukao, a 12-ton red scoria cylinder placed perfectly upon Paro's head, 33 feet in the air. Conventional engineering theories suggest these figures were walked upright, using thick hemp ropes and highly coordinated teams of labourers rocking the statue back and forth. For the 12-ton crown, Standard mechanical models propose vast earthen ramps or intricate timber cribbing used to slowly roll the cylinder into place. While the walking hypothesis has been demonstrated on a smaller scale with 10-ton concrete replicas on flat ground, scaling that model to an 80-ton, dangerously top-heavy monolith introduces catastrophic physical realities. The sheer oscillating weight of rocking Paro across miles of broken bedrock would subject the relatively brittle volcanic stone to immense kinetic stress. The tensile strain required for the ropes to prevent a forward or backward collapse would be staggering. A single fracture or misstep would result in complete structural failure. Similarly, the ramp hypothesis requires an astronomical volume of earth and timber, material that simply does not exist in the archaeological record anywhere near the Ahu. This glaring absence of mechanical evidence brings us directly back to the compass-spinning sphere resting at Paro's base. Mainstream geologists classify it as a naturally occurring volcanic bomb, exceptionally rich in magnetite. But indigenous oral traditions insist this stone, known as the navel of the world, was brought here intentionally, serving as a vital conduit for mana. In the West, we often translate mana as magic or spiritual mysticism, easily dismissing it as primitive folklore. But what if we are entirely mistranslating a highly advanced earthly science? Look closely at the proximity. The island's heaviest, successfully manipulated object, placed directly beside an intense source of geomagnetism. When the Rapa Nui elders say the statues walked by the command of mana, they may not be describing magic, but rather a deeply technical understanding of harmonic resonance or terrestrial magnetic grids. Were these ancient builders utilizing acoustic frequencies or localized electromagnetic fields to temporarily neutralize the extreme gravitational drag of these stones? The silent ruins of Tepito Kura strongly suggest our ancestors possessed a profound, grounded knowledge of natural earth forces. We are looking at a forgotten science of resonance, weight, and magnetism, an ancient physics waiting patiently here in the Pacific to be relearned. 3. Punapau. We've examined the stone giants, the silent guardians gazing inland. But the true apex of Rapa Nui's structural engineering isn't the statues themselves. It is the 12-ton crowns, balanced precariously atop their heads, the pukau. To comprehend the sheer structural paradox of these cylinders, we must descend into the earth, into a sunken volcanic crater known as Punapau. Punapau holds a geological monopoly. It is the sole source of a highly specific, iron-rich volcanic rock called red scoria. Every single top knot on the island originated from this exact, confined depression. The paradox lies in the material science. Unlike the highly compressed volcanic tuff used for the moai, red scoria is born from frothy lava. It possesses a high degree of porosity, permeated with trapped gas bubbles. This high porosity equates to severe structural fragility. It is remarkably susceptible to kinetic shock. A localized impact will shatter it. Sustained friction will quickly grind it to dust. Yet, the ancient architects quarried dozens of these colossal cylinders simultaneously, slowly separating them from the bedrock with geometric precision. Extracting a 12-ton, highly porous cylinder from a crater is merely the initial hurdle. The subsequent phase required navigating these fragile monoliths across up to 15 kilometers of hostile, uneven lava fields. But the ultimate structural challenge awaited at the coastal platforms. The tallest moai to successfully receive a crown stood over 30 feet high. Elevating a 12-ton crumbling rock to that altitude, maintaining its structural integrity, and locking it into complex, load-bearing architectural joints on the statue's head, is an engineering feat that defies straightforward explanation. The accepted academic consensus proposes a pragmatic, albeit mechanically exhausting solution. The standard mechanical models suggest the pukao were quarried as oversized, rough drums. These preforms were then rolled across the island's topography. Archaeologists hypothesize that the builders calculated the kinetic wear, utilizing the outer layers of the stone as a sacrificial buffer that would inevitably grind away during transit. Upon reaching the statues, the consensus argues for the construction of colossal earthen ramps. Utilizing an ancient pulley-less system called par-buckling, hundreds of labourers theoretically hauled the heavy stones up the incline using thick hibiscus bark ropes, executing the final precision carving of the interlocking mortises while suspended 30 feet in the air. It is a rational hypothesis on paper. However, a rigorous examination of the physical evidence and the island's ecological record reveals profound fractures in this model. The rolling hypothesis fails to adequately account for the stone's vulnerability to catastrophic failure from kinetic shock. The pristine top knots exhibit no evidence of the deep internal microfractures, consistent with miles of blunt force tumbling. Far more damning, however, is the timeline of the island's ecological ruin. The standard par-buckling model requires vast quantities of timber. For the structural stabilization of the colossal dirt ramps, the retaining walls, and the friction-reducing tracks needed to keep a 12-ton weight from sinking into soft soil. Yet, sediment core analyses present a haunting reality. By 1400 AD, Rapa Nui was undergoing a cataclysmic ecological collapse. The great palm forests were vanishing rapidly, leaving a desperate dying environment in their wake. This presents a striking, almost macabre contradiction. The zenith of their resource-heavy engineering, occurring between 1200 AD and 1500 AD, perfectly coincides with an era of absolute ecological devastation. We are left with a deeply unsettling paradox. The standard models ask us to believe that a society facing terminal resource depletion willingly expended its final vanishing timber to erect towering dirt ramps, simply to elevate fragile 12-ton hats. Does this align with basic human pragmatism, or are we fundamentally misinterpreting the physical evidence? Perhaps the Rapa Nui possessed an advanced intuitive grasp of mechanical advantage, harmonic resonance, or weight distribution that has since been lost to history. The blood-red crater of Puna Pau remains a silent vault, urging us to question what profound human capabilities vanished alongside the ancient trees. 4. Ahu Tongariki. Stand before the megalithic expanse of Ahu Tongariki, and the sheer scale of the engineering anomaly commands absolute silence. 15 towering moai stand shoulder to shoulder, gazing inland from a basalt platform spanning nearly 200 meters across the coastline. The heaviest of these monolithic figures possesses a dead weight of 86 tons. To grasp the terrifying physical stakes of this site, consider the events of 1960 AD. A catastrophic tsunami, carrying unimaginable kinetic force from a distant seismic fracture, struck this very shore. The hydraulic impact sheared these 86-ton stone figures from their foundational mountings, scattering them inland against the volcanic slopes with devastating structural stress. It required late 20th century industrial engineering and heavy-duty mechanical cranes just to return them to their original vertical alignment. Yet, between 1250 AD and 1500 AD, the architects of Rapa Nui achieved this exact, precise placement using methods that continue to evade our grasp. Every single figure anchoring this platform was excavated from the compressed volcanic tuff of Rano Raraku, located over a kilometre inland. Detaching 86 tons of bedrock is an exercise in extreme endurance, but transporting that payload across the island's variable topography is an entirely different logistical equation. We are dealing with exponential weight scaling. Furthermore, the structural demands did not end with the primary figures. The builders subsequently elevated 12-ton cylindrical topknots, the pukao, engineered from brittle red scoria, perfectly balancing them upon the apex of the towering figures. To rationalize this spatial translation of heavy stone, contemporary researchers like Terry Hunt and Carl Lipo constructed a brilliant modern replication. Capitalizing on the specific aerodynamic curvature and low center of gravity engineered into the statue's base, they demonstrated that a small coordinated team could manipulate a 5-ton replica. By applying alternating lateral tension, the model achieved a waddling bipedal motion, effectively walking forward. It is a highly practical contemporary mechanical model. However, when we apply this methodology to an 86-ton payload, navigating the severe geological realities of Rapa Nui, the hypothesis fractures. Scaling the operation introduces insurmountable variables. The tensile strain required to stabilize an 86-ton, top-heavy monolith on a downward volcanic incline exceeds the ultimate tensile strength of any known natural fiber rope. A singular miscalculation in the center of gravity would result in catastrophic structural failure, shattering the stone upon impact. Intriguingly, the indigenous oral traditions explicitly reject the application of mechanical friction or tension cables. The ancestral narratives insist that the Moai traversed the terrain via mana. While often hastily categorized as mythological magic, we must consider if mana is actually a linguistic placeholder for a highly advanced, localized application of earthly science that has since been erased from the human record. Were the high priests of the Hotu Iti Confederation tapping into targeted vibrational resonance, or localized acoustic levitation to manipulate the density and kinetic behavior of the stone? When we survey the broader architectural footprint of the island, such as the mortarless, interlocking basalt megaliths of Ahu Vinapu, we see identical geometrical tolerances to the Cyclopean masonry of the high Andes. This strongly suggests a trans-Pacific transfer of highly advanced empirical engineering data. Ahu Tongariki remains an imposing testament to an unrecognized epoch of human capability, holding fast to the secrets of its construction long after the waters of 1960 AD receded. The stones remain silent, but the physical evidence they present forces us to question the linear narrative of human technological evolution. 5. Pucará de Quito. Leaving behind the profound, watery isolation of Easter Island, our journey takes us eastward, soaring over the vast expanse of the Pacific, until we strike the jagged spine of the Andes. Here, plunging down into the high, unforgiving dust of northern Chile, we encounter a totally different kind of extreme environment, the Atacama Desert. It is the driest, non-polar expanse on Earth. Yet, rising from this brutal wasteland, clinging to a sheer 70-meter cliff face in the Salt Mountain Range, stands an architectural anomaly that defies logic, the Pucará de Quito. In a landscape where extreme aridity makes basic human survival a grueling daily struggle, an ancient people somehow engineered a sprawling labyrinthine stone fortress. How did an early desert culture quarry, transport, and assemble thousands of tons of volcanic rock up a sheer precipice to build an impenetrable earthquake-resistant megastructure? To understand the sheer logistical impossibility of this fortress, we must first look at the accepted chronology. Standard historical models suggest this extensive defensive complex was built by the indigenous Atacameño people known as the Lican Antay. The established timeline places the genesis of construction somewhere between 1100 AD and 1200 AD. This specific chronology is critical as it places the architectural peak of Pucará de Quito centuries before the powerful Inca Empire expanded its reach into this sun-baked region around 1450 AD. The fortress occupies a commanding, multi-tiered promontory directly overlooking the vital waters of the San Pedro River. In a desert where some weather stations have never recorded a single drop of rain, water is a currency far more valuable than gold. This fortress was evidently designed as the ultimate regional stronghold, protecting the area's scarce water supply, its painstakingly carved agricultural terraces, and the highly lucrative trade routes that snaked through the high Andes. But acknowledging the identity of the builders and their motivations barely scratches the surface of the engineering enigma. When we examine the actual skeletal framework of Pucará de Quitor, we are forced to confront an extraordinary level of sophisticated planning. The layout is nothing short of a psychological and physical maze. This is not a simple defensive perimeter thrown up hastily to deter a rival raiding party. It is a highly calculated labyrinthine installation. The architecture features winding, serpentine walkways, towering defensive parapets, and blindingly sharp corners intentionally designed to funnel, confuse, and trap invaders within narrow, inescapable geometric kill zones. If an enemy breached the lower walls, they would find themselves entirely disoriented, funneled upward through tight corridors where defenders possessed absolute elevation advantage. It is a structure built with an incredibly advanced understanding of spatial geometry and human psychology in the chaotic theatre of ancient warfare. Yet the true, undeniable anomaly of Pucará de Quitor is its absolute defiance of the Earth itself. Northern Chile sits directly on the volatile Pacific Ring of Fire, a region chronically plagued by historical collapses and cataclysmic natural disasters. The ground here routinely and violently ruptures. Over the centuries, devastating, earth-shattering seismic events have completely leveled later European colonial settlements. Yet this ancient megastructure, constructed from roughly hewn volcanic ignimbrite stone and a highly specialized mud mortar, has survived remarkably intact on a sheer cliff edge since 1100 AD. How did a supposedly simple agrarian society engineer formidable retaining walls capable of surviving centuries of severe tremors without plummeting into the canyon below? The retaining walls are built directly into the highly uneven bedrock, utilizing a complex system of weight distribution that displays a profound grasp of structural elasticity. The mud mortar was not simply dirt mixed with river water. It was an incredibly resilient, scientifically perfected binding agent. This unique composition allowed the interlocking stone blocks to shift and dance during a severe earthquake, absorbing the violent energy through precise kinetic dissipation. Once the seismic resonance faded, the stones would settle firmly back into their original positions, preventing catastrophic structural failure. It is seismic engineering of the highest conceivable order, executed flawlessly by a civilization that supposedly lacked basic metallurgical tools. Then we face the staggering resource enigma. The Atacama sun is relentless, baking the earth and vaporizing moisture within seconds. The immediate surrounding landscape is almost entirely devoid of the rich biological resources necessary to sustain a dedicated, specialized labor force. Moving thousands of tons of heavy volcanic rock demands an immense, healthy workforce, highly organized supply chains, and advanced water management technologies just to keep the stone haulers and masons alive during decades of grueling construction. Standard academic models propose that Pucará de Quitor was simply built incrementally over a vast span of time, a haphazard settlement that expanded generation by generation out of pure necessity. It is frequently noted that the materials, specifically the local liparite and ignimbrite stones, were sourced directly from the surrounding rocky hillsides, negating the need for miraculous long-distance transportation. Furthermore, the brilliant labyrinthine layout is often described as a purely practical, unplanned adaptation to the natural, chaotic, and heavily eroded shape of the ridge. But does this incremental theory truly align with what is permanently carved into the Atacama cliffs? The idea of a haphazard, multi-generational build struggles entirely to explain the incredibly cohesive, unified defensive strategy of the final structure. The geometric kill zones, the false entrances, and the formidable structural retaining walls are far too perfectly integrated with the sheer cliffside to be an accident. They operate together as a single, flawless machine of kinetic defense. This level of total architectural integration suggests a singular, highly advanced strategic vision from the very beginning, rather than a random accumulation of stones. We must also confront the undeniable physical reality of their technological isolation. The later Inca Empire is renowned throughout the ancient world for its unparalleled mastery of earthquake-resistant dry stone walls. But the established dates simply do not fit that progression. Pucará de Quitor was masterfully engineered and already surviving civilization-ending earthquakes centuries before the Inca ever arrived in the Atacama in 1450 AD. Where did the Lican Antay acquire this sophisticated structural engineering knowledge in total, complete isolation? It represents a staggering leap in technological evolution that remains entirely unaccounted for in the standard archaeological record. This profound disconnect between the physical evidence and the accepted history forces us to look deeper into the dust of the Atacama. When we observe the sheer, dizzying complexity of the terracing and the deep, resilient foundations anchored directly into the solid bedrock, we must wonder if the Atacameños were actually building upon an even older, forgotten foundation. Did they inherit these incredibly advanced seismic construction techniques from an earlier, lost desert culture? A civilization that had lived through prior cataclysmic natural disasters, mapped the exact geological resonance of the Atacama landscape, and passed down the secrets of building for eternity. The stones of Pucará de Quitor bear the distinct hallmarks of a legacy, a highly developed scientific knowledge base that seems entirely out of place for a culture surviving on the absolute edge of the habitable world. Today, Pucará de Quitor remains a silent, sun-baked sentinel, fiercely guarding the secrets of the Atacama from its high perch. It stands as physical, undeniable proof that our understanding of ancient human capability is severely lacking. If an isolated desert culture possessed the profound engineering prowess to build an indestructible earthquake-proof fortress on a 70-meter sheer cliff, we are forced to reconsider the linear timeline of human advancement. What other lost architectural secrets, what other forgotten civilizations have been swallowed completely by the shifting sands of the driest desert on Earth? The answers are out there, waiting patiently to be uncovered in the ancient dust. But the Atacama is not the only place where ancient stones defy expectations. Far to the north, another impossible structure waits in the shadows. What if the ground beneath Lebanon hides questions no century has fully answered? Across its valleys lie stones too large to move, yet clearly meant to be. Temples aligned with impossible precision, yet missing the stories that once gave them meaning. Cities built with purpose only to fall silent before their time. Who ordered such ambition? What halted it? And why do these structures still hold secrets, even after thousands of years of excavation? As each site rises from dust and shadow, the mystery deepens, inviting you to look closer, because the closer you get, the stranger the questions become. Baalbek. The vast plateau of Baalbek rises from the northern Bekaa Valley, with a kind of measured patience, its stones holding the memory of countless seasons as they catch the soft light that slips over the Lebanon mountains. And from the first approach, the scale of the Temple of Jupiter appears less as an isolated monument than as the lingering presence of generations intent on shaping permanence out of limestone and time. The great columns, only 6 still standing, casting long shadows across a platform whose foundations descend into far older layers of occupation that blend Roman ambition with earlier cultural expressions of the region. The site unfolds slowly, revealing that the temple was never merely a sanctuary but part of a deliberate architectural choreography. Its massive podium blocks, fitted with a precision that seems more practical than mysterious, yet invites questions about the labour forces, engineering methods, and political motivations behind such an undertaking in a highland town far from Rome's major centres. As the sun moves across the courtyards, the subtle asymmetries and weathered carvings point to long phases of construction, modification, and reuse, hinting at the complexities of a place where Hellenistic and local traditions merged, before Roman architects expanded the complex into one of the largest cultic structures in the empire. Archaeologists have traced the route of ancient processions, inferred the ritual sequence from the surviving stairways and altars, and reconstructed how the towering columns once supported an immense entablature adorned with eagles and deities. Yet even with these reconstructions, the question remains why such monumental effort was anchored here rather than in a more politically central location. A curiosity that grows when considering the logistical challenges of transporting and lifting multi-ton stones at high elevation. The surviving reliefs whisper of imperial pageantry, of offerings and civic gatherings, and of the shifting identities of worshippers who adapted the sanctuary through late antiquity, leaving behind inscriptions that speak of devotion and local administration more than of grand myths. Still, the platform's immense size and the precision of its joints offer clues to both Roman engineering confidence and the regional stoneworking traditions that preceded it, creating a layered history in which each period is present, but none entirely explains the totality of the site. Excavations over the last century have identified earlier temples beneath the Roman podium, suggesting that the location carried spiritual significance long before Jupiter's cult rose to prominence. And these findings deepen the sense of continuity rather than reveal any abrupt or enigmatic break in architectural practice. Though the sheer scale of the later construction inevitably provokes questions about workforce organisation, quarrying logistics, and the administrative structures required to sustain such a project. The basalt and limestone fragments scattered around the precinct, the reused stones in medieval fortifications, and the gradual accumulation of sediments all testify to a landscape that has shifted materially and politically across millennia, reminding observers that much of Baalbek's story is reconstructed from partial evidence and careful inference. Yet, for all that scholarship has clarified the building techniques, the imperial context, the religious transformations, a quiet uncertainty remains in the way the surviving columns rise above the plain, suggesting not a lost civilization but a complex conversation across time, in which each generation added to an edifice whose original intentions are now grasped only through the fragments they left behind, leaving the Temple of Jupiter poised between what can be measured with confidence and what can only be sensed in the vastness of its enduring stones. Temple of Eshmun. The Temple of Eshmun settles into the gentle slopes northeast of Sidon, where the Awali River once flowed in broader, more meandering channels, and the site's first impression is one of layered quietness. Terraces rising subtly from the valley floor, as though shaped as much by ritual movement as by architectural intent. Their limestone blocks, softened by centuries of water, earth, and shifting vegetation that have transformed a once flourishing healing sanctuary into a landscape of measured remnants. Approaching the complex reveals a sequence of platforms, stairways, and retaining walls that reflect a long architectural evolution, beginning in the Persian period and continuing through Hellenistic and Roman phases, each era adding structures without erasing what came before, resulting in a cumulative arrangement where altars, courtyards, and processional paths form a dialogue rather than a single unified plan. The healing cult of Eshmun, associated with health and regeneration, is evidenced by the presence of ritual basins, channels, and waterworks that guided the river's flow into constructed pools. And these features ground the sanctuary's purpose in the physical and symbolic use of water, a theme supported by inscriptions and decorative motifs found across the site, though the precise interplay between ritual bathing, votive offering, and symbolic purification remains understood only in broad strokes. Excavations have uncovered elegant votive sculptures, often depicting children or youthful figures, that hint at personal appeals for healing or protection, and their stylistic diversity reflects a sanctuary that remained active across multiple cultural horizons, adapting to changing artistic conventions while preserving core ritual associations that linked Eshmun to broader Phoenician and Mediterranean religious traditions. The monumental stairway, once flanked by colonnades, rises with a quiet dignity from the lower terrace toward what is believed to have been the central temple or shrine. Yet little of this primary structure survives in elevation, leaving archaeologists to reconstruct its form from foundations, column bases, and comparative examples from the region. This scarcity of architectural detail creates a fragmentary picture, one in which each stone offers clues, but no single element yields a complete architectural narrative. The presence of Roman additions, a curved nymphaeum, expanded water basins and decorative reliefs, suggests that the sanctuary continued to function long after its earliest phases, though perhaps with transformed meanings, as local traditions intertwined with imperial architectural preferences, creating a hybrid sacred landscape that defies simple categorization. The engineering behind the water systems is particularly notable. Channels carved into bedrock, brick-lined conduits, and the remains of hydraulic installations show careful planning to both harness and regulate the flow of the nearby river. Yet the exact configuration of the water rituals, whether continuous, seasonal, or event-based, remains a matter of interpretation, constrained by the limited survival of organic materials and written records. The terrace design itself implies a staged experience, perhaps guiding participants upward through increasingly sacred zones, though this interpretation remains cautious, grounded in the architectural rhythm rather than firm textual evidence. Throughout the sanctuary, carved blocks bearing Phoenician inscriptions provide glimpses into its administrative and religious functions, referencing dedications and construction phases that help anchor the site in historical context. Yet these texts are brief and selective, leaving many aspects of the sanctuary's operation unspoken. The surrounding landscape adds another dimension to the site's character. The slope of the valley, the proximity of fertile fields, and the steady presence of the river would have shaped both ritual practice and daily activity. And although modern modifications have altered the terrain, archaeological sediment studies indicate that the ancient environment was wetter and more wooded, with the water table higher than it is today, suggesting that the sanctuary once sat within a greener, more fluid landscape, conducive to healing rites. Structural remains from the late antique and medieval periods show that the site continued to be reused in modest ways, its stones repurposed or reconfigured. And while these later interventions obscure some earlier features, they also highlight the sanctuary's long-term resilience as a recognizable focal point within the region. Fragments of architectural ornament, ionically carved capitals, relief panels, and portions of friezes hint at a decorative program now mostly lost there. Surviving details suggesting an aesthetic blending local traditions with imported motifs, a testament to Sidon's role as a cultural crossroads. The gradual collapse of terraces, especially during seismic episodes documented through geological studies, complicated the stratigraphy. Yet these disruptions also preserved certain features beneath protective layers of rubble, allowing modern archaeology to recover elements that might otherwise have eroded away. Despite decades of excavation, the sanctuary's earliest phases remain only partially understood, constrained by limited textual sources and the difficulty of disentangling construction layers that overlap with minimal separation. The result is a site whose broad history is clear, but whose specific practices, architectural sequences, and ritual variations remain more suggestive than definitive. And it is this blend of clarity and incompleteness that gives the Temple of Eshmun its enduring quiet mystery. Not a puzzle born of extraordinary claims, but one shaped by the gaps inherent in a place used and reshaped across centuries, where healing pools once reflected the movement of worshippers, where terraces echoed with footsteps now lost, and where the surviving stones, though grounded firmly in their archaeological context, still leave space for reflection on the rituals and intentions that once animated this riverside sanctuary. Temple of Venus. The Temple of Venus curves gently outward from the southwestern edge of the Baalbek complex, its scalloped plan and graceful proportions forming a quiet counterpoint to the massive rectilinear forms of the larger sanctuaries. And as the visitor approaches, the remnants of its colonnade rise with an almost sculptural delicacy, suggesting an architectural language that once sought to harmonize ritual space with the contours of the surrounding landscape. Unlike the towering grandeur of the Jupiter and Bacchus temples, this smaller sanctuary appears to have been designed with a more intimate scale in mind, its horseshoe shape and subtly radiating walls reflecting a late Roman aesthetic that favoured fluid outlines and ornamental finesse, while the surviving Corinthian columns, though reduced in number, still carry traces of the carved acanthus leaves that once crowned the structure in a rhythmic sequence of light and shadow. Archaeologists have associated the temple with sacred traditions linked to Venus or Astarte, though the evidence remains carefully weighed rather than conclusive, as inscriptions and literary references are sparse, leaving researchers to rely primarily on architectural style and comparative studies across the region. This caution has kept interpretations grounded, recognizing that the site may have served multiple ritual functions across its lifespan. Excavation layers around the sanctuary reveal late antique modifications, including the addition of small Christian structures nearby, indicating that the area remained spiritually active long after the original temple lost its primary purpose. And these later adaptations complicate any attempt to assign the building a singular meaning, instead suggesting a landscape of shifting cultural expressions that reused and reinterpreted older sacred spaces. The temple's distinctive footprint, an almost shell-like sweep of walls, has invited speculation about its symbolic intentions, with some scholars proposing that it may have echoed regional artistic motifs or local cult narratives now largely lost. Yet, such hypotheses remain tentative, grounded only in stylistic parallels rather than definitive evidence, and the ambiguity lends the structure a subtle historical reserve. The foundations themselves, constructed of smaller, carefully hewn blocks, rather than the colossal masonry seen elsewhere at Baalbek, point to a different engineering approach, one suited to the building's lighter superstructure and possibly reflecting the changing architectural priorities of the late Roman period, when ornamental refinement often replaced monumental scale. Weathering has softened the sharpness of many carvings, but enough detail remains to reveal a decorative program that once included niches, pilasters, and an array of mouldings that would have framed cult statues or offerings, creating a layered visual narrative that complemented the temple's flowing geometry. Yet without the upper portions of the structure, the full composition can only be inferred through surviving fragments and comparative reconstructions. The temple's placement within the wider sacred precinct adds another dimension to its mystery, positioned at a slight remove from the grand axial alignments of the main processional ways, suggesting that its rituals may have been more localized or specialized, though the absence of extensive textual records prevents firm conclusions. Over the centuries, the sanctuary endured periods of neglect, collapse, and reuse, and by the medieval era, much of its silhouette had already faded into the surrounding terrain, with later travelers describing it in partial ruins that nonetheless retained an air of unusual elegance within the broader complex. These accounts, along with archaeological surveys, reveal how shifting perceptions have shaped modern understanding of the site, and how each generation interpreted the remaining stones through the lens of its own historical knowledge. Excavations in the 20th century stabilized much of what survives today, allowing researchers to better document the architectural fragments. Yet the scarcity of datable artifacts, directly tied to the temple's earliest phases, means that its origins still rest on stylistic assessment more than definitive chronology, a reminder of the limits inherent in reconstructing ancient religious landscapes. The sanctuary's curved design, uncommon in the region, continues to prompt careful consideration, whether it reflected an imported architectural trend from other parts of the empire, a local adaptation shaped by cultural exchange, or a functional response to the terrain, is still debated, and the evidence remains open to multiple interpretations without straying into conjecture beyond what the material record can support. In the quiet that gathers around its remaining columns, the Temple of Venus conveys a different dimension of Baalbek's history. Not the colossal ambition of imperial Rome, nor the deep foundations of earlier Levantine traditions, but the subtle transitional moment when artistic experimentation, localized worship, and the shifting rhythms of late antiquity intersected, leaving behind a sanctuary whose fragmentary beauty offers insights without fully yielding its original purpose, allowing the structure to remain a contemplative presence, shaped as much by what survives as by all that has gently disappeared into time. Stone of the Pregnant Woman. The Stone of the Pregnant Woman rests in the quiet expanse of the southern Baalbek quarry, a single immense limestone block still partly attached to the bedrock, its weathered upper surface collecting stray grasses and late afternoon shadows, while its lower edges reveal the crisp, chiseling marks left by ancient masons who never completed its separation, leaving the stone as both artifact and unfinished endeavour within the broader narrative of Roman construction in the region. Measuring more than 20 metres in length and weighing well over 1,000 tons, the block has long drawn attention, not because its scale exceeds known Roman capabilities, but because its intended purpose, transport route, and ultimate abandonment remain only partially articulated through archaeological evidence, creating a subtle dialogue between craftsmanship and circumstance. Surveys of the quarry reveal a systematic approach. Draft margins traced around the stone's perimeter, trenches carefully cut to isolate it from surrounding layers, and channels intended for wedges and levers, all of which align with established Roman quarrying methods seen across the empire, suggesting that the block's size was not an anomaly, but part of a planned sequence of megalithic extraction meant to supply the Baalbek podium. Yet, despite the clarity of these technical details, the reason the stone was never moved remains uncertain, with possibilities ranging from miscalculations about its density or structural flaws to shifts in architectural design that made such a large monolith unnecessary, though each explanation is based on cautious inference rather than definitive evidence. Geological studies indicate that the limestone here forms extensive, high-quality strata capable of yielding exceptionally large blocks, and this natural availability may have encouraged quarry workers to cut monoliths at the upper limit of practicality, testing the boundaries of what the infrastructure, labour force and construction schedule at Baalbek could sustain. In this light, the stone's unfinished state may reflect pragmatic re-evaluation rather than any mysterious failure of technique. The quarry itself preserves traces of other megaliths in various stages of preparation, including stones that were completed and successfully transported to the temple complex, providing a broader context that frames the stone of the pregnant woman not as a singular enigma, but as one episode within a large-scale extraction operation that evolved over decades. Archaeologists studying soil compaction, ramp gradients, and possible sledging routes have reconstructed plausible pathways by which such stones could have been moved toward the sanctuary. And while these reconstructions remain hypothetical, they fit well within the known capabilities of Roman engineering, which regularly relied on coordinated labour, earthen embankments, and wooden sledges reinforced with ropes, rollers, or lubrication to shift massive weights across moderate distances. Still, the sheer magnitude of the stone introduces questions about whether its intended use lay within the visible trilithon level or in an even grander expansion phase that was ultimately abandoned, a consideration supported only by circumstantial relationships between quarry output and podium construction phases, leaving space for debate without inviting speculation beyond the material record. Later centuries layered new meanings onto the monolith's presence, as travellers assigned it names, stories, and interpretations shaped by their own eras, gradually transforming the unfinished stone into a cultural landmark distinct from its practical origins. Yet these later associations, while historically interesting, do not alter the archaeological understanding of its function within Baalbek's industrial landscape. Nearby discoveries, including even larger blocks such as the Stone of the South, reinforce the idea that the quarry operated at a scale far beyond conventional architectural needs, suggesting that Roman planners envisioned an expansion of Baalbek's platform that either shifted direction or exceeded the resources available, though the precise sequence remains fragmentary. The stone's edges retain subtle fractures and inclusions that may have influenced the decision to abandon it, as even minor imperfections could compromise the stability of a block intended for load-bearing placement in the podium. And this technical vulnerability, visible only upon close inspection, underscores the sensitivity required in selecting and shaping monoliths of such size. Over time, erosion softened its contours. Soil accumulated along its flanks, and the once active quarry fell silent, leaving the monolith partly embedded in the earth and framed by shifting layers of sediment that preserve the imprint of ancient tools, even as they obscure portions of the original trench. Today, the Stone of the Pregnant Woman stands less as an unsolved mystery than as a reminder of the practical decisions, ambitious planning, and complex labour dynamics that shaped Baalbek's monumental character. Its unfinished state offering a glimpse into a process where intention, geology, and evolving architectural priorities intersected in ways that remain only partially visible, allowing the block to embody a quiet, grounded enigma, one rooted not in the extraordinary, but in the subtle gaps between what was attempted, what was achieved, and what was ultimately set aside in the vast quarry fields of antiquity. Roman Baths of Beirut. The Roman Baths of Beirut rest quietly within the modern city's layered contours, their excavated foundations unfolding between glass facades and rising streets in a way that makes their ancient geometry feel both exposed and sheltered. A network of low walls, paved floors, and restored channels that hint at a once bustling complex where heat, water, and movement were arranged with the deliberate precision typical of Roman civic design. Approaching the site, one first notices the division of the bathhouse into recognizable components, the caldarium, tepidarium, and frigidarium, laid out along a subtle axial flow. Yet the surviving remains do not stand in isolation. Instead, they occupy the footprint of a public facility woven into the urban fabric of Roman Berytus, a city esteemed for its law school, and strategically placed along Mediterranean trade routes, suggesting that the baths served not only hygienic and recreational functions, but also social and administrative ones. Archaeologists have traced the hypocaust system's imprint across the floors, where rows of small brick pillars once lifted the paving stones to allow hot air to circulate from nearby furnaces. And the distribution of flues within the surviving walls shows an engineering logic consistent with other eastern provincial bathhouses, though the exact scale, height and appearance of the superstructure remain partly conjectural due to the limited elevation of surviving masonry. The complex itself likely underwent several construction phases as the city expanded and recovered from periodic earthquakes, a fact supported by variations in brick size, mortar composition, and subtle differences in floor levels that hint at repairs, enhancements, or partial reconstructions across centuries of use. Inscriptions and literary references to Beirut's civic life paint a picture of a city that valued public spaces deeply. And although none explicitly describe this particular bathhouse, the archaeological evidence, its central location near other administrative buildings, suggests it played a role in daily rhythms that blended relaxation, discussion, and the practical routines of urban society. Excavations in the late 20th century revealed layers of destruction consistent with seismic events known from historical sources, their collapsed roof tiles and fragmented masonry providing a chronological anchor that helps align the baths with broader patterns of urban decline and renewal. Yet these layers also obscure earlier phases, making the site a palimpsest where each generation left both traces and absences. The water system, partially exposed, reveals channels likely fed by aqueducts or cisterns situated farther upslope. And the surviving conduits show how carefully temperature gradients were managed, though the exact layout of the upper heating chambers is reconstructed primarily through parallels at sites like Hamat Garda and other regional complexes. The presence of polished stone fragments, bits of mosaic, and imported marble veneers indicates that the baths once held a refined aesthetic, even if only fragments now hint at the decorative program that shaped visitors' experience. And these details suggest a civic investment in public architecture consistent with Beirut's status within the Roman and later Byzantine world. Yet the site also reflects the transitions that followed antiquity, the accumulation of medieval debris, the repurposing of stones into nearby structures, and the gradual burying of the bathhouse beneath the expanding city all speak to changing urban priorities, making the baths both a preserved relic and a recovered absence within the historical landscape. Nearby finds, coins, pottery, and small personal items provide glimpses of daily life around the complex, but stop short of revealing the full experience of those who frequented it, leaving archaeologists to approximate patterns of use through wear marks, drainage gradients, and architectural comparisons, rather than through direct textual documentation. The juxtaposition of different construction materials, sandstone blocks, fired brick, hydraulic plaster, offers insight into the technical choices made across the building's long history, though these materials complicate precise dating, since repairs often reused older stone alongside newer mortar, blurring the boundaries between periods. As the modern city rose above the ruins, the baths lay concealed beneath layers of fill, until systematic excavations uncovered their footprint. And once revealed, their integration into contemporary Beirut created a dialogue between the ancient and the present, emphasizing the site not simply as a relic of Rome, but as part of a continuous urban story shaped by cycles of destruction and reconstruction. The careful restoration of pathways and interpretive features allowed the bathhouse's geometry to be read more clearly. Yet even with this framing, many aspects remain open to interpretation. The precise dimensions of vanished vaults, the arrangement of service corridors, and the rhythms of heating cycles must be inferred from surviving walls and analogues rather than directly observed. Geological studies of the surrounding terrain reveal that ancient Beirut's shoreline and water table were different from today, suggesting that the baths once stood closer to a more accessible freshwater network, and within a city grid shaped by environmental conditions, now altered by centuries of urban development. And this environmental shift complicates efforts to reconstruct how water was sourced, heated, and cycled through the complex. Though the bathhouse fits comfortably within the broader tradition of Roman public architecture, its partial survival gives it a distinctive character, one in which absence plays as significant a role as presence. Missing upper stories, vanished pools, and lost ornamentation create interpretive silences that frame but do not overshadow what can be known, allowing the site to remain grounded within archaeological method while retaining an understated aura of incompleteness. Standing within the exposed foundations, with modern buildings rising around the ancient walls, the Roman baths of Beirut evoke a sense of continuity, shaped not by mystery in the extraordinary sense, but by the gentle uncertainties that accompany any site layered by time. The quiet traces of heating channels, the fragmentary outlines of rooms once warm with steam, and the enduring suggestion of a public space that served generations, whose movements can still be felt in the stones, even if their full stories remain just beyond the reach of the surviving record. Anjar ruins. The ruins of Anjar stretch across the Bekaa plain in a measured grid of limestone walls and colonnaded avenues, their orderly layout emerging with a clarity unusual for sites in the region. For this was a planned Umayyad city rather than a settlement that grew organically, its geometric precision offering a rare glimpse into an early 8th century urban vision that was both administrative and commercial in character, yet now softened by centuries of abandonment, wind-blown dust, and the slow encroachment of orchards along its perimeter. Approaching the site, the straight lines of the Cardo and Decumanus intersect at a careful right angle, framing a cityscape influenced by the late antique architectural vocabulary that the Umayyads adapted to their own needs, and the proportions of streets, shops, palaces and residential quarters suggest a landscape designed to manage the movement of goods and people at a strategic crossroads between inland Syria and Mediterranean ports. Excavations have revealed foundations of workshops, storerooms, and domestic spaces arranged with a consistency that speaks to deliberate planning. Yet the city's lifespan appears to have been brief, interrupted by political shifts and possibly by changes in regional trade networks, leaving behind a settlement whose grand intentions outlasted its period of active use. The Great Palace, with its spacious courtyard and arcaded facades, hints at a mixture of ceremonial and administrative functions, its fragments of carved stone and reused Roman elements displaying the transitional artistry of an era when Islamic architectural forms were still coalescing from earlier Mediterranean and Near Eastern traditions. The smaller palace nearby, more compact yet elegantly proportioned, reinforces the sense of a governing presence meant to manage both the movement of caravans and the agricultural productivity of the fertile plain. Water systems uncovered beneath the city reveal channels and cisterns that supplied baths, garden spaces, and residential quarters, though the precise arrangement of these hydraulic features remains partially reconstructed due to missing upper structures and later disturbances. Still, their traces indicate that Anjar relied on a carefully managed supply, likely drawn from nearby springs, and distributed through engineered conduits adapted from late antique models. The city's colonnades, though now reduced to skeletal rows of bases and partially preserved shafts, once created shaded corridors along the main streets, aligning markets and public spaces in a pattern reminiscent of older Roman and Byzantine towns. Yet the materials used, lighter limestone, smaller carved blocks, point to local resources and to construction methods adjusted to the needs of an emerging administrative centre rather than an imperial capital. Finds from within shops and domestic structures, ceramics, glass and small metal objects, confirm that the city engaged in trade typical of the early Islamic period. Though these artifacts provide only glimpses of daily life, their distribution suggesting concentrated activity along the main avenues, while peripheral areas may have been more sparsely inhabited or still under development when the city's occupation waned. Historical sources, though limited, associate Anjar with the Umayyad Caliph al-Walid or his successors, and this attribution aligns with both the architectural style and the archaeological dating of the site. Yet the written record remains too sparse to fully explain why the city was founded here, why it followed such an unusually regular plan, or why it was eventually abandoned, leaving scholars to balance reasonable interpretations with an acknowledgement of the gaps that remain. The defensive wall surrounding the settlement, strengthened by towers at intervals, suggests that the city held strategic importance, perhaps as a waypoint along regional routes, or as a guarded administrative hub overseeing the Bekaya's agricultural output, though the evidence does not firmly establish whether it faced specific military threats or simply followed standard urban design conventions of the period. Earthquakes, known to have affected the region, may have contributed to structural instability. Yet, archaeological layers indicate more of a gradual cessation of activity than a sudden destructive event, and the absence of significant rebuilding suggests that Anjar's decline was tied more to political and economic changes following the fall of the Umayyads than to any specific catastrophe. Over centuries, parts of the site were quarried for stone, and agricultural activity altered the surrounding terrain. Yet enough architectural fabric survived to allow modern excavations to reconstruct its careful symmetry, revealing not only palatial complexes and workshops, but also a mosque whose foundations, though simple, anchor the city's role as a functioning Islamic settlement. The blend of spolia, older Roman or Byzantine blocks incorporated into the new construction, adds another layer to the site's narrative, illustrating both practical reuse and the transitional aesthetics of an era when builders drew upon available materials while developing evolving artistic expressions. As archaeologists mapped the grid, they noted slight irregularities in alignment and variations in construction techniques that hint at phases of rapid building or shifts in workforce organization. And these nuances soften the impression of perfect regularity, revealing a city shaped by both careful planning and the realities of execution. The surrounding landscape, framed by the Anti-Lebanon Mountains and the distant view of Mount Hermon, contextualizes the city within a corridor long used for movement and exchange, and sediment studies indicate that the ancient environment was similar to today's, but perhaps more intensively cultivated during the city's occupation, providing resources to support its population. Despite the clarity of its layout, Anjar still carries an understated mystery. Its purpose broadly understood, yet its specific administrative role, its brief fluorescence, and its quiet decline only partially illuminated by surviving evidence, leaving the city's grid to stand not only as an example of early Islamic urban planning, but also as a reminder of how even well-preserved ruins hold spaces of uncertainty. In walking through its colonnaded streets and open courtyards, one senses both the precision of its design and the silence of its unfinished story. A settlement whose stones describe the framework of a life once intended to thrive here, even as the reasons for its creation and its abandonment remain gently unresolved within the archaeological record. Tyre al-Bas Archaeological Site. The Tyre al-Bas archaeological site spreads across a quiet stretch of the ancient city's eastern outskirts, where a broad necropolis, a long Roman road, and the remains of one of the grandest hippodromes in the Levant lie arranged in a landscape shaped by shifting shorelines, sediment drift, and centuries of urban retreat. Their forms weathered but still coherent enough to evoke the rhythms of a city that once balanced maritime power with inland reach. Entering the precinct, the road reveals itself first, a colonnaded artery paved with large limestone slabs that bear the faint grooves of carts long vanished. The alignment leading toward monumental gateways that once defined the transition from the living city to its funerary outskirts, and along its edges lie sarcophagi carved in various styles, Roman, late antique and regional, reflecting a long tradition of burial practices adapted over time rather than any single funerary custom. The necropolis extends irregularly to either side, its tombs cut into bedrock or constructed with masonry, some adorned with reliefs or inscriptions that anchor individual stories within the broader civic identity of ancient Tyre, though many remain mute, their occupants unnamed and their ritual details known only through comparison with better documented sites. Continuing along the road, the Hippodrome comes gradually into view, its elongated oval footprint emerging from grass and stone with a clarity shaped by both endurance and loss. Although only partial seating tiers survive, and much of the superstructure has vanished, enough remains to reconstruct the grand scale of the races once held here, events that likely carried political, communal, and ceremonial significance within a city renowned for its maritime influence and its connections across the Mediterranean. Archaeologists studying the Hippodrome's masonry have noted the interplay of large ashlar blocks, reused stones and local construction techniques, suggesting multiple building phases that aligned the structure with Tyre's evolving civic fortunes, while the spina, the central barrier that once guided chariot paths, survives only in faint outlines, its absence inviting careful reconstruction rather than certainty. The adjacent bath complex, though more fragmented, reveals traces of hypocaust channels, pools and service corridors, hinting at a network of public amenities that once complemented the athletic and ceremonial functions of the larger precinct. And these remains underscore the integrated nature of Roman urban planning, even in coastal cities whose identities extended far beyond their inland monuments. Water systems uncovered throughout the site show channels and clay pipes that once directed water from inland sources, a reminder that Tyre's ancient topography differed from the modern shoreline, with shifting coastlines gradually altering both the city's reach and the context in which these structures once operated. Sediment studies indicate that parts of the precinct were more open and less affected by encroaching sands during antiquity, a detail that reshapes modern perceptions of how the Hippodrome and road originally related to the surrounding terrain. Yet for all the clarity offered by architectural remains, the overall layout raises subtle questions. The exact sequence of construction, the degree to which the necropolis expanded or contracted over time, and the integration of the Hippodrome within the city's ceremonial life remain topics informed by material evidence but not entirely settled, since each phase of use left traces that overlap and occasionally obscure earlier ones. Inscriptions found on sarcophagi provide glimpses of identity, names, professions, dedications. Yet these fragments frame only part of the community, and the absence of extensive textual records from Tyre's civic archives leaves aspects of its social structure and funerary customs only partly illuminated. The Roman road itself, with its alignment leading toward the city's interior, suggests a carefully planned approach meant to organize both everyday traffic and ritual movement. But the degree to which formal processions occurred along this route remains uncertain, inferred primarily from parallels in better documented provincial cities. Over time, earthquakes, coastal shifts, and urban contraction buried large portions of the precinct beneath layers of sand and debris, preserving some elements while eroding others, and the modern excavation process had to disentangle centuries of mixed deposits before the site's contours could be recognized with any clarity. Even with careful study, questions persist about the transitions from Roman to Byzantine and later periods, whether the Hippodrome was modified for new uses, whether the necropolis, boundaries shifted, and how local communities interacted with these monumental spaces after their original functions diminished. The site's present openness, its long views across broken seating tiers, scattered sarcophagi, and the gently curving outline of the stadium, invites a sense of measured continuity rather than abrupt mystery, grounded in the extensive archaeological record, yet still marked by the inevitable silences left by incomplete preservation. In this balance of evidence and absence, the Tyre al-Bass precinct conveys the quiet complexity of a city that once bridged maritime networks and inland landscapes. Its surviving roads, tombs, and arenas, offering insights into a layered civic identity, while leaving enough unspoken to remind the observer that even in well-studied sites, portions of the ancient experience remain just beyond reach, shaped by the interplay of what time preserved and what it allowed to fade. Trilithon stones. The Trilithon stones emerge from the western retaining wall of the Temple of Jupiter's vast platform, with a weight and stillness that appear almost geological rather than architectural. Three immense limestone blocks, set in place so precisely that their joints form faint, unwavering seams, despite each stone measuring over 20 meters in length and weighing several hundred tons. And as the viewer moves along the terrace, the scale gradually resolves, not as an isolated feat of construction, but as part of a much larger and layered foundation system built to stabilize the sanctuary above. Their presence has long drawn quiet curiosity. For while Roman engineering is fully capable of explaining the techniques, levering, ramp systems, coordinated labor, their exceptional size invites questions about why such blocks were selected when smaller, more manageable stones could have achieved the same structural purpose. And it is this tension between straightforward method and unusual choice that gives the Trilithon its enduring intrigue. Archaeological surveys show that the stones form only one tier of an even more complex podium, with courses of similarly large blocks beneath and around them, indicating a coherent architectural strategy rather than an isolated anomaly. Yet the decision to incorporate such extraordinary dimensions remains only partially understood, likely influenced by a combination of local quarrying traditions, the availability of high-quality limestone nearby, and the symbolic value of visibly monumental foundations in a sanctuary meant to project imperial authority. The quarry from which these stones were extracted lies just south of the site, linked by a gentle slope that would have facilitated transport, and within it, researchers have identified multiple half-finished megaliths that provide insight into Roman extraction techniques. Drafted margins chiseled around their perimeters, trenches used to isolate them from the bedrock, and the earlier stages of shaping that mirror the blocks set into the podium. Yet these evidence-based observations depict an industrious workshop rather than a mysterious manufacturing process. Still, the Trilithon's placement raises logistical considerations that remain only partly reconstructed. The coordination of hundreds of labourers, the careful grading of earthen ramps, and the synchronized use of rollers or sledges capable of distributing weight evenly across soil that had to be compacted and maintained throughout the operation, all of which fall well within known Roman capabilities, but nonetheless represent a major undertaking for a highland site far from the empire's most industrialized centres. Some scholars have proposed that earlier local traditions of large stone construction may have influenced Roman choices, pointing to pre-Roman phases at Baalbek and other Levantine sites where sizable blocks appear in foundational contexts, though the evidence for a direct lineage remains cautious, emphasizing continuity of stoneworking expertise in the region rather than any abrupt technological divergence. Geological studies show that the limestone used for the Trilithon blocks is consistent with nearby quarry strata, which helps explain the decision to use such pieces as single monoliths rather than subdivide them. Working with naturally large, fault-free segments may have been more efficient for the builders despite the transportation difficulty. And this practical reasoning adds nuance to interpretations that focus solely on symbolic or aesthetic motives. The retaining wall around the trilithon exhibits carefully finished faces, drafted margins, and a subtle batter that reinforces stability across the entire platform. And the engineering logic of these details aligns with Roman construction norms, offering a grounded framework for understanding how such massive blocks fit into a much broader structural plan that relied not only on weight, but on calculated geometry and interlocking courses to support the sanctuary above. Even with these technical explanations, the trilithon remains quietly perplexing in its ambition, prompting researchers to consider the administrative priorities that would have justified the additional time, labour, and resources required for such stones. Whether driven by imperial patronage, local prestige, or the desire to create a sanctuary that rivaled other major temples of the Roman East, the decision reflects a confidence in both manpower and engineering that becomes clearer in light of the many large-scale projects undertaken by the empire during the 2nd and 3rd centuries CE. Over centuries of seismic activity, the blocks have shifted only minimally, a testament to the stability of their placement and the skill of the builders who set them. Yet these subtle movements have provided useful information for modern geologists studying the region's earthquake history, revealing how ancient masonry mass responds to long-term tectonic forces. Later travellers, medieval chroniclers, and early modern scholars each approach the trilithon with varying degrees of speculation, often interpreting their scale through the lens of the knowledge available in their eras. And while many early accounts introduced imaginative explanations, contemporary archaeology has grounded the discussion in measurable evidence, aligning the stones with known Roman practices while still acknowledging aspects of their purpose that remain open to thoughtful inquiry. Excavations around the retaining wall continue to refine understanding of the construction sequence, revealing that the platform evolved through multiple phases, some earlier than the trilithon level and others added after, creating a palimpsest of engineering decisions shaped by changing architectural plans rather than a single unified blueprint. In the quiet that settles along the western terrace at dusk, the trilithon stones take on a subtle presence that reflects both the clarity and the uncertainty inherent in studying them. On one hand, they stand as clear evidence of Roman engineering capability, traceable to quarries, tools, and techniques that are well attested. On the other, their exceptional size, their deliberate inclusion in the platform's most visible retaining wall, and the absence of written records explaining the rationale behind such choices, introduce a gentle ambiguity, leaving the observer with a sense that the true motivation, whether practical, symbolic, or simply a reflection of the ambitions of those who oversaw Baalbek's monumental expansion, remains just beyond reach, preserved in the stone itself, but not fully disclosed by the fragments of history that surround it. Temple of Bacchus. The Temple of Bacchus stands just to the south of its larger counterpart, yet feels unexpectedly intimate as one steps into its long, narrow footprint, the exterior walls rising in a near unbroken cliff of stone, whose deeply carved Corinthian pilasters seem to hold the afternoon light in their flutes. And within this enclosure, the interplay of shadow and relief hints at the careful artistry that Roman builders brought to Baalbek when they expanded the sanctuary into a multi-tiered complex of extraordinary refinement. Although smaller than the Temple of Jupiter, it remains one of the best preserved Roman temples in the world, and its survival allows a rare sense of continuity as the interior unfolds. A broad pronaos leading into a richly ornamented cellar, where vine motifs, mythological scenes, and architectural mouldings converge in an arrangement that conveys both ceremonial grandeur and a measured rhythm of movement. Archaeologists have long debated the temple's exact ritual sequence and the degree to which Bacchus was worshipped locally as a distinct deity or as a syncretic expression blending Roman, Hellenistic, and regional traditions. And the surviving reliefs, festivals, grapes, ceremonial vessels, offer clues that are evocative but not definitive, suggesting that the cult could have been both celebratory and civic, tied as much to communal identity as to mythic narrative. The building techniques visible in the temple's high foundations, drafted margins, and precisely set blocks reflect an engineering approach consistent with Roman practice across the eastern Mediterranean. Yet the surrounding context, its proximity to older layers, the orientation of its platform, the relationship to the courtyards and altars, adds complexities that have led some scholars to propose earlier sacred structures on the same spot, even though the evidence remains fragmentary. The temple's roof, now largely missing, once amplified the spatial drama, filtering light in ways that emphasize the carved capitals and the monumental doorway, decorated with an intricately worked keystone showing an eagle framed by floral ornamentation. And although portions of this entrance have collapsed, the surviving elements still convey the precision and ambition that characterized the complex during its peak in the 2nd and 3rd centuries CE. Over the centuries, earthquakes, shifting political powers, and the gradual repurposing of stone shaped the temple's condition. Yet its essential form has remained surprisingly intact, allowing modern researchers to analyze proportions, acoustics, and decorative programs with a clarity rarely available in structures of similar age. Beneath the visible layers, excavations have uncovered traces of late antique adaptation, small changes in floor use, and the insertion of modest installations whose purposes are interpreted cautiously, as they likely reflect the temple's long transformation rather than any single moment of upheaval. Even so, the building's preservation raises quiet questions about why this particular sanctuary endured, while others nearby suffered more extensive loss, prompting considerations that range from local maintenance practices to broader historical circumstances that favored its continued relevance. In this way, the Temple of Bacchus stands as both an architectural achievement and a subtle historical puzzle, a structure whose remarkably complete state allows much to be known, yet inevitably leaves space for reflection on how ritual, community, and landscape once converged within its walls, the intricate carvings and enduring silence, inviting a sense of curiosity that remains grounded in the evidence, while acknowledging all that still lies just beyond certainty. Stone of the South. The Stone of the South lies deeper within the Baalbek quarry, larger still than its more famous neighbour, and resting in a shallow, sloping cut, where its immense length, exceeding 20 metres, reveals the full extent of the ancient ambition that shaped this industrial landscape, its upper surface gently tilting with the terrain, while its lower edges remain sharply defined by the parallel trenches that ancient workers carved with deliberate repetitive strokes. This monolith, estimated to weigh well over 1,000 tons, and perhaps approaching the limits of what could realistically be, moved along the gradual incline toward the temple platform, appears to represent an advanced stage of extraction, in which the block had already been isolated on 3 sides, leaving only a thin bed of limestone beneath it to be removed before the stone could be freed. A process that archaeological analysis suggests was interrupted rather than abandoned at a planned endpoint. Tool marks preserved along the trench walls indicate that Roman quarrymen employed chisels and picks in a rhythmic sequence aimed at freeing the block systematically. And these marks match those found on other successfully transported stones that now sit within the Baalbek podium, reinforcing that the Stone of the South belonged to the same engineering logic, rather than to any exceptional or unknown technique. Geological surveys of the quarry show that the limestone bed here is unusually thick, uniform, and relatively free of major fissures, offering conditions ideal for extracting oversized monoliths. Thus, the stone's extraordinary size likely reflects not an attempt at something unprecedented, but the pragmatic use of available high-quality material shaped to meet evolving architectural plans for the sanctuary's expanding foundations. Yet, the monolith's enormous mass raises practical questions about the precise logistical threshold the builders intended to reach, as the proposed transport path, gradually rising toward the monumental complex, would have required significant earthworks, highly coordinated labour, and constant maintenance of compacted soil routes to support such weight. And while these methods are well attested in Roman engineering, they provide only partial insight into why such a massive block was cut if its movement would be so demanding. Some researchers have suggested that slight irregularities visible on the stone's underside, or small veins within the limestone, may have influenced a later decision to halt the extraction, since even minor imperfections could compromise structural performance if the block were destined for a load-bearing position within the podium. Others point to shifts in construction priorities, noting that the platform underwent multiple phases of expansion and redesign, and the Stone of the South may simply have belonged to a building plan that was modified or scaled back before the block was completed, a scenario consistent with the quarry's evidence of stones left in various states of preparation. The relationship between this monolith and the larger complex becomes clearer when examining the wider quarry floor, where smaller blocks, half-finished stones and extraction trenches form a mosaic of interrupted tasks, suggesting that the site functioned as a dynamic industrial zone responsive to ongoing architectural decisions rather than as the product of a single unified project. Even so, the Stone of the South retains a quiet presence that differentiates it from purely utilitarian remains, for its sheer scale, so close to completion yet never moved, captures a moment in which the ambitions of Baalbek's builders brushed the edge of practical feasibility, leaving behind a monolith that simultaneously reflects technical confidence and the prudent reassessment that accompanies large-scale construction. Over centuries, soil accumulation partially buried its lower surfaces, vegetation softened its edges, and the quarry's once active contours blurred into the surrounding landscape, yet the stone's position remained stable, undisturbed by the seismic events that reshaped other parts of the region, allowing its unfinished form to survive with remarkable clarity. Modern excavations have further exposed its dimensions, showing how closely its measurements align with the trilithon level blocks already incorporated into the platform, strengthening the view that the stone's intended role was part of a cohesive structural strategy, rather than an isolated or experimental endeavor. Standing beside it, the absence of any explicit ancient record explaining the reasons behind its abandonment creates a gentle space for reflection, not one filled with speculation, but rather with the recognition that construction at this scale involved shifting. Assessments, rigorous planning, and adaptive decision-making that occasionally left large undertakings incomplete. In this sense, the Stone of the South holds its place within the quarry not as an enigma beyond explanation, but as a testament to the complex interplay of geology, engineering, and architectural change. Its unfinished state offering a glimpse into the practical realities of ancient craftsmanship and the quiet uncertainties that persist when the material record preserves the outcome but not the motivations of those who shaped it. Beneath the soil, and carved into mountainsides across Turkey, lie structures so ancient and so advanced that they force us to confront a simple, unsettling question. How did prehistoric people build any of this? At Göbekli Tepe, 11,000-year-old pillars rise with impossible precision. Deep below Cappadocia, entire underground cities twist through the earth. On remote summits, colossal stone heads watch over abandoned kingdoms. Who built these mega structures? What knowledge did they have? And why do so many of their stories end in silence? The deeper we dig, the stranger the past becomes. So what exactly are we missing? Göbekli Tepe. In the dry folds of southeastern Turkey, where wind-scoured hills drift into one another in muted ochre layers, Göbekli Tepe rises as a low, unassuming mound, whose quiet profile gives little hint of the depth of time sealed within it. Yet as excavation cuts into its surface, the ground opens onto a world far older than the first cities, revealing circular and oval enclosures anchored by pillars of pale limestone that stand in silent arcs, each weighing several tons and shaped with a precision that feels deliberate rather than ornamental. Their T-shaped tops, carved from single blocks, catch the slanting light in ways that soften their mass and emphasize the clean lines of their silhouette. And as archaeologists brush away the soil, the reliefs of animals, foxes mid-stride, cranes poised as if listening, snakes coiled with measured economy, begin to appear, offering a visual catalogue of a landscape long vanished, yet rendered with such familiarity that it suggests not fleeting encounters but accumulated knowledge. Within these stone circles, the two largest pillars often rise above the rest, facing each other as if marking a central axis of attention, their surfaces adorned with arms, hands, belts, and abstract forms that imply the stylized outline of beings rather than blank monoliths. And as the stratigraphy deepens, it becomes clear that the site was rebuilt multiple times across centuries, with older structures intentionally buried before new ones were raised. A pattern that introduces questions about memory, stewardship, and the rhythms of ritual life among communities, still moving across the land in small groups. Charcoal traces, flint fragments, and butchered animal bones fill the refuse of feasting that once took place here, but the absence of domestic architecture nearby suggests that gatherings may have been seasonal or episodic, tied to cycles we can only partially infer. And the sheer effort required to quarry, shape, and transport these pillars, some from nearly a kilometre away, invites ongoing discussion about the forms of cooperation that must have existed among societies traditionally characterized as simple or transient. Even the act of burying entire enclosures under thousands of tons of soil seems less like abandonment than a deliberate closing gesture, as though each precinct was concluded with care before another began. And while no clear iconographic key has been found to unlock the meaning of the carved creatures, their distribution across the pillars appears intentional, hinting at patterns of association or lineage that may have guided how space was experienced within the circles. Attempts to link the site to astronomical orientations have yielded intriguing alignments but also contradictions. For while some pillars appear to gesture towards celestial events, others refuse to form any coherent pattern, and the variability across different building phases complicates the idea of a single codified system. Likewise, interpretations that once framed the site as a purely ceremonial centre have gradually broadened as new excavations reveal stone benches, storage-like niches, and architectural refinements that suggest the boundaries between ritual and everyday practice may have been more fluid than earlier models assumed. The very age of the site, over 11,000 years, invites hypotheses about its role in the transition from mobile foraging to settled farming, with some researchers proposing that large communal projects like this helped knit disparate groups together and may have indirectly encouraged the cultivation of nearby wild grains, while others caution that the evidence remains incomplete and that social complexity need not follow agricultural innovation in such tidy sequence. Perhaps the most persistent mystery lies in the combination of artistry, labour, and continuity visible across so many building episodes. For the pillars hold not only images, but the subtle marks of tools, the faint channels where rain once ran, and the compacted floors where feet passed over the same surfaces again and again, leaving a palimpsest of presence that cannot be reduced to any single interpretation. And as each excavation square extends the known boundaries of the site, revealing yet more buried enclosures awaiting study, Göbekli Tepe continues to resist final definition, its carved stones rising from their soft bed of accumulated time, as though preserving the outline of a story whose beginning we can glimpse and whose end remains tucked beneath the hill, waiting in the quiet spaces between questions for the next layer of earth to lift. Karahan Tepe. In the sun-baked expanses of the Tek-Tek Mountains, where the ridges fall into long troughs of wind-polished stone, Karahan Tepe emerges from its sandstone cradle with a different kind of density. Its architecture less defined by freestanding pillars and more by spaces carved directly into the bedrock, as if the landscape itself was shaped into a gathering place long before visible structures rose from it. And at the heart of its excavated chambers, a sunken room lined with upright pillars creates an atmosphere both intimate and austere, their slender forms crowding together in a forest of stone that draws the eye toward the enigmatic human head carved in high relief at one end, its smooth contours lit by narrow shafts of daylight that descend through a circular opening above. Along the perimeter, carved channels trace geometric paths whose function remains uncertain, intersecting with low benches and recessed niches that hint at repeated use. And as archaeologists follow these carved features deeper, they uncover additional rooms, some filled with T-shaped pillars, similar to those at Göbekli Tepe, but smaller and arranged in tighter compositions, suggesting shared traditions refracted through local adaptation. Scattered flint tools, animal bones, and fragments of worked stone lie in the fill layers that accumulated after the chambers were abandoned. And while the chronology places Karahan Tepe within the same early Neolithic horizon as its more widely known counterpart, its emphasis on subterranean space raises questions about how different communities within the same cultural constellation negotiated ideas of enclosure, visibility, and ritual performance. One chamber contains a series of elongated phallic columns whose meaning remains debated. For while some see them as symbolic markers of fertility or regeneration, others propose more utilitarian explanations tied to the shaping of the bedrock or the acoustics of enclosed spaces. Yet none of these hypotheses fully accounts for their deliberate and rhythmic arrangement. The precise polishing on certain stone surfaces, even where no carvings appear, suggests attention to sensory experience as much as to symbolic expression. And the steep stairways leading into the earth imply a choreography of movement that may have shaped how participants entered, gathered, and ascended in ways now lost to time. Efforts to link Karahan Tepe to a broader network of contemporaneous sites across the region, sometimes referred to collectively as the Taş Tepeler, have revealed both similarities and contradictions. For while shared techniques in carving and pillar design point to cultural continuity, the diversity of architectural solutions across the sites complicates any notion of a single centralized tradition. Animal imagery appears here too, though often in more abstract or abbreviated forms, and the scarcity of large sculpted panels, like those at Göbekli Tepe, suggests a different visual emphasis, perhaps one grounded in the play of light inside constricted spaces rather than in open courts. Radiocarbon dates cluster around the late 10th millennium BCE, reinforcing the impression of long-term occupation, or at least repeated visitation, but the absence of permanent domestic structures in the immediate vicinity leaves open the question of who built these chambers and how often they returned. As researchers extend trenches across the mound, additional bedrock-cut features come to light: channels, alignments, shallow basins, each adding to the site's architectural vocabulary, while also complicating attempts to define its principal function, and the interplay between built stone, carved voids, and natural topography suggests a design strategy attuned to both material and terrain. Among the most debated elements is the carved human head set into the wall of the central chamber, its expressionless face and smooth finish contrasting with the rougher textures around it. And while interpretations range from ancestor representation to symbolic guardian, none rest on firm evidence, leaving the sculpture suspended between functional object and emblem of a larger, unexplained intention. Water, too, may have played a role, for traces of runoff patterns and the shaping of certain channels indicate an awareness of seasonal flows, though whether this was practical, symbolic, or both remains uncertain. And as excavation seasons reveal ever more interlocking spaces, Karahan Tepe presents a portrait of a community experimenting with form and subterranean depth at a scale unusual for its era. Its carved chambers holding the cool shadows of a time when architecture, landscape, and gathering merged into a single continuum, leaving behind a sequence of spaces that whisper of a tradition both related to and distinct from the great stone circles of nearby hills, a tradition whose logic flickers at the threshold of interpretation and then retreats, preserving just enough ambiguity for the site to remain poised between knowledge and the stillness of unanswered questions. Hattusa. In the high tablelands of central Anatolia, where ridges of weathered rock frame a landscape shaped by slow geological uplift and winter winds, sweep across open valleys with a steady, toneless force. The ruins of Hattusa rise from a series of natural terraces that once held the capital of the Hittite Empire, its fortifications tracing long arcs across the hills, in courses of Cyclopean stone, whose scale and precision still anchor the city's outline against the surrounding quiet. And among its many gates, the Lion Gate and the Sphinx Gate stand as the most evocative thresholds, their carved guardians positioned at points where processional routes once bent toward the heart of the city. The Lion Gate, set into the southwest wall, presents paired lions carved in high relief from massive blocks of andesite, their open jaws and forward-set shoulders giving them an alertness that feels more architectural than aggressive. And as sunlight glances across their weathered surfaces, the subtle tooling marks left by Bronze Age masons come into focus, hinting at the layered effort behind their construction. Beyond this gate, the ancient roadway leads upward along the slope toward the upper city, where temples, administrative buildings and storerooms once occupied a dense and carefully structured urban plan. While to the east, the Sphinx Gate crowns the walls of the upper citadel, its paired sphinxes flanking a narrow passage that would have controlled entry to the most elevated precincts, their bodies carved with a stylized precision that contrasts with the more robust forms of the lions below, suggesting different workshops or symbolic functions within the larger iconographic program of the city. Excavations reveal that these gates were not merely decorative, but integral components of a fortification system that combined massive stone foundations with mud brick superstructures, forming defensive layers that encircled an urban area extending over several square kilometers. Yet the city's defensive strength sits alongside evidence of complex administrative life, from tablet archives recording treaties, inventories, and religious rituals, to storage chambers where large pithoi once held grain and other staples essential to palace and temple economies. The stratigraphy shows repeated phases of building, destruction, and reconstruction, each reflecting political shifts and pressures from surrounding regions, and the city's ultimate abandonment around the early 12th century BCE remains linked to a broader pattern of regional instability, whose mechanisms, whether drought, conflict, internal disruption, or multiple overlapping causes, remain under debate. Within this broader context, the monumental gates function not only as physical thresholds, but as markers of ceremonial and political identity. Their sculpted creatures echoing iconographic themes found across the Hittite world, while also reflecting localized artistic choices that speak to the city's status as an imperial center. The lions, with their forward-facing posture, belong to a tradition of protective figures that appear throughout Hittite architecture. Yet their placement at one of the main entrances suggests a deeper role in shaping how visitors experience the city. While the sphinxes, thought to have originally incorporated heads, carved separately and attached to the main bodies, hint at craft techniques that balanced modular construction with sculptural detail. Inscriptions and relief fragments found elsewhere in Hattusa provide glimpses of a ritual landscape in which processions likely moved between temples, gates, and open courtyards, and the alignment of certain architectural features with natural rock outcrops and elevated terraces suggests that the city's designers were attentive to the topography, using the natural contours to structure both movement and sightlines. The nearby sanctuary of Yazilikaya, with its carved rock chambers filled with processions of deities, adds another dimension to the ceremonial life of the capital. And while its connection to the gates is not direct, the shared artistic motifs and spatial logic reinforce the idea of a coherent ideological world, shaped by both architecture and landscape. Yet contradictions arise when attempting to read the gates as fixed symbols. For while their monumental forms suggest permanence, the archaeological record shows episodes of rebuilding that altered their appearance over time, and the incomplete preservation of their upper elements leaves open questions about how they originally functioned visually and structurally within the city walls. Archaeologists debate whether their iconography primarily signaled divine protection, royal authority, or territorial identity, and the lack of contemporary textual references to the gates themselves limits the confidence with which any single interpretation can be applied. Even the order in which travelers encountered the sculpted figures, whether during processions, diplomatic arrivals, or daily movement, remains only partially reconstructible, for paths have shifted and later modifications obscure the original approach patterns. As the modern visitor stands before the gates, the spaces beyond and behind them hold layers of vanished activity. Merchants passing through with goods from across Anatolia, scribes moving between administrative quarters, priests ascending toward the citadel, and guards watching from atop the battlements, where mud brick walls once heightened the stone foundations, now exposed to the sky. The lions and sphinxes, worn by centuries of weathering, convey neither triumph nor threat, but a muted sense of endurance, their forms bridging the gap between an imperial past and the dispersed fragments through which it must now be understood. And as the city walls trace their long courses across the hillsides, enclosing empty terraces once filled with buildings, now reduced to stone outlines, Hattusa's monumental gates remain focal points for reflection on how a major Bronze Age capital shaped its identity through architecture, and how these carved guardians, standing at thresholds where daily life once flowed in steady rhythms, continue to hold the quiet ambiguity of symbols, whose meanings were clear to those who passed between them, but now linger only as suggestions carried in their stillness. Suspended between the precision of archaeology and the open space of questions time has left behind. Mount Nemrut. High on the remote crest of the Taurus Mountains, where the air thins and the horizon stretches in pale, layered distances, Mount Nemrut rises as a solitary peak, transformed by human intention into a monumental terrace of stone, its summit reshaped in the 1st century BCE by King Antiochus I of Commagene into a ceremonial landscape that merges natural elevation with deliberate engineering, beginning with an immense gravel tumulus whose conical form looms above parallel terraces lined with colossal seated figures carved from local limestone. Their once intact bodies, now separated from the great heads that lie scattered across the slopes, like fragments arranged by time rather than design. Approaching the eastern terrace, the first light of day reveals the subtle textures of these weathered faces. Row upon row of Hellenistic and Persian-influenced deities, a syncretic pantheon reflecting the kingdom's position between cultural spheres. Their expressions softened by centuries of frost and thaw, while the thrones behind them remain anchored in precise alignments that suggest a sustained engagement with celestial cycles, though the exact correspondences continue to invite debate among archaeologists and archaeoastronomers alike. Behind the statues, the retaining walls curve gently, forming a broad stage where votive practices may have unfolded, and the fragments of inscribed stelae offer glimpses into Antiochus's vision of a dynastic cult that fused his lineage with divine ancestry. Yet these inscriptions, though extensive, leave gaps where key details have eroded, creating space for questions about how often rituals were performed and how many participants the remote mountain could realistically support. On the western terrace, the afternoon light casts longer shadows over statues of similar composition, but arranged in a mirrored program, reinforcing the sense of deliberate duality embedded in the site's design, and the presence of relief panels depicting processional scenes, now broken, scattered, or partially rehabilitated, suggests a narrative sequence intended to be read in a specific order, though the interruption of many panels complicates attempts to reconstruct it with certainty. The engineering of the tumulus itself, composed of countless small stones forming a massive artificial cone, prevents excavation without destabilizing the structure, leaving the question of whether Antiochus truly placed a tomb chamber within its depths unresolved. And while geophysical surveys have identified anomalies that might indicate internal features, none have yielded definitive proof of burial architecture, creating a tension between textual claims of monumental interment and the physical inaccessibility of the mound. The site's position, over 2,000 meters above sea level, raises practical considerations about construction logistics, for hauling enormous stone blocks up the steep, narrow track that leads to the summit would have required coordinated labor and seasonal planning. Yet the absence of detailed quarrying remains near the top leaves aspects of the building process unclear, including whether some elements were shaped below and transported upward or carved directly on site. Traces of pathways, terraces, and ancillary structures around the summit hint at a broader ceremonial complex, though erosion and seismic activity have obscured many features, leaving archaeologists to piece together fragmentary evidence of architectural elements whose functions cannot be securely determined. The syncretic imagery, Greek-style facial features combined with Persian headdresses, eagles flanking lions, deities linked across cultural traditions, suggests a political strategy of unifying diverse populations under a shared symbolic order. Yet the mountain's isolation tempers this interpretation, raising the possibility that the summit served more as a dynastic pilgrimage center than a space for regular public gatherings. Even the famous alignment of the colossal heads, often photographed in dramatic light, may not reflect their original position, since earthquakes have shifted and toppled many pieces, and early excavations did not always document their initial placements with precision, introducing uncertainty into reconstructions of the terrace's intended visual impact. Inscriptions known as the Nomos of Antiochus describe complex rites and calendrical observances, but the absence of physical installations corresponding to all the rituals listed suggests that some may have taken place elsewhere in the kingdom, or that certain features remain undiscovered beneath collapsed stone. Scholars debate whether the terraces were designed for astronomical observation, with arguments pointing to solstitial alignments, yet the variability introduced by later disturbances and the incomplete survival of structural markers complicate attempts to draw firm conclusions, creating a rare instance where textual ambition and physical evidence overlap only partially. Seasonal variations shape the site's modern presence as well, for in winter, snow packs tightly against the statues, softening their outlines until only the broadest features remain visible, while in summer, the harsh mountain light exposes every fracture, making the breakage patterns themselves part of the monument's current form, a reminder of the site's long exposure to extreme conditions. Scattered around the terraces, fragments of altars, bases, and structural blocks combine to suggest that Mount Nemrut once formed the centerpiece of a broader sacred geography, linking nearby outposts such as Arsamaya, where additional inscriptions detail Antiochus's ideological program. Yet even with these connections, the summit retains an enigmatic quality, for little evidence remains of the daily practices of the people who might have ascended to take part in its ceremonies. The heads themselves, monumental yet introspective in their repose, convey neither triumph nor loss, but a kind of detached endurance. Their fallen state, neither fully ruinous nor intact, caught between the order originally imposed upon the mountain and the slow transformations wrought by time. And as each layer of research adds new dimensions, while leaving older uncertainties unresolved, Mount Nemrut persists as a high-altitude archive of ambition and belief, a place where engineered stone meets immense sky, where inscriptions reach for clarity yet fall short of final explanation, and where the mountain's own shape, reshaped by human hands yet still subject to natural forces, holds a silence that deepens with every unanswered question, maintaining the equilibrium between what is known and what remains quietly withheld within the stony heart of the summit. Derinkuyu. Beneath the volcanic plains of Cappadocia, where soft, tough cliffs rise in muted folds and valleys curve into labyrinths carved by wind and water, the underground city of Derinkuyu descends through the earth in a series of widening chambers and narrowing corridors, whose arrangement suggests both careful planning and long-term adaptation, beginning with a broad entrance hall that once led travelers downward through sloping passages into a world where light faded gradually into the cool, steady darkness of the deeper levels. As excavators traced these passages through layers of sediment and fallen debris, they found a complex of rooms, kitchens blackened by ancient soot, wine presses carved into the bedrock, storage cellars arranged in clustered niches, and ventilation shafts rising in narrow cylinders toward the distant surface. Each element positioned with a deliberate sense of spatial economy that balanced circulation, stability, and the practicalities of life underground. The great millstone doors, carved from dense basalt, and set into grooves so they could roll shut to seal narrow passages, stand among the most distinctive features, their size suggesting significant defensive forethought. Yet the absence of clear historical records from the earliest phases of the city leaves uncertain when precisely these mechanisms were first installed and whether they served more as deterrents during brief emergencies or formed part of a broader refuge system used over extended periods. Radiocarbon evidence and associated material culture point to occupation at least as early as the early 1st millennium BCE, possibly with antecedents in earlier Phrygian or late Bronze Age, modifications of natural cavities, though the precise sequence remains debated due to the difficulty of dating carved voids where organic material is sparse. Across its 8 principal levels, descending more than 50 meters, the city maintains a rhythm of open chambers interwoven with tight, angled corridors, designed to slow movement and divide the underground population into manageable zones, while shared wells and a sophisticated ventilation network suggest an infrastructure capable of supporting large groups for sustained intervals. Although estimates of the population size vary widely due to uncertainties about how many adjacent complexes may have connected to Derinkuyu during its peak periods of use. Certain architectural details, such as communal spaces with low platforms possibly used for instruction or worship, hint at the presence of organized social structures. Yet the absence of inscriptions or durable iconography makes it difficult to determine how roles were distributed or how decisions were coordinated among the inhabitants. Comparisons with nearby underground networks at Kaymaklı, Özkonak, and Mars reveal both commonalities and differences. Similar defensive features and storage arrangements appear throughout the region, while variations in depth, room shape, and interlevel connectivity indicate that each community developed its subterranean architecture in response to local needs and geological constraints, complicating efforts to view these cities as part of a single unified system. The upper levels of Derinkuyu appear more domestic, with evidence of routine subsistence activities, while the deeper levels carry fewer traces of daily life, raising questions about whether the lowest chambers served specialized purposes such as temporary refuge, resource storage, or ritual gatherings, though none of these interpretations can be confirmed with certainty. Historical records from later periods suggest that communities throughout Cappadocia used underground spaces during episodes of conflict. Yet the archaeological evidence shows multiple phases of expansion and modification, implying that the city's function changed over time rather than adhering to a single stable role. Even the city's relationship to the surface settlements remains partly obscure, for while remnants of above-ground structures have been documented, their chronological and functional connections to the underground levels remain difficult to reconstruct due to erosion and later building phases that have erased much of the early landscape. Attempts to trace the airflow through the ventilation shafts reveal a sophisticated understanding of cave microclimates, with shafts positioned to exploit natural convection currents. Yet the full extent of this network remains only partially mapped, especially where collapses or sediment fills obstruct deeper passages. Corridors linking Derinkuyu to adjacent subterranean areas, reported in local traditions, have been only partially confirmed, with some stretches showing evidence of deliberate blockage, perhaps reflecting shifting political or environmental pressures that altered the need for inter-settlement connectivity. Volcanic eruptions long predating human occupation produced the region's unique tuff formations, and the stone's softness allowed for incremental modification. Rooms expanded, corridors redirected, traps and gates installed. Yet this same softness leaves the archaeological record vulnerable to collapse and loss, creating gaps that affect efforts to reconstruct the earliest phases of the city's development. Although medieval and later inhabitants reused many of the existing spaces, identifying distinct phases remains difficult without stratified deposits, and the few datable artifacts imply episodic rather than continuous occupation, suggesting that Derinkuyu served more as an adaptable refuge and storage complex than as a permanently inhabited environment. Standing in its deep stairwells, where worn steps descend into a narrowing darkness, relieved only by scattered lantern recesses, one senses the cumulative labour embedded in the walls. Each chisel mark representing decisions shaped by necessity, opportunity, or the evolving rhythms of the surrounding communities. Yet despite the extent of its mapped corridors, questions linger about its earliest inhabitants, their motives for building downward rather than outward, and the degree to which surface events shaped the choices made in the subterranean realm, leaving Derinkuyu suspended between the clarity of its carved architecture and the quiet uncertainties of a history preserved largely through absences, where each descending level reveals not a definitive narrative, but a deepening space of possibilities hollowed into the earth over centuries of adaptation and change. Ani Ruins. On a high plateau overlooking the Akurian River, where the borderlands between rolling grasslands and volcanic foothills form a landscape marked by long horizons and intermittent ravines, the ruins of Ani stretch across a series of ridges and shallow gullies, their surviving walls and fractured silhouettes hinting at the scale of a medieval city once known for its wealth, craftsmanship, and strategic position along trade routes linking Anatolia, the Caucasus, and the Iranian plateau. From the moment one enters through the partially preserved ramparts, fortifications built in successive phases of basalt and tuff, each layer reflecting different centuries of maintenance and conflict. The city's fragmented architecture emerges in sequences of churches, palaces, merchant houses, and civic structures whose varying states of preservation reveal both the ambition of their builders and the long processes of abandonment, erosion, and seismic disturbance that transformed the city into the open-air archive it is today. The Cathedral of Ani, designed by the architect Tredat in the late 10th century, anchors the central ridge with its tall, pointed arcades and broad interior space. Its volcanic stone blocks, fitted with a precision that becomes clearer as light moves across the walls. Yet even here, the absence of the original dome introduces uncertainty into how the interior once handled sound and illumination, and the distribution of fallen architectural fragments around the building complicates efforts to reconstruct its exact profile. Nearby, the Church of the Redeemer, split cleanly in half by a later collapse, reveals an interior section frozen like a geological cross-section, its fresco traces and slender columns still visible along the surviving semicircle, while the Church of St. Gregory of the Abougam Rents, with its tall drum and ornate blind arcading, stands in comparatively stable condition, offering a sense of the city's architectural vocabulary, even as questions remain about the extent to which decorative programs varied across different patronage networks. The Citadel, perched on the highest ridge overlooking the river, preserves foundations of earlier structures, some potentially dating to pre-medieval phases, though the superposition of later fortifications and the heavy erosion of the summit make it difficult to distinguish which walls correspond to which dynastic periods, leaving the site's earliest chapters only partially retrievable from the surviving masonry. Residential quarters extend across the slopes in scattered clusters, their walls often reduced to low outlines, and while the distribution of hearths, storage pits and collapsed cellar vaults suggests a dense urban fabric during the city's peak, the absence of intact upper stories limits interpretations of household organization and social stratification. Excavations have uncovered evidence of metalworking, pottery production and textile dyeing, but the spatial separation between industrial areas and residential sectors is not always clear, and debris fields mixed across multiple layers indicate episodes of destruction, whether from conflict, fire, or earthquake, that compress the city's occupational history into complex palimpsests. Along the outer edges, the remains of caravanserais and merchant houses hint at Ani's role as a trade hub, yet incomplete road surfaces and missing gates complicate efforts to map the precise flow of goods through the city, while the extensive cave dwellings carved into the cliffs below the citadel suggest a mixed urban ecology in which surface architecture and subterranean habitation coexisted, though the chronological relationship between the cave complexes and the walled city remains uncertain due to limited excavation in those areas. Inscriptions in Armenian script found on lintels and carved stones provide glimpses into patronage, repair work, and devotional practices, but many are fragmentary, their contexts disrupted by later collapses or salvage activities, leaving only partial records of the city's administrative and religious life. The city's decline, often attributed to a sequence of invasions, trade route shifts, and seismic events, is not straightforwardly reflected in the archaeological record. For some quarters show signs of prolonged occupation, while others were abandoned earlier, suggesting that depopulation occurred unevenly rather than as a single sudden event. The city's stone masonry, notable for its alternating courses of dark basalt and reddish tuff, reacts differently to weathering, and these variations create inconsistencies in preservation that obscure architectural details such as window tracery, decorative mouldings and roofing systems, complicating attempts to reconstruct the skyline that once distinguished Ani at its height. The defensive walls, though monumental in extent, show multiple points where earlier alignments were modified or expanded, raising questions about whether these changes reflected shifts in military technology, demographic pressure, or administrative priorities. And the lack of continuous written records from the city itself means that chronological assignments often rely on stylistic comparison rather than direct evidence. Within the broader landscape, the city's relationship to surrounding agricultural lands, satellite villages, and river crossings remains only partly understood. For while irrigation channels and road traces have been documented, their dates and connections to specific phases of the city's development are difficult to establish, leaving open the question of how Ani balanced its urban population with the capacities of its hinterland. Yet despite these uncertainties, the scattered vaults, half-standing apses, fractured domes, and broken arcades retain a coherence grounded in the quality of their stonework and the persistence of their spatial logic, hinting at a city that once thrived on the convergence of trade, craftsmanship, and religious devotion, even as the subsequent centuries transformed its dense urban rhythms into a landscape of isolated monuments. And as the wind moves through its empty churches and along the irregular outlines of former avenues, Ani's ruins preserve a quiet register of both presence and absence, offering a fragmentary but enduring testament to a city whose architectural achievements remain legible, even as the full shape of its social and economic life continues to elude complete reconstruction, held in the spaces where stone endures, while the narratives once carried within it have thinned into the silences of the plateau. Çatalhöyük. Across the Konya Plain, where the horizon settles into long horizontal bands of pale earth and sky, the tell of Çatalhöyük rises as a broad, low mound whose deceptively simple profile conceals one of the most intricate early urban landscapes known from the Neolithic. Its densely packed houses built wall to wall without intervening streets, creating a continuous architectural fabric entered through roof openings that once formed the primary thresholds between interior and exterior life. As excavations peel back the tightly layered superstructure, they reveal sequences of plastered walls, repeatedly renewed across generations, their surfaces bearing red ochre paintings of geometric patterns, wild cattle, vultures, and schematic human forms, imagery whose shifting emphasis raises questions about whether these motifs reflected communal rites, household memory, or more situational expressions tied to specific events within the settlement. Beneath the floors, burials arranged in flexed positions, sometimes accompanied by beads or tools, anchor the living spaces to cycles of ancestry and remembrance, and the accumulation of such interments within domestic rooms suggests a social framework that wove ritual and domestic life into a single continuum, even as the absence of clear public architecture complicates attempts to identify centralized authority or formal communal institutions. The settlement's growth over centuries produced an increasingly labyrinthine layout, with houses rebuilt on the footprints of their predecessors, creating stratified levels where subtle shifts in building orientation and room configuration mark gradual changes in spatial organization. Yet the overall continuity of design points to stable traditions of construction and shared understandings of how households should be arranged. Excavated artifacts, obsidian tools traded from volcanic sources to the east, clay figurines varying from highly stylized to more naturalistic forms, ground stone axes and domestic vessels provide glimpses into daily practices and external connections, though the variability in figurine distribution across houses challenges earlier interpretations that framed them as universal cult objects, suggesting instead a more diverse range of household activities and symbolic expressions. Food remains, including charred grains, animal bones, and botanical impressions in plaster, show that inhabitants cultivated wheat and barley while continuing to hunt wild cattle and deer, blending agricultural and foraging strategies in ways that defy simple categorization, and the presence of specialized spaces for storing and processing food, such as raised platforms, bins, and hearth arrangements, points to an internal household organization where tasks were divided among distinct zones, now observable only through their spatial residues. The absence of streets required movement across rooftops, creating an elevated circulation system that likely influenced social interaction patterns, though the lack of written records from the period leaves uncertain how households coordinated access, navigation, or shared responsibilities across the dense settlement. Excavators have identified certain buildings with more elaborate plaster reliefs, including bullhorn installations and raised platforms interpreted as ritual or commemorative spaces. Yet these buildings do not exhibit consistent features across the settlement, introducing caution into efforts to classify them as formal shrines or exclude alternative domestic explanations. Fire incidents preserved within the archaeological strata reveal episodes of rapid abandonment and reconstruction. Yet the causes, whether accidental, environmental, or tied to community-level events, remain uncertain, and the varying intensity of burning across structures suggests that not all households experience these episodes uniformly. The Tell's long occupational sequence spans over a millennium, and transition between its east and west mounds marks shifts in settlement density and organisation whose triggers remain debated, with possibilities ranging from resource depletion to social reorganisation or climatic variation, though none of these can be confirmed definitively. Microscopic analysis of plaster floors shows repeated refinishing, sometimes dozens of times within a single occupation phase, implying a continuity of domestic maintenance practices that formed part of the rhythm of everyday life. While the distinctive practice of removing certain objects during house closure events, such as particular plaster features or installations, suggests ritualized abandonment that preserved aspects of household identity even as structures were sealed beneath new construction. Contradictions emerge when comparing the density of occupation with the relatively modest scale of agricultural facilities, raising questions about how the settlement sustained itself during periods of peak population, and whether external networks of exchange or intermittent mobility played a greater role than the static archaeological record alone can display. Environmental samples indicate fluctuations in local hydrology and vegetation. Yet, these shifts do not align neatly with major occupational transitions, underscoring the complexity of factors that shaped the settlement's longevity. Through its tangled layers, Çatalhöyük presents a community in which private and communal spheres seem intertwined without clear architectural boundaries. A place where memory accumulated not in monuments or public plazas, but within the cyclical renewal of domestic spaces and the quiet layering of plaster, burial and debris. And as excavations continue to refine the site's intricate sequence, the settlement remains suspended between what its architecture reveals and what its missing archives cannot supply, offering a portrait of early urban life defined as much by the enduring patterns of its households as by the unanswered questions that linger in the thick stratigraphy of its walls, floors, and the silent spaces left between them. Van Fortress. Above the northern shore of Lake Van, where steep cliffs rise in pale volcanic layers and the wind carries an intermittent scent of salt and stone, the Van Fortress, also known as the citadel of ancient Tushpa, stands along a long limestone ridge that once formed the political and ceremonial heart of the Urartian kingdom. Its massive walls and rock-cut chambers tracing a silhouette that aligns with the jagged spine of the promontory, creating an interplay between natural escarpment and constructed fortification that is still visible in the shifting light of the plateau. As one follows the narrow approach, paths that wind upward from the lakefront, the scale of the citadel becomes clearer in the way stepped terraces, once filled with administrative buildings and storerooms, ascend toward a sequence of rock-cut inscriptions carved deeply into the cliff face, their cuneiform lines detailing royal campaigns, irrigation projects, and dedicatory statements that map both the ambitions and anxieties of a kingdom positioned between the great powers of the early Iron Age. Yet the erosion of certain panels, some worn nearly smooth, leaves isolated phrases that hint at events now only faintly recoverable. The outer fortifications, built of carefully fitted basalt blocks at the lower levels and lighter limestone above, follow the contours of the ridge, enclosing elongated courtyards whose functions are inferred from their layouts and associated finds. But the lack of extensive domestic remains within the citadel suggests that its primary role lay in governance, ritual, and storage rather than continuous civilian habitation. Archaeological excavations on the middle terraces have uncovered the foundations of granaries and workshops, their thick stone walls indicating a concern with both security and temperature regulation, while nearby cisterns carved into the bedrock imply efforts to manage water supply in a region prone to seasonal fluctuations, though the exact mechanisms by which water was lifted or distributed remain uncertain due to the absence of preserved installations. The famous Analemur inscription of King Sarduri I, cut into a vertical face near the western entrance, proclaims the founding of Tushpa as the royal seat. Yet the discrepancy between textual assertions of stability and the archaeological evidence for multiple building phases, some interrupting earlier structures, others reinforcing them, suggests a more dynamic history of adaptation, expansion, and response to shifting political pressures. Inside the citadel, rock-cut chambers with smoothed interiors and recessed niches are interpreted as storerooms or ritual spaces, but the lack of organic residues or diagnostic artifacts complicates attempts to refine these identifications, and the presence of later modifications from medieval and Ottoman periods further blurs the boundaries between phases. Nearby, the so-called Menua Canal, an extensive irrigation system attributed to King Menua, stretches across kilometers of countryside, demonstrating the engineering capabilities of the Eurasians and their reliance on managed water networks to support agriculture and settlement around the lake, though the exact relationship between the fortress administrators and the communities who maintained these canals remains a matter of debate. At the summit of the ridge, the remains of a temple platform offer a vantage over the lake and surrounding plain, its cut stone foundation blocks forming a nearly rectangular footprint that once supported a structure dedicated to the chief Urartian deity, Haldi. Yet the limited architectural fragments surviving above the foundation leave ambiguous whether the temple matched the more elaborate stone and mud brick designs attested at other Urartian sites, or whether it followed a locally distinct plan. Pottery assemblages recovered from the fortress slopes, a mix of fine painted wares, large storage jars and utilitarian vessels, provide chronological anchors, though their dispersion across collapsed terraces introduces interpretive challenges, as post-abandonment erosion may have relocated materials far from their original contexts. The city of ancient Tushpa, which spread across the plain below the citadel, is known only fragmentarily due to later construction overlaying much of its extent, and the lack of deep, continuous excavation in the lower town leaves uncertain how the administrative functions of the fortress were integrated with daily life on the plain. Fragments of iron weaponry and bronze fittings indicate military presence, yet the absence of barracks-like structures on the upper terraces suggests that garrisons may have been stationed in the lower town or nearby settlements rather than within the citadel proper, complicating earlier. Assumptions about the fortress as a purely martial centre. Contradictory interpretations arise when reconstructing the rhythms of life atop the ridge, while the monumental inscriptions and scale of defensive works imply a constant assertion of royal authority. The scarcity of large architectural complexes on the summit raises the possibility that ceremonial activities took place only intermittently, with the fortress serving as a symbolic and administrative anchor rather than a densely occupied stronghold. Geological studies of the limestone ridge show that natural fissures influence the placement of certain construction phases, and the Eurasian builders appear to have incorporated these features into their defensive design. Yet the degree to which this was strategic or simply pragmatic remains open given the limited documentation of construction sequences. Later, Armenian, medieval and Ottoman additions, ranging from small chapels to defensive towers, create a multi-layered architectural palimpsest that both enriches and obscures the original Urartian layout, and distinguishing between these phases requires careful analysis of masonry style, mortar composition and stratigraphic association, though even with these tools, some areas remain ambiguous. The vantage from the highest terraces, where the lake stretches in shifting shades of blue and grey, underscores why the ridge was chosen. It offered visibility across routes entering the highlands and a commanding position over the fertile strip along the lakeshore. Yet visibility does not fully explain the symbolic weight expressed in the inscriptions, which tie the citadel's identity to divine sanction and royal lineage rather than to its defensive advantages alone. In this blend of strategic position, administrative complexity, and partial preservation, Van Fortress stands as both a keystone of Urartian statecraft and an incomplete archive, its cuneiform declarations of stability juxtaposed with architectural evidence of change, adaptation, and occasional rupture. And as one moves along the terraces where walls end abruptly or passages fade into eroded rock, the site retains an atmosphere shaped as much by what has vanished as by what remains, leaving its long history to be reconstructed from scattered fragments that gesture toward a narrative still held partly within the rugged contours of the ridge and the quiet expanse of the surrounding plain. Aphrodisias Stadium. South of the Meander Valley, where low hills fold into one another in muted tones of grey and pale green, the ancient city of Aphrodisias lies preserved in a landscape shaped by seismic shifts and slow agricultural cycles. And along its northern edge, the stadium stretches in a long elliptical arc that remains one of the best preserved examples of its kind, its rows of marble and limestone seating aligned in a gentle rise that follows the contour of a natural depression adapted by Roman planners into an arena capable of holding tens of thousands of spectators. Approaching from the east, the scale becomes apparent not merely in the length of the structure, over 260 meters from end to end, but in the subtle curvature of its seating tiers, each carved with a precision that speaks to careful surveying and a sensitivity to the terrain. And as excavation has cleared collapsed sections and accumulated soil, the entrances, vaults, and substructures have emerged in patterns that hint at a complex choreography of movement once required to accommodate crowds during festivals and athletic competitions. The arena floor, long buried under silt and wind-blown sediment, reveals a surface of compacted earth that bears faint levelling marks. And its elongated shape suggests that foot races, ball games, and perhaps equestrian events formed the core of the stadium's programme. Though the absence of extensive inscriptions or dedicated iconographic panels makes it difficult to reconstruct the full range of activities that unfolded there across the centuries. To the west, a later modification closes one end of the stadium with a series of arcaded walls and reoriented seating, features associated with the transformation of part of the arena into a venue for gladiatorial contests during the late Roman period. A shift that introduces questions about how the city adapted its public spaces to changing tastes and political pressures. For while the structural evidence supports this reinterpretation, the relative scarcity of associated artifacts complicates precise dating of these modifications. The marble quarries for which Aphrodisias is famed, visible in the hills beyond the city, likely supplied much of the stone used for seating blocks and architectural trim. And the presence of unfinished pieces and tool marks along certain tiers suggests that final adjustments were made on site, perhaps in response to evolving design decisions or to repair damage caused by seismic events that periodically reshaped the region. Inscriptions carved into select seats, indicating reserved places for civic officials or benefactors, hint at the layered social organization within the audience. Yet these inscriptions occur sporadically and with varying degrees of legibility, making it difficult to determine how extensively the stadium's seating plan reflected status divisions or whether such distinctions shifted over time. The relationship between the stadium and the rest of the city emerges through the distribution of pathways leading from the agora, bath complexes, and theatre, revealing a network of routes that once funneled participants and spectators toward the venue during major festivals, though erosion and later agriculture have obscured many of these lines of movement, leaving archaeologists to infer much of the traffic patterns from fragmentary surfaces and scattered architectural blocks. The city's proximity to fault lines is evident in the displacement of certain seating rows, where minute shifts in block alignment trace the long-term effects of earthquakes. And while ancient repair efforts can be seen in patches of fresh masonry and reinserted blocks, these do not always correspond neatly to known historical events, raising questions about how frequently the stadium was restored and how the local community prioritized such work amid broader civic obligations. Nearby, the Tetrapylon and the Sanctuary of Aphrodite speak to the city's religious and artistic vitality, yet the stadium's alignment does not appear to integrate directly with these monuments, suggesting that while the athletic and ceremonial functions of the city coexisted, they did not necessarily share a unified architectural plan, a conclusion reinforced by the slight divergence in their orientations. Soil analyses beneath the arena floor reveal traces of repeated leveling episodes, implying cycles of renewal that may reflect both maintenance and adaptation to changes in the types of events held there, though the absence of deep stratified deposits limits the precision with which these cycles can be dated. Scholars debate whether annual or semi-annual festivals anchored the stadium's busiest periods, but the lack of explicit textual records from Aphrodisias itself means that much of this discussion relies on indirect comparisons with other Greco-Roman cities, leaving open the possibility that local traditions shaped its use in ways not readily apparent from the surviving remains. Even the acoustic properties of the stadium, now difficult to reconstruct due to the loss of wooden seating elements and the altered contours of the upper tiers, introduce uncertainties about how sound travelled during events, especially when the structure was full, though the narrowness of the arena suggests a more intimate setting than the larger circuses of the empire, one in which the reactions of the crowd may have played a central role in the experience of competition. In the present state of preservation, where long stretches of seating remain intact, while other areas show gaping interruptions from collapse or stone robbing, the stadium offers both clarity and obscurity. Clarity in the visible geometry of its form and the careful engineering embedded in its terraces. Obscurity in the absence of definitive evidence about how its functions evolved, how its crowds assembled and dispersed, and how the rhythms of public life moved between this vast arena and the more compact civic spaces surrounding it. And as the sun tracks across the length of the structure, casting alternating bands of light and shadow across the rows of stone, the stadium's monumental calm conveys the residue of countless events now distant, its open floor and silent tiers preserving a faint but persistent sense of the gatherings once held here, even as many details of their scale, purpose and atmosphere remain folded into the ambiguities of its weathered architecture and the broader, partly recoverable narrative of the city that sustained it. Ephesus, westward toward the Aegean coast, where the hills part into a broad corridor that once carried merchants, pilgrims, and imperial envoys between inland valleys and the shoreline. The ancient city of Ephesus unfolds in a long arc along the base of Mount Pion and the former harbour plain, its streets, temples and civic structures revealing an urban landscape shaped by shifting coastlines, repeated rebuilding, and the layered ambitions of Greek, Roman, and early Christian communities. Following the marble-paved Courettes Street downward from the upper agora, the city's architectural rhythm emerges in a sequence of colonnades, fountains, and inscribed pedestals, each marking episodes of benefaction and civic pride. Yet the gradual slope of the street also reflects practical engineering choices responding to the natural grade of the hill, allowing runoff to be channeled through stone-lined conduits that still trace faint patterns beneath the broken slabs. Midway along this descent stands the Library of Celsus, its restored facade rising in tiers of columns, niches, and sculpted ornamentation that frame an interior space once dedicated to the memory of a Roman governor. Though the reconstructed facade, assembled from original fragments and carefully matched replacements, leaves unanswered questions about the precise configuration of the upper stories and the coloristic effects of its marble revetment before centuries of exposure dulled its surfaces. Adjacent structures, including the Gate of Mosaius and Mithridates, link the library to the commercial agora, where stores and shop fronts open onto a broad square that would once have thrummed with trade. Yet the fragmentary nature of its paving and the uneven distribution of architectural blocks complicate efforts to map the flow of economic life, particularly as later modifications obscured earlier phases. Continuing westward, the city's great theatre emerges in a sweeping semicircle carved into the hillside, its cavea ascending in broad arcs capable of seating tens of thousands, while the stage building's surviving niches and column bases hint at a once elaborate backdrop whose decorative programs have largely eroded. And the acoustic properties, still impressive in the surviving geometry, invite speculation about how performances, assemblies, and later public confrontations unfolded within this space. Though the absence of detailed records from Ephesus itself limits the ability to tie specific events to particular architectural configurations. Beyond the theatre, the Arcadian stretches toward what was once the harbour, its colonnaded sides framing a processional avenue that likely hosted imperial visits and ceremonial entries from arriving ships. Yet the harbour's gradual silting, well attested in sediment cores and ancient commentary alike, transformed this waterfront approach into an inland plain, prompting repeated efforts at dredging and canal construction whose success fluctuated across the centuries. The city's relocation of its commercial port functions further downstream reflects these environmental challenges, yet the archaeological traces of these adjustments remain fragmentary, as rising groundwater and later agricultural use obscure the stratigraphic sequence. The Temple of Artemis, once counted among the Seven Wonders, now survives only in scattered foundations and a single reconstructed column rising from marshy ground, a stark contrast to the descriptions left by ancient authors. And this gap between textual exuberance and archaeological sparsity highlights the difficulty of reconciling monumental accounts with the material residues of repeated destruction, reconstruction, and eventual neglect. Inscriptions from across the city record decrees, dedications, and civic honours, but their contexts have often shifted due to stone reuse in later building phases, complicating attempts to link them definitively to their original settings, and sometimes creating contradictions between stylistic dating and stratigraphic position. The terrace houses on the slopes of Mount Pion preserve intricate wall paintings, mosaic floors, and domestic installations that reveal the lives of affluent inhabitants, yet their preservation contrasts sharply with the more fragmentary remains of lower status dwellings elsewhere in the city, raising questions about how representative these elite spaces are for understanding broader social dynamics. Water management systems, clay pipes, lead conduits, and distribution basins form an intricate network across the city, but interruptions in their course and the absence of consistent gradients reveal phases of ad hoc repair and reconfiguration, suggesting a hydraulic landscape that evolved with changing urban needs rather than a single coherent plan. Seismic activity, documented in both architectural collapse layers and ancient reports, repeatedly reshaped Ephesus, and repair efforts varied widely across districts, resulting in uneven preservation that complicates efforts to reconstruct a unified urban timeline. The coexistence of pagan, Jewish, and early Christian communities is evident through scattered inscriptions and the proximity of religious structures, yet the archaeological record leaves ambiguities about how these groups interacted in daily life, or how religious practices overlapped in shared spaces, especially during transitional periods of the late Roman and early Byzantine eras. Even the city's shifting shoreline poses unresolved questions about how closely its inhabitants monitored and managed sedimentation, for while dredging infrastructure is partially documented, the scale and frequency of maintenance remain unclear. Today, as visitors trace the long descent toward the former harbour plain, the visual sequence from Upper Agora to Library, from colonnaded street to theatre, retains an internal coherence that belies the city's long history of adaptation and reconstruction, its monuments simultaneously revealing and obscuring the forces that shaped them. And in the quiet intervals between these structures, where foundations shift abruptly, where stairways end without their upper stories, where drainage channels disappear under later paving, the city's layered past remains partly inaccessible, offering glimpses of an urban world whose detail exceeds what the surviving stones can fully disclose, leaving Ephesus poised between the clarity of its monumental remains and the open questions embedded in the slow transformations of its landscape and civic life. Midas City. Northwest of the Phrygian highlands, where steep limestone ridges break into a labyrinth of shallow valleys and wind-scoured plateaus, the site known as Midas City, Yazilikaya, rises in a stark outcrop whose sheer rock faces bear monumental inscriptions and carved facades that once anchored a ceremonial landscape at the heart of the Phrygian realm. Its most striking feature, the so-called Midas Monument, a towering relief facade cut directly into the cliff, with a geometric lattice of recessed panels that emulate wooden architecture in stone, framed by an inset niche, whose purpose remains debated due to the absence of surviving votive installations or unambiguous cultic markers. As the sun shifts across the face of the monument, the precision of its incised patterns becomes clearer, though weathering has softened many edges, and the prominent inscription invoking Midas, written in Phrygian script, sits high above the niche, offering a rare textual anchor for the site's symbolic associations, even as the interpretation of its dedicatee and function remains open, for the inscription does not explicitly explain the nature of the rites performed there or the extent to which the monument served as a focal point for regional pilgrimage. Beyond the facade, the landscape opens into a plateau scattered with chambers, rock-cut stairways, cisterns, and shallow altars carved into exposed bedrock. Features that indicate sustained ritual or administrative activity, but whose chronological sequence is difficult to establish due to the scarcity of datable material within carved spaces. Some chambers show smoothed interiors and bench-like platforms, while others contain rougher surfaces that suggest either incomplete construction or later reuse. And the distribution of these features across the plateau implies a dispersed spatial organization rather than a single centralized complex, raising questions about how different parts of the site were accessed and whether specific pathways structured movement across the rocky terrain. Above the Midas Monument, a series of interconnected terraces offer views across the surrounding hills, and traces of fortification walls, now heavily eroded, hint at defensive considerations or symbolic enclosure, though the limited preservation prevents a detailed reconstruction of their original extent or design. Pottery fragments found in sheltered pockets suggest occupation or visitation across multiple periods, including Phrygian, Hellenistic, and Roman eras. Yet the thinness of these deposits and their dispersed distribution make it difficult to determine whether the site maintained a continuous ritual function or experienced episodic reuse shaped by shifting political and cultural contexts. The broader topography of Yazilikaya includes carved channels that may have guided rainwater into cisterns, an adaptation well suited to the plateau's exposed conditions. But the depth and capacity of these features vary, leaving uncertain whether they were engineered for ritual purification, practical storage, or both. Several rock-cut stairways ascend steep slopes toward isolated platforms, their worn steps indicating frequent passage. Though the absence of structural remains atop these platforms complicates efforts to identify their purpose, and the lack of associated ceramics or votives leaves open whether they served as lookouts, gathering points, or altars whose perishable components have long vanished. Geological studies of the limestone reveal natural fissures and fractures that the Phrygians sometimes incorporated into their carving. Yet, distinguishing deliberate modification from opportunistic use of natural features remains an ongoing challenge, especially where erosion has blurred the boundaries between carved planes and weathered surfaces. The site's association with the Phrygian kings, particularly the legendary Midas, rests partly on the inscription and partly on stylistic parallels with other Phrygian monumental works. Yet the variability of carving quality and orientation across the plateau suggests contributions from multiple workshops or periods, complicating efforts to assign a single chronological framework to the entire complex. Historical records from later Greek and Roman authors imbue the region with cultural resonance, but these accounts often blend myth and geography in ways that obscure the specific role of Yazilikaya within the broader Phrygian world, leaving archaeologists to rely primarily on material evidence whose gaps make overarching interpretations tentative. Contradictions also arise when comparing the monument's highly formal facade with the more irregular distribution of surrounding features. For while the facade suggests a major ceremonial focus, the dispersed layout and absence of clear central pathways imply a more fluid ritual landscape in which multiple focal points coexisted without strict architectural hierarchy. The quiet plateau, marked by pockets of juniper and oak, preserves an acoustic stillness that may have been integral to the site's experience. Yet the difficulty of reconstructing ancient soundscapes means that interpretations of how ceremonies unfolded, whether in large gatherings or small household groups, remain speculative. As one moves through the shallow valleys between carved outcrops, the juxtaposition of monumental relief and intimate rock-cut features creates a layered impression of a site that evolved through a combination of deliberate planning and gradual adaptation, shaped by both ceremonial priorities and the pragmatic constraints of the landscape. And in the long intervals where the archaeological record falls silent, where stairways lead to empty platforms, where carved channels end in eroded hollows, where inscriptions fade into the stone, the site holds its meanings in partial suspension, offering enough evidence to trace the outlines of Phrygian ritual and political identity, yet retaining within its weathered surfaces a persistent ambiguity that resists definitive interpretation, leaving Midas City poised between the monumental clarity of its carved facade and the subtler, unresolved questions scattered across the surrounding plateau.